everybody, welcome back to the channel. It's your girl Victoria, aka Next Level Boss Level, trying to get up there with the pros. So today we are playing, The Letter again. We're on chapter 3, and we finished up the first chapter, which was the main little girl up at the bottom right. She started us off. We went to a haunted mansion, and we're trying to sell it. We sold it to the couple at the far top. I wish I had like my cursor so I could show you. But the blondes up at the top, they ended up buying the house. And at the house before they bought it, she found a letter that kept saying like, "Help me, help me, help me." Sent to 5 people, almost like a chain letter. And they it's just been like a ghost, like poltergeist, whatever you want to call it, following her. And at the end, it kind of really freaked her out. And then the second chapter we finished yesterday, where we played as the wife of the couple. And it turns out that when they got married, it was more of like a business deal, not more of like they were in love. But she fell in love with him, and she was able to bounce his business back. So they had money out the wazoo and things like that. And you found out that he ended up getting another woman pregnant, actually her best friend, and the wife of his best friend. And at the middle of their housewarming party, she ends up like slapping him across the face, and he was feeling some sort of way. He was like, "You know what? All you do is stay at home." And this and that third. She said, "That's because you wanted me to. You told me when we got married to just be a stay-at-home wife. Like, you told me to do this. I could have still been working." So when he came home the next day, he was like, "Oh, you're gonna have all of me as long as you live," and he meant that shit because he killed her. Um, so yeah. But it was real dramatic. It was real like, oh my, I can't believe she's gone. Like, she was a sweetheart. A little like uppity because she was rich and everything, but like she wasn't bad. She was not bad. I'm actually kind of upset that she died. Um, but yeah, so now we're playing my brother with the locks. I love it. We're playing his story. Apparently he's got some trauma with his parents. We started out the story a little bit, but I was like, you know what, let's stop it so I can go ahead and do the whole story like in one sitting, and not have it like one chapter, then 2 chapters, then 1 chapter. It didn't fit right. So yeah, we're gonna get started on that. So let's go on in. It is a novel. Like, it's long. Like the first chapter was like 5 hours. The second one was 2.5 hours. Um, oh, that's so cute. But yeah, it's really good. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes it can get a little not dry, but it can get a little like, okay, let's speed it up. But when they speed it up, they speed it up. Like, that's all I'm saying. Okay, let me get my. Yeah. I'm looking fugly duckly. So that's why I'm not on camera. Oh dang it! I meant to. Hold on. No one look. Don't look. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we're gonna actually start like where I saved, which is at the beginning of his chapter. Okay, now. Yeah, I went through all of this. I'm gonna read it again just because, like, new chapter, new stream, new everything. But hold on, I'm trying to get my chat up. Of course, I always promote for you guys to say, "Hey, how you doing?" Don't be a silent viewer, but I don't force. So if you want to just sit back and relax, I totally agree. Why aren't you coming up? I swear, Streamlabs, get your together. Finally. Okay, there. Now I can pull you up. Oh, I forgot to stream it on that other one. Oh well, it's okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, so the pleasant aroma hits me long before I cross the threshold. Faint but light and warm, a reminder of what home is. Pa's stern but commanding gaze, Ma's tender smiles, the sunlight fluttering through the eaves in the morning, and the distinct smell of cinnamon and vanilla as it drifts through the air every time something cooks from the room. The room, our room, mine Pa's pride and joy, and my sister and I too eventually, but we weren't allowed there. Not yet. Not until we're taller or older. Not until we learn how to take care of ourselves and not burn our hands or reach for the covers while having to be lifted.
But a little peek wouldn't hurt, yeah?
The floorboards are cold under my feet more than it usually is. The walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Farther and farther the room goes. My singing ceases and Pa.
No, please wait. I'll be good. I'll sleep on time. Don't go.
I can't hear Pa, not above the raucous clanging and the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting soft melodies. There is only the blinding fear. When my foot slips, the red sea that crashes me is bitter and frigid, but the blood that drips in my hand is warm, warm, warm. It ain't my blood. The walls tumble and everything goes quiet. It takes a few moments for everything to fall into place, for my eyes to adjust to the relative darkness of the room. Despite the pleasant chill of the AC rings, my shirt is clinging tight to me and my blankets are tangled mess around my neck. Morning has not even arrived in yet.
Way too early for this thing, man.
And too long. Too long since I've woken up drenched in my own sweat, head littered with thoughts that are gone as soon as my eyes open. All too often, only imprints and brief images are left to haunt me for the rest of the day or until my mind forgets about it. Egad, whichever comes first. Yet, vivid or not, what little I remember does not matter. Regardless, the desperation sticks clawing up, pushing, urging me to relive every moment, every sensation, and there's a twinkle in Ma's eye when she looks up from her work, flour dusting her nose and cheeks. The scent of freshly baked bread wafts from the oven as soon as Pa opens it, and the homely fragrance of honey fills the room. He reaches up to wipe the small bead of sweat away from his forehead before gesturing for me to come closer the moment he spots me in my little hiding place behind the door. Expecting him to be angry, but his pat on my back when I come within arm's reach is encouraging enough. We'll have a taste test first before we put it for sale tomorrow. You up for a low man? Is it good enough? A knock cuts through the air before I can answer. Sharp, heavy, demanding, familiar. So distantly familiar. Ma ushers me out of the kitchen when Pa moves to answer it, but I know what waits outside. The taste of blood in my mouth sends an unpleasant churning in my gut. Ma's apron crinkles under my tight grip. Something snacks me back to place. My bed remains in utter disarray. The walls still need a new paint job, and the wall clock ticking out opposite my bed is unsettling as ever. Ash is right. I should have already replaced that when I had the chance.
You're no longer there, Zachary. Here and there are miles apart. Calm down. Breathe.
The pressure on my own fingers against my temple is a welcome sensation over the anxiety gripping me. It never really did anything to stave off the headache sure to follow after this before, but it grounds me. A little reminder that I'm safe, away from the place I once called home, from Ma and Pa's. The urgency with each raps that follow finally chases away the ghost threatening to hang around. Why anyone thinks it's a good idea to knock at someone's door at this late confuses me. Nana would chase them away to Broom if she was here, but no matter, it's a welcome break from the thoughts about to take morbid turn if left festering. It's probably just Ash anyway, looking for a place to crash. Wonder of wonders why he's bothering with a courtesy when he never did so before. Even with that hunch, though, habit compels me to check who it is first, though, through the peephole. Better safe than sorry, they say. Except the person that greets me on the other side ain't him. Unless his hair grew overnight and he started wearing a ponytail, of course, which I highly doubt will happen anytime soon, no matter how funny that looks in my head. I waste no time opening the latches.
Isabella, it's late.
How was he gonna get in if you got it latched, bruh? You know what? We ain't worry about it. There's something I can't quite pinpoint in her eyes when she looks up. Her face is pallid shade, shoulders tense, breathing heavily, and breathing heavy. Why heavy? Is it heavy or heavily? Whatever. And an uncontrollable shaking in her hands, trying to hold back. Hide if I didn't know any better.
Hey, Zach. Sorry, I know it's weird for me to show up at this hour, but you were the closest to my office, and...
Oh, no. It's perfectly fine. I'm not really working on anything right now. Do you want to come in?
Is it all right? I know you should be sleeping at this hour, but I thought... I'm sorry, I just thought... I have no idea why I went here. My feet just moved on their own after I got out of the office, and... Sorry.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I wait for her to say more. I wait for her to say more, but instead her only response is a downward shift of her gaze back to her still trembling hands, as the motion alone is enough for an explanation. Hey Tashina, how you doing? For an explanation. A minuscule gesture. Easy to miss if no one is paying attention. If one is not paying attention, sorry. But for someone who has seen the same expression on the mirror, done the same thing too many times when night terrors are inevitable, it is not.
Hey, don't worry about it. At least you knocked. Ash just barges in and crashes on the couch whenever he feels like it. I swear that guy is one fine hairline away from being a criminal.
Without waiting for an answer, I step away from the door and saunter over to the kitchenette. For a few good seconds, only the clink of plates could be heard above the constant tick-tock. Late as it may be for a snack, the familiar motions will keep me occupied, steering my mind away from dangerous thoughts. Isabella's company is not unwelcome either. Whatever her reason for showing up here at such an hour doesn't matter. I'll be damned if I just turned her away, frazzled as she is. The door clicked shut behind her when she finally entered, his feet scuffling against the tiled floor. In all the years I've known her, she has never once lost her ever upbeat spirit. Yet in this particular moment, as she stands in my doorway holding her arms close to herself, it's as if I'm looking at someone completely withdrawn from the person I've come to know all these years.
Do you want to drink or eat anything? I haven't restocked my food stash yet, so ingredients may be a bit limited. But I'm sure I can whip something up with what I have here.
I know. It's these 12s I had to do. I'm gonna have some time off next month, though. That's good. I'm doing okay. Just woke up. Still got the sleepies, but...
Just water will do, please. Thanks, Zach.
What? No additional food requests? That's new. I'll put something together for you anyway. Hey, feel free to make yourself at home. You ain't exactly a new visitor here. Although my room's not at its most presentable right now. Sorry. New freelance gigs and such. Didn't have time to fix things up here lately.
It's okay. I don't mind.
Usually she'd have something more to say about that. A quip or witty remark to provoke a laughter or two. Nothing from her this time. Only a weak smile before she takes a seat on the couch, and a silence that stretches out until what we are left feels disconcerting. I think that's how you say it. Before everything turns stifling and awkward, I continue talking, if only to keep the dead air at bay. How's one supposed to keep a conversation going when the person you're talking to is like this?
Anyway, gigs. Can you believe this one client we got? Boss had all my scheduled shoots shifted after they caught wind of this couple buying a new property. Man, must be nice to have all the money in the world. The world itself moves for you, huh?
She's curled up on the side of the couch and hugging her knees close when I bring the tray carrying the sandwiches and the water she requested. She starts to straighten up as I'm unloading the contents, but pauses as soon as I hold up my hand in a halting gesture.
You're a guest. Didn't I say you're free to make yourself at home? Here's your water. Careful.
The tremor in her hands, though lighter now, still hasn't subsided when she reaches out for the glass. I give her a questioning look, but she is quick to avert her eyes, keeping herself occupied by taking small gulps of water. Or maybe she just doesn't want me asking questions, worrying. This sudden loss of words, this bout of quiet not normally present in our chats. Even the creaking of the old chair when I casually take the seat is a welcome break. Although the company's familiar, this has gone way past unnerving.
What happened? Overtime at work?
She doesn't answer immediately. Another gulp drains her glass of its remaining contents. One would think it would be enough to help her recover, yet she doesn't lose her taut grip of the glass as she cradles it in her lap. Her eyes take an unfocused gaze when she speaks again.
Yeah. Boss handed me extra work today. After what happened. To Rose.
Rose. Why do I feel like you've mentioned her before? Sorry, I'm better with remembering faces than names.
She was my coworker. That will take some getting used to. I was just talking to her the other day.
Was? Did she resign or something? I think I'm missing a few details here, Bella.
You've never met her. I think I did mention her once or twice. It doesn't matter. You probably heard her name recently from the news than me.
Something clicks then. A little memory from the night before. The bright red light from the dark room, the strong odor of the stop bath, the television's barely audible murmur in the background, and a glimpse of a bloody room. The news is everywhere, even in the morning that follows. I just didn't think its effects would strike someone this close to me.
Oh. Damn. I didn't mean to bring that up.
No, like I said, it'll take some getting used to, but it'll get better. I hope it will. Things might become a little busier for me, though. She left a lot of things unfinished, and I'm one of the few people in the office who knows how she works. Boss thinks the transition will be easier if I handle it.
That explains it. Well, just don't forget you still need rest.
I know it has been.
Even the most hard-working people I know don't keep hours as late as this. Hell, the subway stopped running hours ago. Crime rate might be lower here than most places, but that doesn't mean you can walk around freely in the middle of the night.
I think. Hi, are you? Welcome to the Boss Patty. The subway stopped running hours ago. Crime rate may be lower in most places, but that doesn't mean you can walk on freely in the middle. That's what I'm saying, girl. Come on. Self-preservation.
It's just for today.
All right.
Still a good thing you dropped by here first. I'm not just about to let you walk out here alone, especially not in the middle of the night. Who knows what else could happen? I'm not saying you should go right now, but I could accompany you home if you...
No! Wait, please!
The vehement tension in her voice makes me pause, and it is in this instant the man she's been keeping up falls apart, if only for a short while. Right then and there I understood what's hiding behind her unfocused stare from the moment she arrived. Fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. It's disturbing to see such marring her usual upbeat constance. With a sigh, I cross the small distance separating and kneel in front of her. She doesn't flinch when I do so. However, the way she appears to make herself smaller against the couch is telling enough.
Bella, this ain't just about your coworker, is it? What is it really about? I'm all ears.
The sound of glass shattering rents the room as soon as her hold on it loosens. In the span of a few seconds, her breathing grows labored.
I don't know. I don't know anymore.
She clasps her hands over her ears, pressing it tightly against the sides of her head. Her voice grows weak with each word, each plea coming out of her mouth.
Please, please don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone right now. I can't shake it off. Everywhere's not safe and...
Alright, Isabella. Look at me. Look at me.
My hands are firm on her shoulders when I pull her up to look at me. It takes every force of will to ignore the tear in her eyes in favor of taking control of the situation. Too close, too similar.
Breathe. Breathe. You're safe here. Inhale. Hold. Exhale. Stay in the present. I'm here. No one's gonna hurt you. Do you want to talk about it?
The force with which she shakes her head is enough reason to drop this topic altogether.
No more. Please. No more. I don't want to remember anymore.
Kate, no more talking. I won't ask anymore. Can I get you anything? Another glass of water? I think I have a tub of that pistachio ice cream you love so much. We're gonna have to clean this mess first. Will you be fine on your own for a little while?
She nods her head lightly before retreating into herself again. No more words are exchanged after that, and I take that as a cue to start cleaning the shatter littering the floor. The shards littering the floor before either one of us gets hurt. The quiet hum of the AC is a pleasant distraction as I go over the menial task. More so than her ragged draws of breath or my little feeble attempts to tell a quick story or two. But the latter does the trick. As soon enough, she's already drifted off by the time I return with the promised glass of water, her chest rising and falling in steady rhythm, the strain of her shoulders gone. Excuse me. Frankly, I've never seen her this still. She mumbles something I don't quite catch when I carry her to the empty bed and hugs herself tight against the mess of blankets. In spite of the fact that she appears relaxed, a small frown on her face hasn't quite disappeared. Whatever happened to her won't be leaving her anytime soon, but for her sake I hope it won't stay long with her. There are still questions left to be answered, but the late hour coupled with the sudden exhaustion made my old couch a more comfortable bed than it typically is, especially for a big guy like that. Darkness immediately welcomes me as soon as my head hits the makeshift pillow. I can only wish the dreams will keep at a distance for now for both of us. Okay, so this is the 25th. If I'm not mistaken, this is the day after he does the photo shoot. I don't know. Let me see. The first few notes, while muffled, are enough to wake me. In the end, it became one of those nights when sleep passes like a blink and is plagued with vague, fuzzy thoughts. I lift a hand to rub away the dryness from my eyes, although it does little relieve the gritty, burning sensation from my eyelids. Outside, the sun has yet. If you don't pick up this fucking phone, sorry. The sun has yet to peek over the horizon, but night has already given me the cool morning light, washing everything in a subtle gray hues. At this late hour, the entire city remains unstirring. Ordinarily, waking up before my own alarm means abusing the snooze button twice or thrice just to catch those precious few minutes of sleep. I hear that. But the persistent ringing makes it impossible now, I'm telling you.
This better be good.
Not you with a deep voice, sir. Groggily, I scramble for the bag sitting on the foot of the bed. The ringing still hasn't stopped even as I fish the phone out and Ashton's name flashes bright on the screen when I turn it on. Must be pretty urgent if he hasn't dropped the call.
Took you long enough, Z-Man.
Sorry. Oh.
Ashton, it's 6 in the morning. The sun hasn't even risen. Hell, my brain ain't even awake yet.
I love him.
Stop calling me Z-Man.
It's 20 past 6, Zach.
A whole hour. Oh my gosh.
You're one to talk. Give me back my 5 extra minutes, Ash. I want my sleep.
Damn it.
Hey, don't make fun of me. I can be a more person too if I want to.
Not them yawning to get me on this
What's this
shit.
all really about? You don't usually make calls around this hour.
No.
Is the world ending today?
Sorry about that. Becca rang me up a few minutes ago looking for Isabella. Said she didn't show up in her own apartment last night. We both tried calling, but her phone seems to be off. Do you have any idea where...
I should have known you two would come looking for her first thing in the morning.
Not a laughing matter, Zach. You can't really let your guard down with everything that's happened here recently. You've heard about the Cooper woman from the news. Everyone in the precinct has been restless ever since the incident the other day.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Listen, Ash, about Bella.
I let my voice trail off, unsure of how to go about recounting last night, if I should even say anything to him. He might be a close friend, but at the end of the day, whatever's bothering her ain't mine to speak of in the first place. On the bed, Isabella remains as still as when I transferred her the night before. Sometime during her sleep, she pulls up the blankets over herself, tucked into it comfortably. Like this, it's easy to forget the horror in her eyes or how much her hands and lips trembled. Save for her firm grip on the edge of the covers, she appeared normally as... She appeared normally... No, Vic. She appears normally... I am having a whole stroke. She appears nearly as normal as she would any other day. Lord have mercy. Almost.
I'm not really sure how to go about this while being...
Zach, what about her?
Something, the word of concern must have surfaced in my tone because his own shifts then. Jesus. Carefully, as if he's preparing for the worst.
Look, you don't have to worry about her. She's with me right now. Since last night, in fact.
Don't make it sound bad.
Oh, why didn't you just say so earlier?
Because you woke me up in the middle of the night.
She kind of knocked in the middle of the night. I couldn't possibly wake you two over that.
I'm saying, like, what are we doing now? What are you doing?
And with how things are when she arrived, I thought it'd be best if I let her rest first. I just wasn't expecting people would be looking for her before the rooster even crows.
You could have at least called her something. Becca's beside herself with worry when she found out.
Okay, well, sorry. I went back to sleep, shit.
You know how much she frets about the smallest stuff.
I know. I'm sorry. That was a lapse on my part. And I just didn't think... Okay, you know what? Rebecca's worries ain't completely baseless. Isabella hasn't been her usual self since the movie. Maybe even before that. I don't know if I should be opening my mouth about this, but Bella didn't outright say I shouldn't, so...
So something's wrong then?
I'm not quite sure, to be completely honest. I couldn't get the story out of her.
Really? I thought you'd learned something from me by now.
You know what?
That's not it. Ash, when she appeared at my doorstep last night, she was shaking, and when I tried to ask her about it, she just panicked. Had this frightened look on her face. I'd be surprised if this was the first time I've seen it, but it ain't. Dude, the first time, she was screaming.
First time? When was this? You weren't talking about the thing in the movie house, are you? Because that was just us fooling around. Granted, I think I went overboard with the joke, but...
No, it happened the day after. When she invited us to lunch, you weren't there. We were walking 1 second, and then the next, she's crying out. I'll be straight with you. That scared me shitless.
It bothered him if the way he falls silent after is telling. But whatever his opinion is stays absent from his voice when he speaks again. He's always been good with that, hiding what he thinks.
Did she say anything else?
Nothing. Won't tell me anything aside from a few vague words. I didn't want to push it.
Where is she? Is she still sleeping?
Right here with me, still sleeping. Should I wake her up or something? Let her know you guys are looking for her?
Absolutely not. Let her rest.
No need. Let her rest. I'll drop by in a few.
Today? Don't you have work at this time? I mean, I can drop her off home myself before meeting my client later.
Look who's talking.
My schedule's flexible, Ash. Last time I checked, you're the one who didn't have that luxury.
Oh, say it.
How on earth do you think I'm able to tag along when you need me?
It's not completely out of the way.
They live on the other side of the town from you, Ash. Your definition of out of the way is a little screwed up, you know.
It's fine. I have some things I need to do anyway. I'll call you back. I've got to let Becca know that Scared Cat's fine. Bye.
He drops the call before I can even get a word in, and for several minutes after, I found myself simply listening as the rest of the Luxembourg rouses. The increasing sound of passing traffic, the bustle of the nearby shops preparing for the day, and the growing clamor of the people while they go about their morning. Not the most soothing sounds to hear following a troubled night, but the routine puts me at ease nevertheless. What's comforting, what's safe, what I'm used to. Nearby, Isabel shifts but doesn't wake, blissfully unaware of the city slowly stirring itself back to life. Was her night as restless as the one I had? Were her dreams as lucid? In hushed moments like this, I envy her. Unreasonable, probably a little unfair to say such in the light of last night. If only forgetting is as easy as breathing. A small yawn escapes me when I rise from the couch to stretch. Luckily, the short conversation with Ash has effectively driven away any will to go back to bed. I still have a day to get through, despite the proverbial ghost hanging around. The orange bottle sitting on the edge of the bed is reassuring against my palm the instant I pick up the sterile order of the capsules equally. So, what are we taking, sir? Yet the weight of the let me calm down. Yet the weight they carry is something I've never gotten used to. Years ago, I spent minutes, heck, even hours staying in a single pill prior to taking one. Now it's just routine, a way to stave off unwanted nightly visits. Although I don't think Dr. Navarro, yes, will be quite pleased if he ever finds out I'm relying on them again. I do owe him a visit regardless, especially after missing our appointments on purpose and ignoring his call for weeks. Another sigh comes, tired and weary, and then I pop the tablet into my mouth.
Zach?
What are we taking,
What time is
sir? The ball of my hand hits the table with more force than necessary. As much as I trust my friends, there is something I'd rather keep to myself.
Morning, Bella. Did you sleep well?
She answers the question with a long, drawn-out yawn, one reminiscent of a child. A chuckle managed to come out of my mouth at the sight. In this manner, it's easy to mistake her for someone too young for responsibilities, inexperienced and immature even. Easy to forget she was thrust into the world of an adult earlier than her own dreams can afford, to overlook how surprisingly observant she can be at times. Maybe not on the same level Ash exercises for his investigations or Rebecca needs for her own work, but it's certainly enough to definitely put what she sees around her on canvas. And if the way her eyes flicker to the table in my hand says something, it is that I won't be able to avoid the questions this time.
Only a little. I don't remember how I ended up on the bed, though.
Carried your ass.
My doing. You didn't look very comfortable sleeping on the couch. all hunched up like that.
It would have been enough for something temporary. Sorry I stole your bed.
Hey, it doesn't matter. Besides, what kind of gentleman would I be if I leave a lady sleeping in such uncomfortable conditions? Not in this house. My nana would give me a tough scolding if I ever did that, I'm telling you.
Thanks a lot, Zach. I know I barged in at a very inconvenient time last night. I wasn't really thinking when I did, and...
Hey, it's cool, Bella. I ain't mad at you. That's what friends do. You guys are welcome here anytime. Although Ashton abuses the anytime part a lot, I don't really mind. We might have less wiggle room if all four of us are present, considering the size of this place. But as long as no one makes anything explode, it's totally fine.
Fine or not, I still owe you one for last night's trouble.
Give me
Especially
Becky.
since you don't seem to be...
Wait. Oh, sorry, I had to stretch it. A concerned expression passes over her features as she spares another cursory. Yes, glance. Sorry, some words don't get it. Over the table, back at the bottle, holding every small piece of what keeps the bad memories at bay. The blood forming over Pa's heart, the horrified look on Mom's face as she watches him fall lifeless to the ground, and every ounce of spite seeping from this stranger's smile. You don't belong here. You monkeys don't belong here. Ah, here we go. Look, can't we just exist at this point? Like, come on. It never stopped, does it? That never. Oh my gosh.
Well, you don't seem to be feeling well. Let me know, okay? I'll make it up to you somehow.
You give me Bricky, and it is even Steven. She makes a slight gesture with her head towards the bottle, asking a question without really asking. Subtlety has never been one of her greatest assets, but right now, even Ash would have been a little amazed, if not for loss of words at that. She has left it up to me with whether I'll give her the response she wants to hear or not. No, just tell her the truth. Maybe then she'll tell me the truth. But it ain't ever easy. Talking about my own problems, that is, it will never be, not by a long shot. Now when I've let it stay this way for so long, I realized that long ago, when the wounds are still fresh and the dreams are a nightly occurrence, can't force yourself to get better or move on to better things. It's what's normal now, and I can only cope. The question in her eyes may be unwarranted, born simply out of curiosity and sincere concern for a friend. I don't owe her an explanation, in fact, but of all the people I keep close in my life, she's probably one of the very few who perhaps I can trust with this. Maybe she doesn't understand entirely. I can never hope she will. No, never to the full extent. That alone is expecting too much of her and giving too much of what I can. However, for all of her shortcomings, I know she'll hear me out. Oh my gosh, my ninja, if you don't just start saying what it is. And that's all I can ask of her.
My bad. I was kind of hoping you wouldn't have seen me with these.
The pills rattle lightly against the container when I gently set it back in its usual place. Always a small area closest to my computer, right near the right hand, within reach whenever, and a quiet reminder of what I shouldn't miss every day.
What? Oh, is it bad? I was just thinking that maybe it's a cold like Becca's. Do you need me to get anything from the store? Soup or something? There's one nearby, right? I can run real quick and...
No, nothing of that sort. I'm perfectly healthy right now. It's really difficult to say, but can you promise me you'll listen at least?
What is this about, Zach?
I should have been upfront with you about this a long time ago. Well, Ashton found out without me telling him anything. But you already know how that guy is. Can't hide anything from him.
If it's something you're having trouble saying, you don't have to force yourself to tell me. I'll forget I ever saw anything and won't ask questions. Promise.
No, I need to get this off my chest eventually. Besides, we're already here. Might as well finish what I started, yeah?
If you say so.
She takes a seat on the couch, her posture easy and open and her smile honest, as if this is just a simple talk between two friends on a regular day. It is far from one, but her unnerved air is enough to stomp down the twinge of unease that threatens to come up.
Let's hear it then.
Feels like yesterday. And she does. True to her word, she listens. Oh my god, I thought he was going to actually say it. I mean, true to her word, she listens while the story spills out of my mouth of my and Pa, the little old diner across the pond, and what is left of me of that day. I can't recall most of it now. My own account jagged with a few missing details here and there. The passing years have eroded most of the recollection of the whole incident. All except that one moment in the kitchen, the ringing of gunshots as vivid as it sounded that day. Even Ma's hysterical screams that the moment Pa's body hit the floor motionless, his life blood flowing out of him from under him. And the gunman, he was smiling. He was smiling when Pa opened the door to welcome him. He was smiling when he put a bullet in Pa's chest and Ma's head. I've heard stories of how the world could be a cruel place for people like us before. I never believed that until that moment.
Nan and Gran took us right after that. Sis and I flew straight to New Jersey as soon as they heard the news. A few days after, Ma and Pa were laid to rest. And we have a new home a continent away. I didn't even get the chance to take my favorite pillow with me. They said something about the change of environment will be good for us. They had no idea the different kind of ghosts would follow me here.
I expected questions, mostly those brimming with childlike curiosity, and maybe some that are too hard to answer. But to her credit, she just sat there, lent her ears, and looked at me with no expectations or unnecessary judgment in her eyes. She appears wise and older like this, easier to see the breadwinner in her. Her younger siblings are lucky to have her. When I'm done, after everything's said, she wraps her arms around me, a bit awkward considering the gap in our heights, but it gets her sentiment across. But it's difficult to answer this in kind if I am even supposed to reciprocate the gesture given my earlier apprehension. She pulls away shortly with a smile on her face. Not the reaction I braced myself for, but it is obviously better than what I imagined.
Are you not gonna say anything?
Am I supposed to say anything after? Like, apologize or something? I don't think that's very appropriate, but if you want to hear one, I can think of something real quick.
Not really. Other people have something to say after usually. And they're not necessarily nice either.
Oh? Okay then. I won't. I can't think of something anyway. Sorry. I'm not very good with this. Who else knows, by the way?
My older sister, grandparents, and just Ash and you for now. Maybe I think I should tell Rebecca too, but...
But not right now?
Yeah, not right now. When I'm ready. Like today.
I'm sure she'll be willing to hear you out once you...
I don't doubt she will. I'm more afraid of how she'll react after. One step at a time, yeah? Whew. Surprisingly, it feels good to get that one out my chest. I was a little afraid you'd be angrier. I didn't tell you earlier than today.
I'm not angry. I'm just surprised. You didn't look like it. I wouldn't have suspected. I suppose that's how it often is, isn't it? We all have our... what's the word Becca uses? Inner demons? But this is something personal to you. I understand why you'd rather have a few people know.
That too. Well, these past few weeks haven't been easy for you. I didn't want to add that. Not after last night.
Oh shit, excuse me. Something passes in her face, brief bleeding, and disappears right before I can recognize what it is.
You okay?
Yep, no worries. I'll be fine. Look, about last night.
Spill the beans.
Never mind. This
Hey,
isn't a good
yo,
time.
I spilled my beans. Now it's time for you to spill yours.
But don't lose sleep over this, alright? What's important is you got what you want to say out. And if you need me, I'll be here.
Okay, and it's reciprocated. I should be relieved. Her words are more than reassurance in my ears. There should be comfort in hearing those alone and knowing I have another person to rely on if things ever go bad. But somehow I find myself worrying more for her instead. Exactly. I'll make another attempt to get the story out if I can. But this is a dance I know all too well with her, and I doubt forcing her to say anything would yield any results. As much as I want to imitate Ash, there's only so much I can ask that won't result in something a little over disastrous. At best, she'll stop talking to me until a week passes. At worst, I'd rather not risk it. I've never seen her angry. Outright annoyed maybe, and often directed at Ash, but never furious. What do they say again about happiest people when they're in anger? Ain't that the truth? Besides, it'd be unfair to her after our little chat.
So, food then?
Absolutely, I'm starving. What you got, bro? She seems relieved at the brisk change. Listen, my stomach is doing the same. Oh, relieved at the brisk change of subject, as if it has been simply waiting for its cue all this time. Her stomach rumbles at the mention of food. I know, rather loudly, as a matter of fact. When's the last time you ate?
Alrighty, Missy. We're going to get some chow now. Better be quick, though. Can't have your stomach starting a revolution on us here.
Hey, you.
Don't make fun of me. I'm not that hungry.
Girl, stop lying.
Maybe a little. I didn't think I'd end up skipping dinner last night.
And now we have one starved stomach protesting. Sorry, it'll be nothing fancy, since I'm a little low on stocks. I should probably drop by the grocery store after the meeting this afternoon.
I can make a quick run for you if you want.
Nah, I've got enough to put together something nice here. Maybe. I could always improvise if we're missing an ingredient or two. It ain't like we're going for a Michelin 3-star status here. Also, didn't I say you're a guest? Is this a Filipino thing? Or just Rebecca rubbing off on you?
Hey, you. The soft laughter that comes from her doesn't quite reach your eyes. Neither. The answer is neither. Because if she stays idle, she'll remember.
On second thought, I might need a little help slicing up the potatoes while I prep the ham. You up for that?
What? Do you think instant noodles are all I'm about?
Yes.
I'll have you know, I can cook a mean paella with my eyes closed. All my siblings love it.
Sure you can. Come on. I think I know what we'll do with those spare ingredients.
Despite the massive effort to keep the mood light with small chatter, cooking ends up being a mostly quiet affair. Between us, the consistent clapping of the knife against the board and the muffled noise from the television I left running, words have become surprisingly difficult to stir together. Not entirely unusual. We've had moments like this before, but definitely unnerving with how things are now. I really wish someone else will come knocking at the door. As pleasant as this is, Jesus. Breaking in the ice or keeping a conversation going has never been my forte. That has always been Isabella or Rebecca's department. Sometimes Ash's, although most coming from him bordered on awkward or embarrassing. Speaking of the guy, he never did call back, and I'm willing to bet my entire yearly salary that he fell right back to sleep after that call.
Sorry, Bella. Could you...
Yep, I got it. The potatoes are almost ready, by the way. I turned down the heat just in case. Hold on, I'll be right there. Sheesh, wait up. If you keep rapping at the door like that, you'll break it down. Ash.
Oh, good. You're awake.
Ash has already welcomed himself in when I take my eyes away from the stew. Or the oven, Jesus, Vic. He's never been really keen with the notion of courtesies after he warmed up to you, this guy. all 13 of my locks he broke can attest to that. Not even. He's a good fellow, though. Maybe a tad stained offish at first glance, but he's trustworthy.
Don't you have work today?
Just saying. Why are you here?
I could ask the same of you. Hey, Izzy, man.
Didn't he tell you to stop calling him that?
You're late. Something came up? You need to drop the Z-Man. It's getting old.
Sorry, I got caught with something at the precinct on the way here. Had to attend to that first before things got out of hand. I'd tell you about it, but you know how it can be with those kinds of things. Later, maybe.
And you're here because...
What? I'm not allowed to say hello?
I doubt you're here because of that. And you're not answering my question.
Ah, my bad. My bad. Forgot to mention that. He called earlier looking for you. Rebecca's worried because you didn't come home last night.
You could have called my cell instead.
You weren't picking up. Anyway, I'd really hate to cut this little get-together short, but I need to be somewhere else. Come on, Isabella, let's get you home.
I'm
I'll
trying
drop you off on
to
the way.
eat. Back up.
Wait, we're going now?
He lightly claps a hand on her arm and began ushering her out of the apartment, throwing a casual wave at me as they passed. Isabella on the hand doesn't seem too far that I did. I was going to eat! And sure enough, before they could even cross their house, she puts a firm foot down and then forces enough alone to halt them both and catches the taller man off guard. It would have made a funny picture, the way Ash almost crashed into her and Isabella giving him an indignant pout over her shoulder. Surprise and confusion are on her face at once, two things that rarely ever grace if he can help it. A rare moment even for our small little group. If only I have a camera with me, dang.
What is it?
I'm saying.
Zach cooked something.
Man, we got brekkie. What you doing?
If it's just food, I'll get you something on the way back.
Why are you rushing me out of here so much?
But the food! It's Zach's cooking. Real delicious food that actually tastes like food. At least stay and have a bite, please. Zach, help me here.
These two, whenever they're in the same room, sometimes I feel that they're hurting a group of unruly kids instead of talking to two mature adults. One moment they're engaged in pleasant chit-chat, the next they're bickering over a minor issue like a whole married couple. Stop playing. Frankly, I didn't know any better, and I have an overactive imagination. I say there's something going on. See, bro, you know what's up. Never mind how utterly impossible that idea is. What you mean? Or it might just be me reading too much into things like always. I can already hear Ash's laughter if I so much as suggest. I cooked up a feast. Nah, have her eat. She needs some good
I
time.
don't know about you two, but I think you guys should really stay. I've already made enough food for all of us, and it'd be a waste. Why, I cooked up that special honey glazed ham you two keep on yapping about. Got some scalloped potatoes with onions and cheddar to go with it, too.
The oven timer did. I shoot the two of them in an apologetic look before signing over the kitchen, mittens in hand. The sweet smell of the glaze and salty tang of melted cheese wafts through the air as soon as I open the door and take out the two trays inside. The scent immediately fills the entire room, and even with the door and windows open, the mouth-watering aroma lingers. It's appealing enough that when I put the dishes down on our counter, another starved stomach protests loudly, followed by a burst of laughter. You hungry too? Look at you. My head snaps up at the two of them, and I can't keep the smile at the sight they make. Oh my gosh. Isabella is clinging to the door frame for support, doubled over with breathless laughter. Ash is the more composed of the two, trying to look unconcerned, but a flush has crept up his neck and cheek. It's clear whose stomach that came from. Isabel's not gonna let him live this one down.
You're in no place to reject an offer of free food, Frey.
I wasn't rejecting.
Yes, you were. You know damn well I'm in here cooking up a feast, and you trying to rush this little girl out.
damn it, I just missed a meal, that's all.
Aw, he's flustered.
Shut it! Those guys at the precinct said it was urgent. Somebody has to be responsible for it.
Well, aren't you precious?
Right. You know, if you keep laughing like that, you'll burst.
I'm sure it won't be as bad as your stomach suddenly rumbling like a starved.
Alright, kiddos, play nice. Food's gonna get cold if we keep this up. Ash, you gonna stay?
Might as well, since Scaredy Cat's so hell-bent on
Call
staying.
me that one more time. Call me that one more again. Oh, that look good. Not your nasty ass feet up. God, that looks good. I am starving. I started streaming without eating, y'all. Oh crap, I'm just reading. This is, however, a conscious effort to avoid mentioning what's currently on the headlines. The dead is never a good topic to talk about food in polite company, this case in particular. The wounds are too fresh too soon. I'd like to avoid it as well as if I were in her position and someone I personally knew passed away in a gruesome manner like that. Though perhaps the closest we got to the broaching the topic is when the infamous mansion is brought up again. But even then, we are careful, Ash and I. We keep the conversation light and avoiding bringing up her late business partner is the least we could do.
The Wrights? Yeah, they're planning to move in soon. In fact, they already have a housewarming party planned. It's why they wanted us to rush the papers. They wanted to send the invitations out as soon as possible.
Oh, now I get it.
Get what?
Remember what I told you last night about the new clients?
Vaguely? Sorry, I was a little out of it yesterday. Was it the photo shoot?
Yep, it's actually for the one you sold. Ermite, something. When you put it that way, I suppose it makes sense why my boss wants me to prioritize the couple. They can have those documents rushed at just the snap of their fingers. Then they're more influential than I initially thought. Man, I guess my boss is expecting a lot more from this project than I expected. Hope I can live up to it.
Your photographs are more than good enough, Zach. You'd probably win an international award if you let yourself. Ma'am Hana's easy to please, too. As long as you're good at following instructions.
Easier said than done. Different clients have different tastes after all.
Still, a week? I don't think that's possible.
Now that you mentioned it, yeah. They wanted everything finished at the earliest. To be honest, it's not unheard of, but...
But it's still weird. Still weird, yeah?
A slip of the tongue. Still barely noticeable to someone who's already familiar with Ash's ways, yet in this moment it's impossible to miss. I shoot him a curious glance, but he ignores it, rather pointedly.
I can't exactly say it's like that, where I'm just the middleman after all. As much as I want to comment on it, I only know what's on the surface, not the in and outs. It's just that BRC and my boss are more hands-on with the legal stuff this time, despite having a separate department dedicated to it.
Maybe Mr. Wright helped with it too. They have their own legal team for this, don't they?
Well, they should have one. Especially for a big property like this.
They have, but like I said, it's off our hands. Rose and I don't handle this stuff in the office. If anything, to me, this just means I'll be able to send the rest of the funds to Papa's treatment earlier.
I guess that makes a whole lot of sense. Officially off our instant noodle diet, aren't we?
Ash, has anyone ever told you that you have an uncanny way of ruining the mood?
What? I was just saying. A few more months of stuffing your face with those, and I'm sure you'll start to look like a noodle cup.
At least I don't live off convenience store food. Or make poor, unassuming pressure cookers explode.
What? How did you... Oh, come on, Zach.
Sorry, it just came up while we were cooking earlier.
I'm impressed, Ashton Frey. You even made it to the news.
A one-time thing. And it wasn't as big as you seem to be imagining.
Oh, sure. Let's all pretend that one time you almost set my apartment on fire didn't happen too.
Hey, that was an accident.
You were making a salad, Ash.
Damn.
Can we please move on to a different topic?
It helps. The casual talk, the harmless teasing, the mundane story is interesting enough so that the time pass unnoticed. By the time lunch ends, the shadows are no longer at forefront of my mind. If it's the same for Isabella, for whatever troubles her, I can never tell. These things, the anxiety, the fear, they ain't easily seen, ain't easily forgotten after all.
You go on ahead. I've got a few things I need to ask Zach. I'll be downstairs in a minute.
How sure are you I won't be driving away with your Shirley?
Oh,
You don't even have a license. Do you even know how to?
ew.
Papa taught me how. I'm probably a better driver than you.
Exactly.
See you later, Zach. Thanks for the food.
Always has to have the last word, don't you?
You're welcome. I'll send you the recipe for the potatoes tonight.
A grin is back on her face when she leaves and closes the door behind her. For a little while after we're left alone, Ash goes wholly quiet, listening, waiting for her remaining footsteps in the hall to fade. The early amusement on his face is gone, replaced by what I can only describe as trepidation. I know that look all too well. When he's like this, he's expecting shit about to go down at some point soon.
That wasn't very nice, Ash. What was that with Isabella earlier? You're usually subtler with your questions.
They hired you.
Hired me who? Don't change the subject yet. What's really going on here?
The Wrights. Luke and Hannah Wright. You said your next gig is with them.
Is that what this is all about?
Just be careful around them. You have no idea what you're dealing with when it comes to that couple. I'd rather you stay as far away from them as possible, but you're already here. Isabella's their real estate agent. Seriously, of all the people in Luxburn.
Okay. I guess I'll just have to take your word for it.
He nods, clasps a comforting hand on my back, and turns to leave without another word. He's never been good with those. More often, he fumbles with what he wants to say, but his actions alone are enough to tell me how grateful he is for the trust. He reaches the knob as soon as he gets to the door, but he doesn't turn it. Instead, he looks back and gestures with his head towards the table. I don't need to follow his line aside to know what he's going to ask. He's likely taking notice in the moment he enters the room.
You back on those? I haven't seen you taking them in a year.
Yeah, I kinda had to. It got worse after the film fest. The dreams, that is. I don't think I'll be doing that again anytime soon.
Heard about that. Don't drop it, though. You don't want Becca scolding you. She actually enjoyed the movie you made, and she's hard to please. Consider that a small victory.
You don't have to tell me. She already did. Rebecca and Bella both gave me an earful after I said the opposite. Promised them I wouldn't, but you can never tell. Hopefully, once I feel better, I'll be able to think about it properly. Speaking of Bella, she didn't open up to me, but maybe with you and Rebecca.
Yeah, I'll try. I can't promise anything, but I'll talk to her.
Thanks. That's all I'm asking.
This time, when he reaches for the door, he lets it close fully behind him without glancing back. A mild draft sweeps into the room as I close the door behind him, slightly disturbing the papers on the nearby fridge. A lone note flutters by my feet, the letters on the surface glaring at me with mute intensity. Ermengarde Mansion, H. Wright, 11 a.m. for luxury living. After Ashton's warning, they all hold a different meaning now. So he hasn't even been there. Oh, so she's still alive. The next 2 days rushing a blur altogether, leaving a collective mess of work suddenly piling up and new unexpected acquaintances or friends. This not you with this damn humming. I'm sorry. Depends on how you look at it, really. Either way, I'm stuck in developing these pictures at 3 in the morning to reach a deadline set by an overeager art director. Don't get me wrong, Julius is good, has a vision, and knows what he wants, but damn, he can be too enthusiastic sometimes.
Doesn't matter when you couldn't sleep anyway.
There's nothing new to it, of course. New in it, of course. After years of working as a freelance photographer, it's something I've grown used to. Get to know people, build a client base, do work, cash in some late hours if need be. Rinse and repeat. It certainly takes a while to get some footing on the field, but it's the kind of thing that pays off in the long run as long as you keep at it. Given enough time, you might end up with the big names on your client list. Names like Wright in particular. I never did pay much attention to them, but it's virtually impossible not to hear about them when a local news channel or paper has something to say on their name. A party here, an acquisition there. Sometimes it's a business venture. Other times it's the everyday gossip that typically follows popular people like them. Not in a million years did I ever imagine I would end up working for such a high-profile couple. And between that and the fuss that comes with it, it leaves me no time to ponder over whatever happened to Isabella or why Ash is so adamant we keep away from the pair.
They do seem like the good folk, though, despite the whole fame thing.
Sure, there are rumors running around years ago about him being involved in some business scandal, but just like every gossip blown out of proportion by the media, nothing came of it, and eventually it simply died down. Much is definitely left to be said for the husband, but I doubt a woman like Miss Wright would pick him if he doesn't have any good points at all. Miss Wright Hannah herself, though. She ain't particularly bad the way the press makes her out to be. The tabloids had it all raw for, Okay. That's for sure. For someone born with a silver spoon in her mouth, well, she ain't exactly what I was expecting. I'm so sad, y'all. She's so sweet. She is. Let me see. Among other things, the newfound friendship is what I least expected from her, but here we are. Although with a life as public as the Wrights, no wonder it's the woman who often gets the crappy end of the stick. I can't help but feel sorry for her. She's a really nice person when given the chance. Heck, she might have even ended up friends with Rebecca and Isabella too, if they weren't living worlds apart, probably. The beat quickly pulls me back from my thoughts travel any further. In one practice motion, I carefully place the wet print I'm holding on a drying rack and amble over to my makeshift dark room to get the last photos from the water bath. Inside the converted broom closet, the film processor lets out another soft clack before going on the standby mode. In its mouth, a lone photograph sits on the tray, barely visible. Oh, is this when you see it? Lack of light. It's the one last. Hold on. I'm getting faster, closer. It's the last one tonight for the set Miss Wright requested. I don't usually make this habit, giving away stuff that is. It's bad for business no matter how well-intentioned and generous you are. This exception, however. She did treat me well and with a pleasant companion all throughout the shoot. Even if she didn't ask, I would have probably given her a few prints just for the hell of it. Miss Wright ain't such a bad subject matter to begin with. And maybe this is just me, but for someone who has everything at the palm of her hands, all the money in the world, a loving husband, and a plenty big mansion to call her home, she's lonely. She doesn't appear like it. It shows in the tone of voice, how she moves, and most certainly in her smiles, always hidden behind the glamour of the world to never see. Sometimes for people like her, small things like this helps. A little reminder that the world can be kind too. Water drips from the paper as I blindly pick it up, gently lay it on another tray, holding a decent amount of photo flow. A few seconds under the solution is all it needs before it's ready for drying. No good rushing this last one, even if my body's already screaming for some decent snooze. My hand fumbles for the light switch, moving towards it with familiarity, while I fish for a squeegee among the mess of tools on a drawer with the other. I don't know. The bulb flickers twice before its glow settles and casts a soft light in the tiny space. When I glance back down, a squeegee in my hand, ready to finish the process and finally call it a night.
What on earth?
Oh, her head is gone, blurred and distorted beyond recognition, rather. The ear completely smudged over, leaving no trace of the same sweet smile the good woman carried in all the previous prints.
Damn, that was too careless.
A common mistake to make, of course, is one of negligent enough to pick a newly processed photo in the dark, like I apparently did. It has happened before, loads of times actually, but I still can't help but feel a small pang of frustration over one mistake a newbie would likely make. With a sigh, I reach up for the light switch, intending to develop a new one from scratch.
It could pass off for one of those supernatural pictures they show on TV, though.
A memory clicks of one cursory thought in the sea of many, and a short yet distinct second from the day before. A glimpse is all I got, but it's enough to burn the image in my mind. There was a shadow. No. A woman. In her 20s or early 30s, maybe. But with how far gone her flesh alone has become, it's not possible to tell at first glance. The skin itself has already taken a sickly pale color, rotten in most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and lesions on her body. Bony hands grip Mrs. Wright's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with a vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes.
Zachary,
Not for me. Give me 1 second, y'all. Just 1 second. Okay, not for me, but for Miss Wright.
Zach, is something the matter?
Oh, no, no, there's nothing wrong. I just remembered something, that's all. Let's get back to the pictures. Can you move a bit more to the left, yeah?
The memory alone is enough to make me wretch. I brushed it off then. A trick of the eye, I told myself, or a product of heat. The weather has been unexpectedly warm recently, so it shouldn't be too surprising for such things to happen. And well, blaming this on the usual fatigue and overworked brain, the weather, or an amateur error on my part is far more convenient. It makes a whole lot of sense than what the small voice inside my head whispered, the tiny voice that only makes itself known when it's something afoul, the same one that lent a curious ear to Isabella's worries about the mansion. And with each second I spend staring at the photograph, the murmurs in my head only grow louder against my ears. I mean, she's dead though. So like, Ash is gonna just say you messed up the fucking photograph, get over yourself. I'm gonna show it to her. I don't have an explanation for what I saw yesterday yet, but when you've been there, seen something enough to raise the hairs on the back of your neck or leave you wanting to flee or hide, finding a more solid proof than a person's smudged off face has is the least of my concern. Ashton will undoubtedly give me flag of saying whatever. Oh my God, Victoria. Ashton will undoubtedly give me flack for saying that, or even consider Isabella's words in those silly tales about the place. The guy's a skeptic through and through. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's no reason to tell him. He ain't gonna believe it. But it'll take more than my count for him to even give a single thought. However, more of this topic is Miss Wright I'm concerned about. Surely she must have felt something in those shows on TV are to be believed. A touch of coldness on her neck, or maybe the feeling of being watched. That's what often happens, ain't it? Outside, the sun has yet to rise, and I've still got a few hours before dawn. Good enough time to mull over how I'll go about warning her. Plenty of space to check it if I get the same results if I redo the process again. The film processor hums back to life in my tongue. The light switches give a lost. Wait. The light switch gives off a soft click, and darkness embraces the closet again.
Somehow those urban legends don't sound so silly now.
In hindsight, this was a dumb idea. That is to say, rushing to a client I barely know is home first thing in the morning with news of a ghost lady potentially haunting their newly bought property. And there's a bunch of bizarre looking pictures of Miss Hannah I've brought as proof too. So yeah, dumbest idea in the history of my dumb ideas, all things considered. Traveling to the outskirts of Anselm village at the crack of dawn with only my bike and company equally so. Personally, I don't think any of them would take whatever I'm going to say well, no matter how nice or accommodating they are. Ashton himself would tell me the same thing. Odds are he'll laugh at my face for good measure, if he doesn't freak out at me first for not listening to his warnings. Still, that's a whole separate can of worms I'll open at a different time, seeing as I already stand in the right front porch, waiting for someone to answer the door. Oh, she might be there, because I don't think it's been the party yet. More than anything, Miss Wright needs to know there's possibly nothing safe in this place. Warning from friends can be damned.
If only someone would answer the door sooner. Come on.
I tried to ignore the looming presence their large ornate door gives off as I pressed the doorbell for the fourth time. Its shrill ringing merely echoes, carried off by another warm passing breeze. The first time I came to this place, I found myself basking in the silence it offers. Now the atmosphere is heavy, panic with trepidation and tension. Isabella's right, it does radiate the creepy kind of vibe. And with the image from the day before constantly flashing in my mind, the unease becomes harder to ignore as each second drifts by. Not wanting to spend more time than necessary, ring the doorbell again. Another long second ticks by without anyone answering the door. If this fails, I can always go to Ash. Not really the most sensible course of action either, but waiting here ain't doing me any good. For all I know, the Wrights could be out of town. As luck would have it, I'm just about to turn my heel. A loud thump raises my other side, followed by heavy footfalls and a string of very colorful expletives from about one's parentage.
Didn't we have that bloody annoying doorbell replaced yesterday? That Irish charge has cost me a fortune and she can't even fix this nuisance. And where the hell is... The hives of another po-faced twat is pressing their blighted bell. I swear I'll cut that.
The door swings open and a very irate Mr. Wright greets me, his partly rumpled appearance and clearly testament of how early the hour is.
And who might you be? I don't recall asking the movers to show up this early.
I was prepared to face Miss Wright, their butler, more so. But Mr. Wright, I don't quite know what to make of him yet. I only caught sight of him yesterday as his director, the movers. Although from how exasperated he sounded, then it seemed like more yelling was done than actually giving of directions. Needless to say, I like to believe those instances ain't all there. So, ain't all there is to the guy. Mr. Wright, at the end of the day, did marry him. Standing before him like now, though, is a different story altogether. Despite the differences in our respective heights, he manages to make it appear like he is the one looking down at me, not the other way around. An apology instinctively forms in my mouth before anything else when he arches an eyebrow at my lack of response.
Well, that's not exactly why I'm here. Mr. Wright, yeah?
Right, of course, the one and only. And what can I do for you this fine morning? Have I seen you somewhere before? Bloody you peasants all look the same to me.
I'm actually...
It doesn't matter, I don't care. I've got someplace important to be at today. Just spit out what you want or be gone. I haven't got all day.
His eyes are sharp and expecting in spite of his indifferent tone. The very impression of someone whose sharp wits have served him well throughout life, the kind you have to carefully choose your words around. Disconcerting how a simple conversation can easily seem like a ruthless form of social maneuvering. I can see why Miss Wright would want to steer clear of it, if only for a short while. And sometimes the only way out of the game is to be honest. Yeah, I'm not even gonna say friend because then you're gonna get all jealous. I'm gonna say I'm a photographer.
I'm with Luxury Living, sir.
He eyes the business. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. I'm eating. I'm sorry. I was hungry. His eyes in the business card, I hand to him a completely passive expression. He turns it between his fingers without reading the letters printed before handing it back in the same blasé manner one usually reserves for people blowing their station or a nuisance. With him, it seems like more the latter than the former.
Mr. Steele.
Just Zach would do, sir.
I can see why. You should hear what they say about my name. Although I'm of the opinion those don't sound as unpleasant as yours to the ear. Amusing what people can come up with in their leisure time, no? Well then, to what reason do we owe this second visit, Zach?
Don't tell him.
Right. Like I said earlier, I'm the photographer from Luxury Living. I'm here about the photo shoot yesterday and...
His eyes narrow at that, mouth tightening in a small frown, passive stance dissolving into a rigid one. What the hell happened? It ain't a complete lie what I came here for, but it ain't the whole truth either.
Didn't you already wrap that one up? I believe my wife was the one with you then. Even mentioned a little tete-a-tete with the photographer. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes. Actually, sir, there was something I forgot to discuss with your...
And you had to show up at such an hour for something you forgot. Why wasn't there any notice about this little visit?
It was an error on my part, sir. I do apologize for not letting you know in advance.
Terribly unprofessional for someone going
If
under the
you
name
don't
of an
let me
esteemed
in
publication like Luxury Living, if you ask me. Of course, even if there was a word of some sort, that butler does not check my emails as often as I would have liked. But straight up walking in here this early isn't the most sensible thing to do either.
The matter was a bit urgent, and my art director wanted it done as soon as possible before I hand him the finished prints.
Not my problem now, is it? A common courtesy would be to wait for replies before barging in. You do well to remember that.
Margin in where? I knocked on the door. Just let me in. I don't even want to talk to you.
I once fired someone before they could even submit an application. Sent an email in the morning and suddenly sauntered in the office looking knackered mere hours after. Bloody walk-ins. That aside, unfortunately, you're going to have to come back some other day.
Why, pray tell?
You see, darling wife left not a moment ago.
Lie.
I have not an inkling where she went, or when she'll be back, so you're better off.
Welcome back, Olin. We in with this asshole. He getting on my last nerve.
Love, is it the movers?
What'd I say? Lying. He stopped speaking altogether, and the complacent expression has collapsed on itself. Slowly he turns just as his wife walks up to him with a step too lively for comfort, a smile too sweet to be honest. She's very likely heard everything her husband and I talked about.
Going off somewhere.
I've got the few things I want them to transfer already. Marianne made this splendid arrangement for the music room and... Love, are you listening?
Oh shoot, I done, y'all, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, thank you, oh, good looking out, good looking out. Okay, I'm back, y'all, I'm back.
I thought you already left, Buttercup.
She musters a frown, a pout more like. The mischievous gleam in her eyes when she glances at me says, all there is I need to know. I would have laughed at her answers if it wouldn't offend the other man, but as it is, it's better to let his wife have the fun without any reaction from me. I'm treating on dangerous grounds with him already.
Well, I most certainly have not left yet. I wouldn't be standing here if I did, would I?
Of course you wouldn't be, darling.
Hold on. Next week, you ain't getting paid for this one. Girl, okay, so let me do a recap, yeah? So, I'm gonna go to the page so you can see who I'm talking about. Okay, so bottom right, the girl with the ponytail. She's kind of like the main character. They're all main characters, but she was the first one. So she's trying to sell that home that we just saw, right? It's a haunted big house. They've been trying to get rid of it for years, and she's been taxed to sell it with one of her coworker. So while she's there trying to get the house ready, she sees a letter, and it says, help me, help me, help me, a whole bunch of times. And it says, forward to, I think, 5 friends or something like that. So she's been freaking out. She's been seeing poltergeists everywhere, and it's really been like shaking her up, right? I know, I've been really good though. I'll let you know. So she's been freaking out. Then that was the first chapter. The second chapter is the wife and the husband, top right. So they had like a rocky relationship. We find out it's more of like a business deal with them getting together because she's like a really good like financial guru or whatever, was able to get his business on and popping. So now he's making all this money, But then, of course, when they get married, he says, well, you can just be like the Mrs. Wright. You don't have to work anymore. But then gets later on is upset. He's like, well, you don't do anything anyway. You're not like how you used to be. Like, bro, you told her not to do anything. So he actually ends up killing her because we find out that he gets her best friend, who is also the wife of his best friend, pregnant. So he kills her. And then we go to chapter 3, which is My Brother with the Locks. We're in his chapter now. And so when they were doing, he's a photographer, and he was doing a photo shoot with Mrs. Wright, Blondie. And when he was taking pictures of her, it was one where he saw like this ghost or whatever, like hovering over her. And so with the picture that he took, it was like really distorted and stuff like that. And he kind of got freaked out. He said, you know what, let me just go and let her know like what I saw and like what the picture's looking like. And I'm gonna let her take it from there. I just want to make sure she's safe. So that's why he showed up at their house. Honey, like, he is a whole asshole. Yes, literally. Got angry because he was like, you're not the same woman. You used to be a go-getter. Now all you do is stay home. Like, that's literally what you told me to do, bruh. But anyway, so, yeah. So right now we're back at their house. That's the house, the haunted house. And he's trying to let her know, like, what's going on.
But don't you need to be somewhere else today? Something with Marianne? Shopping, girl, things?
Oh, I'll be leaving in a few. Unless you want to join us.
Oh, no, thanks, darling. I'm afraid my liver is killing me today.
All that drinking, I ain't surprised. Shit.
I thought as much. You needn't have to worry. I'll be gone in a few. It's just that I heard we have a visitor. What kind of person would I be if I didn't greet him before leaving?
A very gracious one, I'm sure.
Zachary, right? Zach?
She's not dead yet. So every time we start a new chapter, it kind of goes back to like the first kind of like night that everything happened. So right now, this is like, I think a day or so before their housewarming party, and that's where everything pops off. So it's kind of like a flashback, but it's kind of like we're seeing it from Zach's, the black guy, his point of view. So like we kind of keep going back and then like getting back to the point where like pretty much everybody's dying. Oh, I'm sorry. In the first, the girl with the ponytail, the one that died was her co-worker who helped sell them the house. And on her wall was written in blood to help me, help me, help me. Just like the letter. Yeah, so it's good, y'all. I ain't gonna lie.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
Likewise, ma'am. I was actually looking for you.
Is that so? What for?
A huge display of unprofessionalism is what it's for.
Shush, darling. Let the man speak.
Okay.
I'm sure it isn't anything like that if he has to come all the way here, yes?
Exactly. Exactly.
It's about yesterday. The photos you asked, I mean. The copies are ready, but...
My hand stills as I'm about to fish the prints out of my pocket. Not in front of him! A short second passes that would strike me how I didn't think this through at all. How I go about telling her regarding the strange photo or revealing this to her in the presence of another person. That's what I'm saying. You can't tell him it in front of him. Her husband gazes over us like a hawk does and provide any sort of comfort either. And just like that, all the words I've been practicing to say on the way here inevitably fall stiffly off my mouth. Miss Wright would have noticed my hesitance because shortly she gives her husband's arm a gentle squeeze and a tender smile grazes her face. Unlike the first, this is meant to appease.
Love, I think Hansi might need some of your input for the final guest list.
No problem.
Could you check on him, please?
Bollocks! Why in all Luxborn do I have to be there? doing tedious jobs are what he's being paid for?
Because if we end up with people whose faces you do not want to show up in our housewarming party, we won't be hearing the end of it. Unless a heavy dose of liquor's involved. You know what the doctor said about that. Please do poor Hansi and your liver a favor, hmm?
He can handle that on his own, Buttercup. And my liver is doing just
Didn't
fine.
you just say it was hurting?
I'm sure it is. But I don't know, love. I think I caught a glimpse of the name Mitch Lakes, was it? I think it was Mitch Lakes on it when I checked with Hansi earlier. You should see for yourself. It was quite a list.
Who put that blighted twat in there?
And that's why I'm asking you to look over it before I do so tonight.
Very well.
But even with that promise, he doesn't appear ready to leave. Short of passing through their doors, he stops and glances back at me, all without bothering to hide the distrust in his eyes.
Luke, dear, I'll be fine. Go back to your butler. I'm not some pregnant wife you have to worry about.
Fine, fine. I have to go to
Oh,
that
did
little
I?
ankle
Yeah, I
biter's
told y'all
career
he got
day
somebody
like that
pregnant.
anyway.
Yeah, I told y'all.
I don't see why I have to go there. Kylie's your goddaughter.
And yet, she has you around her little fingers, darling. That's basically the same thing.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. If he ever has an answer to that, we don't get to hear it above the heavily thudded door. Makes Miss Wright, oh my God, Miss Wright's own weary exhale after she's sure her husband is out of the way, is out of earshot. I don't know. She's nothing but apologetic when she fixes her gaze back to me, and I can't help but return the same to her.
I am so sorry you had to deal with that. My husband can be a bit trying when he really applied himself.
It's fine, Miss Wright. No harm done. It was my fault for showing up here unannounced. And this might be strange coming from me, but he does have the right to be wary.
Did she know about the pregnant measures in here? No. She finds out about that at the housewarming party.
The press can be quite vicious when it wants to be.
Calling Spade, they'll pick you apart. Sorry. It's not surprising why he acted the way he did around me.
Sweetie, if Luke treats every journalist who shows up here like that, I'm afraid we'll end up with a harassment lawsuit hanging over our heads sometime in the future. Vicious or not, some sort of finesse has to be exercised when dealing with them. I'm sorry, I hope that wasn't too offensive.
Not at all, Miss Wright. Besides, I don't think an interior design magazine would be interested in who harassed who this week. Unless it has something to do with fighting over tastefully arranged furniture. But even then, I don't think our readers would be too interested.
Oh, dearie. You've got a lot to learn. You really have no idea how a single tassel can ignite a spark in a crowd. Of course, at the end of the day, it's still the thought that counts. It's still a lovely anniversary gift from my husband. No matter. Let's just go.
She doesn't wait for the answer and immediately wanders over a car parked some distance from us. Unsure, I find myself trailing after her. A chauffeur automatically opens the passenger side door as she nears, and she gestures for me to follow when she climbs to the back seat.
To where are we going exactly?
I need to get out of this stuffy house for a while. Moving in, planning the party. It's starting to get suffocating in there. Luke and Hansi can have their fun while I'm gone. I don't care. I'm getting up because I can. Another minute in there and I'll drown.
My bike.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. There are, of course, a lot of questions about her invitation. Why is she asking a person she only known for less than 2 days in the first place is one. How appropriate is this being another? But the rest of it crashes in the moment she shoots me an imploring look.
Please? I can have someone send it back to your address later. And it's just a trip to the city for some furniture, nothing more, I assure you.
I would have guessed this man had dreads and 2 guesses.
Marianne will be with us, and maybe you can tell me why you're here on the way.
Guess it wouldn't hurt. I might have to leave early, though.
Excellent, then. Hop in. That's what they often say, yes?
This can be a good idea, but I really don't have any other choice, do I? Especially the way her eyes light up when I agreed to it. Oh, not them being friends. Oh, and then you get her. Oh, I'm sorry, y'all. In my pocket, the very picture of her remains faceless, Jesus. A voice of shadow hanging threatening between us, unknown to her. Alright. If someone told me I'd be spending my entire morning being dragged around half of downtown Luxembourg looking for furniture, I would have simply smiled at them. Then perhaps even given them a friendly pat on the shoulder and wished them a nice day. Not that I find anything wrong with this at all. On the contrary, this is most definitely a change of pace after weeks of getting bogged down by several freelance gigs and shutting myself inside my apartment whenever I can. If only the weather would be a whole lot nicer, the kind with less sun and more clouds, perhaps. With the mid-morning sun slowly beating down on us as high noon approaches, I can see why Mr. Wright skipped out on this trip. The bright side is the whole thing seems to be putting Miss Wright in a less somber mood. After the fifth store, her face is considerably livelier, her gestures less guarded than the ones she displayed at the mansion earlier. The presence of another person might have helped as well. Although Miss McCullough seems less predisposed to small talk, preferring to keep to herself most of the time and let Miss Wright lead us wherever, she did acknowledge me with a small nod when we were introduced earlier. But that didn't make standing outside the store together any less awkward while we wait for our client to finish her inquiry inside.
So, interior design, huh?
She cast me a sidelong glance before returning to her notes again, her pen scratching faintly against the paper in quick successive strokes. And there goes that. I did say I'm not any good at starting or keeping conversation going, didn't I? She doesn't look back up again, and I take that as my cue to stop any attempt of striking dialogue with her and keep myself occupied with some other thing. Except what we have here is a Luxembourg and its busy street, people going about their day like normal, cars moving in and out of sight heading to who knows where. Nothing remarkable, really. The ease with which a person can fade into the background here is reflective of the kind of city Luxembourg will always be, but the humdrum one thing I've learned to live with. Needless to say, it doesn't usually stay this way. There are times when it would come alive, make itself known, and reassert itself back into the world. However, those moments are far and few between. Then again, with what graces the news channels lately, I'm starting to think it's going to happen sooner. Can't say I'm looking forward to what it'll bring.
Luxury living, is it?
Her voice effectively cuts through my thoughts just as I count the 13th passerby wearing a hat today. Not you counting hats. Besides, I can hear the faint rustling of paper and clicking of the pen as she stashes them in her bag.
Excuse me, what?
The magazine you're working for. It's Luxury Living, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. You've been featured by them before, I take it?
A few years back, yes. For just some issues. My designs still appear from time to time, though not as frequent as before. Gotta have room for new talents, right?
It may not show on her face, but the pride is evident in her voice.
Good folks, the people running the publication. Tell me, is DK still on the editorial team?
I wouldn't know. I've only started taking jobs from them this year. Freelancer, you know.
Good man, that guy. Anyone in our field should meet him. He had a lot of things to say about art, all of them relevant. Learned a lot from him, actually, even if we both came from two different fields. I hope he's in a good place. I haven't talked to him in a while. Anyway, your portfolio must have been good if they gave you the job. They don't easily assign big features to freelancers like this.
I wouldn't say I am, but experienced, you know? The more you practice it, the more you learn the tricks of the trade. That kind of stuff.
I know what you mean. Still, you've got to keep up with the competition. Each year, a new talent emerges, and, well, you never know. Clients can be a bit fickle-minded with their choices, believe me. Speaking of, do you think you'd be up for a new client after this?
I think so. Depends on how big the project is.
She reaches into her bag again. This time it pulls out a business card which she hands over to me.
When you're free, send your portfolio to Chris. He's my assistant. He's been looking for a decent photographer to help with updating the studio's portfolio. Nothing urgent, but the sooner the better.
Not sure if I'll have the time to squeeze this in. But, alright, I'll give it a go once.
Marianne, could you look this over for me?
At the very moment, Miss Wright emerges from the store. When I look back at Miss McCullough, a massive professionalism has returned to her face, or at least that is what is trying to be. There's a different light in her eyes as she faces her, a flicker of familiarity and recognition. I say it's fineness, but that would be too presumptuous. Whatever it is doesn't last, and is briskly swept under the firmly tone of her voice tone.
Definitely. Is there a problem?
They said they don't have the colors you suggested. Do you think we can change it around for a bit? It might take a while if we insist what we want, and you know I'd rather not worry about this later.
I think it'd be better if I handle this one myself. Excuse me.
She walks through the shop without another word, leaving the two of us standing outside. As soon as she's out of earshot, however, Miss Wright lets out a giggle and swipes the business card clearly off of my hand. She smiles a bemused little thing spreading across her face and waves the card in front of me. I wish you do that more often, this smile thing. Hello! Hey, Great High, how you doing? Welcome to the Boss Baddies, whether you're boss and or baddie. It suits her more than the other one she frequently shows to the media.
I look away, and the next thing I know, you're picking up women. On the streets, while the sun is high, no less. I'm not sure if I should be appalled or amazed. Whatever happened to the Zach I met a day ago? About as tall as you. Photographer. Quite the gentleman. To tell you the truth, I'm a bit disappointed he's gone.
It ain't like that, Miss Wright. And I'm sure Miss McCullough is not the kind of woman to let herself be picked up by strangers, let alone people she barely knows.
Oh, shush. Let me have my fun. And didn't I say you can call me Hannah?
She gives the card back to me nevertheless, and with it, her mood fades into a more pensive one. An outlook settles on her face, yearning, a bit wistful, as she looks back towards the shop's display window. There's nothing remotely interesting in it for me when I follow her line of sight, though. A few trinkets here and there, a fur rug, a sofa, a wooden side table, and lamp, all tastefully picked and arranged to reassemble a typical antique living room. Excuse me. On second thought, it does look comfortable. But why they added a crib besides it baffles me. Oh, she wants a baby. Oh. Unless, of course, the people they're hoping for the market are those who already have children or are about to have one, then maybe it is fitting. Peculiar choice of decorating aside, it does make for a nice icebreaker, if it's not the same level of weird and completely out of the blue. It still leaves better than the awkward silence, which is definitely too out of character for a personality like Mrs. Hannah's. Do you think a crib will make a good gift? I think that one looks cute. Oh shit. I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, I'm not even gonna hold you. Okay, let's not presume that she's pregnant, right? Right?
My sister just had a baby, you know.
She turns her attention away from the window and looks at me with an incredulous expression on her face, like I just asked her to drive off a cliff. She relaxes eventually, but I can't get the image of her like that off my head. I hope I didn't say anything to offend.
Oh, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just a thought. She gave birth a few weeks ago.
I suppose a congratulations is in order then.
Thanks. I'll let her know. Do you think a crib would make a good gift?
I'm sure she'd love that if she doesn't have one yet. Otherwise, maybe clothes. Or things she can use to care for the baby.
Yeah, maybe not pregnant, but she wants a baby. I don't know. That jacket. Wait, is this the pregnant best friend? No. I think she's a brunette. Yeah, no, this is the main wife. And then the other one, that's her, oh my gosh, interior designer for the house.
You realize I'm the last person you should be asking about this, yes?
Oh, it's her first baby, don't you worry. I haven't bought a gift yet since I'm kinda new to this too, you know? The whole being an uncle thing. For a long time, it's just been me, sis, and my grandparents. Now there's a little person who came into this world as part of the family. Who'd have thought, huh?
Please don't tell me you're jealous.
No. Yeah, no, she's mentioned like that was her best friend, the one that got pregnant. But we hadn't seen her literally up until the actual party. Because even at her other party that she had at the beginning of her chapter, she didn't come. And I was wondering, like, why wouldn't your best friend come? And now we know.
Oh, of course not. But I gotta admit that the very idea takes a lot of getting used to, and you know, scary stuff like what if I drop her or end up teaching her something bad, or I just can't stop making her cry, or
I ain't gonna hold you. That is my biggest fear, is when I'm talking to a child. I don't want to say something they should not be learning yet. I don't hang around kids. The youngest ones is my cousin's kids, and they 5 and 6 or 7, something like that. And every time I'm like, if let's say the kids ask me like, hey, what is this? The first thing I'm looking is their mother to make sure, can I tell them about this or not? Like, I'm not about to be the one. Well, they say, no. Something warm presses against my arm, gentle as it can be, which stops the rest of my words from coming out. Her hand, I realize belatedly. When I look at her, there's nothing but warmth in her smile. She's been doing that for the past few hours, and I can't help but return it to her.
Zach, sweetie, stop. You're panicking. It's going to be fine.
Oh, she's so sweet.
I don't know, Hannah. Maybe I'm not cut out to be a good uncle.
Don't be silly. You'll probably be the best one there is. Might even make a good father when the time comes. Whoever you choose to be with will be lucky to have someone like you, I'm sure.
At this, her expression softens, sadness flitting into her eyes for a little while before she looks away.
I'm the one who's worried if I'll ever make a good mother. Luke doesn't seem to even want one of our own. How pitiful is that? 7 years and we're still at this point. I don't even know what to call it anymore. Now I'm carrying this other life with me while the father doesn't want anything to do with it. What am I going to do, Zach? Because right now I'm absolutely at a loss.
Oh.
She was pregnant? No! Wait, oh my gosh, wait. The realization strikes me like a ton of bricks suddenly bearing down on me. No, more than this item is wait, because Hannah lets out a chuckle, the slump of her shoulders of disappearing altogether underneath her. Girl, man,
Don't
wait a
look
minute.
so surprised, dearie.
She
Tied the knot 7 years ago, remember?
Oh my god, y'all, I'm so upset. Oh my god.
Don't you think it's bound to happen?
Oh my gosh. She bandishes her hand in front of me, the unassuming silver band on her finger, glinting against the late morning sunlight. Oh, her eyes, she eyes it lovingly, almost tenderly, despite the trace of sadness in her voice. For all I know, there's an entire story there I'd ask, but that would be too inappropriate for even friends. My heart is hurting, y'all. It's not a place of metal to begin with.
Or at least that's what they've been saying early on. My whole social circle would be saying it's a long time coming.
Oh my gosh.
But the kid is something you want, right? Because if it ain't, then that's a whole other problem.
Of course. I wouldn't deny I've been hoping to have him or her for a long time now. But then, now that we're here, all of a sudden, there are a whole lot of other things to be worried about. Business, a new home, public image, my own husband, and I don't know. I didn't really have anyone for a role model.
I'm so upset, y'all.
I practically grew up with nursemaids pampering me every step of the way. What if it happens to this baby as well? Oh, I can already see how this will end.
Huh. I guess it's not just my sister.
What?
You and my sister. I mean, you're both having jitters or something like that. That's what it's called, right? First baby jitters? Mind you, she was really convinced she'd do everything wrong then. He even called me in the middle of the night. Asked to switch places the day she found out she's carrying a new member of the family. Never mind how utterly impossible her request is.
I'm quite sure I haven't done anything of that sort yet.
Oh, you don't know that? My brother-in-law has been telling me things 5 weeks into my sister's pregnancy. Since she's one cranky pregnant lady. Man, good thing I found a place for myself years before that bundle of joy arrived, huh?
It can't be that awful.
Who knows? I think we'd better leave it for Mr. Right to decide, yeah?
Provided he comes around. He just sounds so repulsed every time the idea is brought up.
Then maybe you should say it to his face. No mincing of words or beating around the bushes.
And if he says no?
One quick, swift kick of it. Let me stop.
You haven't even told him yet. Besides, that's his kid. Don't people usually say fatherhood changes men? I wouldn't call myself a living testament, of course, but there ought to be something that will hit him in that idea alone.
A wrecking ball would be nice.
Laughter escapes me before I can stop it, and for a moment I thought I've done something wrong when she doesn't join in. He sounds repulsed, but got another one. Right, like legit. He's still her husband no matter what jest or complaints she hurls about him behind Lamentia's eyes, or in the presence of people she trusts. But But when she does, she chuckles, a small hesitant sound at first. I find the rest of my unease slipping away.
Well, whatever it is, my point is, you've got no idea what will happen. In the same way, you don't know if you'll be a good mom. Trust me, my sister's been there. It's perfectly normal. If, my opinion matters, though.
A long second of indecision goes by. I can feel her eyes filled with nothing but curiosity boring into me while she waits for the rest. It's just a simple sentiment. But one thing I think she needs to hear for all the doubt she's unwillingly placed on herself. I'm just not sure if it should come from me. I'll be damned.
I think you'll be a great mother, Hana.
She would have been a fantastic mother. Oh my gosh. If she has to answer that, I don't get to hear it, nor does she get to say it. As soon as it's out of my mouth, the bell hang over the antique chimes, and out comes Miss McCullough. I'm so upset. For more than one reason, I have never been so relieved till our talk got interrupted.
Everything's been taken care of for tomorrow, Mrs. Wright. They'll have everything you requested delivered early. I've left them instructions, but I may have to visit again right before your housewarming party to check for a few things. I hope that's acceptable to you.
More than Marianne. This is a little early to say, but you did marvelous work with the mansion. I can't wait to see all of it come together tomorrow.
I'm only doing my job, ma'am. Needless to say, it's always a pleasure to hear a client is satisfied with my work.
Nonsense! You have every reason to be proud. I know you've already established your name here, but I'll still make sure word gets out, of course. I think I've got a few friends who might be interested in decorating their homes. I'll see if I can introduce you to them tomorrow.
I really don't want to impose, Mrs. Wright. There's still a lot to be done, and I'd rather be keeping an eye on it myself.
You know well enough I'll still do it. You too, Monsieur le Photographe. You better be the one taking the pictures for the event tomorrow, or I'll be very upset.
I think I'm confused. Last I said, I have nothing scheduled on my plate tomorrow. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Hold on. A couple of fleeting thoughts did cross my mind, like working on personal projects, but with the expectant expression on Hannah's face alone, I've wondered before how they got Isabella to sell them the mansion with all the paperwork and the loops they had to go through. Well, now the how is already sitting in front of me, and it's one giant ball of persuasion in human form. If I have any doubts how she got around life, all of them have been dispelled right in this instant. Hannah isn't said anything yet, but I already know what my answer will be.
What event?
Yep, Luxembourg, something like that.
Our housewarming party, dearie. I've already sent invites through your publisher. They should have informed you of it by now.
Oh, I ain't said nothing to me.
I may have probably missed it. I haven't gotten the chance to check my mailbox yet. If deadlines, real life happenings, you know, they can be pretty hectic. I'll try later, but they might have already assigned it to a different photographer if they haven't received my reply yet.
That's not a problem. Nothing a little call from me can't fix. I'll have them know I'm specifically requesting for your presence. It shouldn't be too hard. Just promise me you'll show up. I expect to see you both there. No excuses.
Good company, good music, good food. Of course I'll be there.
Lovely. I hope we have that settled then. I'd love to stay and chat, but unfortunately I have an appointment scheduled with the doctors after this. You two will have to excuse me.
Are you feeling fine, ma'am?
It's nothing big.
There's a short while in which her hand faintly touches her stomach when she says this. Her smile, as she does, a tender thing in itself. She might never let it cross her mind, but motherhood would suit her. The kid is already loved, even when he or she hasn't even sense of the world. Candid moments like this, I wish I had brought a camera for.
Sorry we had to cut this short. I'd love to have lunch with you two, but, well, you two know how it goes.
It's quite fine, Mrs. Wright. I need to get going as well.
Is it somewhere far from here? I can have my driver drop you off on the way.
No, please. There's no need for that, Mrs. Wright. It's just within the city.
I see. What about you, Zach? We did leave your push bike at the mansion. Don't worry, I'll have someone bring it to your home later.
Nah, I live within the city too. A few blocks from here, in fact. I only visited earlier because...
And you forgot about the photo. Oh my gosh. Completely forgotten about them. Look at this. My hand grazes the side of my pocket where I kept them since this morning. And sure enough, they're still there waiting for the whole world to see them.
Because? Zach, sweetie, you're zoning out.
Miss Hana, earlier, at the mansion.
Jesus, have mercy on my soul. I don't know. Should I show her the pictures or never mind? She got a kid. They just bought a house. Oh my goodness. I don't know. I have no idea. Okay. Let's break it down. If I show her the pictures, I can't see her getting upset, but she's probably gonna just be like, oh, pish posh, ain't nothing about it, everything's okay, it was just a bad camera, you know, whatever. She gonna push it under the rug. If you show her, can you change the outcome, or is she gonna die? I don't even know. Can I save now? Okay, wait, let me see if I can save. I'm gonna see if I can save. I'm gonna put it down here. Now. Okay. I'm gonna show her the picture.
I think it will be better if you take a look at these yourself.
Seeing is believing, right? I reach in my pocket and pull out the photos, handing everything to her. Recognition flickers in her eyes as she reaches for them. I have to stamp down the tiny twinge of regret in my stomach for having the gall to show it to her. Only it cuts deeper the instant both her and Mr. Collette's expressions change, and it's not a good look. To say she's repulsed would be a total understatement. All this time, Hannah's been nothing but direct, saying what she feels, expressing what she wants. Away from the glamour of the camera's lens, she's a completely different person. But as she goes through each of the pictures, I can't get an easy read on her.
Zach, dearie, what is this?
Your photos. The ones you requested copies of. I mean, they came out that way, and I thought you should know.
Oh, I get it. You know, I've heard before that artists can be a bit weird. Have you ever gotten that kind of comment, Marianne?
Not in my line of work, I'm afraid. Or ever, Mrs. Wright. I'd rather keep my personal hobbies away from my actual work. Less stress that way.
Well, I suppose it just never crossed my mind that the saying applies to you as well, Zach. But talent's what's important, hmm? As long as you make good art, it doesn't matter.
Oh, no, that's... You see, when we had that photo shoot yesterday, there was something.
I wouldn't say I don't appreciate it. I did ask for copies, darling. But would it be possible for you to give me normal-looking ones? Preferably with my head intact. I admire the effort you took to edit this, though. It looks authentic.
Wait, what you say? Or is she gonna die anyway? I think she's gonna die anyway. I feel like it might affect her, but she's gonna act like she doesn't and push it away. Look at you. You already got it. You got it.
Frankly, if I show this to some other person, they'd probably believe those silly rumors about the mansion. Good publicity, but not the kind I'd want for my new home. So please.
She drops them back in my hand like their very surface burned her.
If you could redo this, that would be wonderful. I'm positive you can do a better job than the one you just showed. Just try to keep the edits to a minimum,
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
I can, sure.
So, I'm gonna go back. Because I don't want her to, like, get upset. She's prego, you know. Or should I just keep it? Oh, Lord, what should I do? I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Oh, Lord, what should I do? I don't know. I kind of want to go back and then do just like not tell her. Because like she's prego. Oh my gosh, y'all. She gonna die anyway. It don't really matter. Oh God. Let's go back, say less. Alright. Let's go back. Yes. Alright. Let me auto speed this bad boy. Shoot, which one did I think? Good gift, good gift.
My sister just had a baby.
Okay, never mind. There we go. Okay, she should really know. I really should tell her. Yeah. Zachary, oh sorry.
Zachary, what is it?
You don't like that she's upset with him, not gonna lie. Yeah, they were getting close. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You know what's up. You know what's up. What is it? Let me see. When I look at her, okay. When I look at her, all I see is a woman who wants the best for the family. She's trying to build. Exactly. I see those loving smiles on her face whenever she puts her hand over her belly. The fine tones in her voice. Every time she thinks about what will be in months' time. I bet she's bought that mansion for the same reason. To fill in many rooms with the smiles and laughter of the children, to create memories from it, unlike the lonely ones she had as a child. Excuse me. And I can't bring myself to shatter that little wish. What other proof do I have except for what might have taken, as a couple of badly developed photos? No matter where you look at it, this is ridiculous. Maybe I am seeing things and I need to visit my doctor again as soon as possible.
About the photos you requested.
Oh, are they done?
No, actually, they're not done yet. I had to finish the ones for the magazine first. I really don't want to rush it.
Please don't tell me you came all the way to Anslim just to tell me that.
I made you a promise.
Oh, you poor thing. I won't hold it against you if you can't give it to me soon. I'm not rushing you, dear. Good art takes time, yes. I'm more concerned about the quality than how fast it gets delivered. With it, I'm sure I'll get my money's worth.
You really don't have to pay for it, Hana.
Shush you. Don't sell yourself short. You keep doing that and other people will follow. I'll have my secretary send the first half to your account tonight. No buts.
Oh, sorry. Behind her, Miss McCullough merely nods, mouthing at me to just take it as it is. She'd know, of course, being the other person working for the rights. But even if I decline, I'm certain Hannah won't be giving me a choice. She'll do it anyway.
I guess I'll just have to make sure I'll take good photos tomorrow at your party, yeah?
Fair enough. I'd love to discuss it with you, but I'll only get in the way. And I really need to leave now.
Have a good day, then.
Zachary, listen to me,
You too, sweetie.
Zachary, listen to me, bruh. It's better that she don't know. Okay, 1, she's dying anyway. 2, she's having a baby. Like, oh, I'm so angry at that husband. Y'all don't even understand. She smiles and waves, and then she's gonna leave me wondering if I've just wasted half my day worrying for nothing. But the weight of the photos in my pocket is impossible to ignore. I almost said easy. Maybe I should have done the foolish thing instead. Miss McCullough departs shortly after Mrs. Wright has taken her leave, muttering something about getting a quick luncheon before fetching Bruthel from Chris. Bruthel is her cat, black cat, just so y'all know. I don't know what or who Bruthel is. It must be important for her to be in this kind of hurry. And well, she doesn't seem to be fond of small talk, something we both can agree on. Lunch sounds good, or a walk around the city maybe, but with the sun as high as it is, nah. And after how things with Miss Hannah went, I simply can't muster the appetite for anything at the moment. If I don't do anything with it now, I have this impression it will rear its ugly head again, and by then things might be too late to fix. What other choice do I have? I asked Rebecca. In all likelihood, all they'll give me is a pat on the back and say, Z-Man, go get some sleep. You're at it again from Ash. I'd talked to Isabella, but I haven't seen her around since she showed up at my apartment 2 days ago. Excuse me. Weird. There is one person, though.
Damn, I should have thought of that first.
Oh, with the priest? Aha! As it turns out, I do have another choice. I'm not a religious person. I won't identify myself as such, or rather I can't. Sure, my parents didn't have to force me to go weekly. I'd happily join them. In fact, most of my childhood Sundays have been spent attending service. It's simply that as you get older, the more experience you get through forming your own beliefs, when things become easier, for the lack of a better word. And at one point, it just stopped, that kind of thing. Nevertheless, I hold no disdain for it. Sometimes it does help. When things are really, really bad, when the dreams won't stay where they should be, talking does a bit. It's also a good thing Father Norman's, well, he's not completely the pious man you typically expect. My unlikely friendship only probably happened because he's the kind of guy who's cool with the young ones, as he so aptly puts. And he is surprisingly, it makes him easy to approach. Maybe he has something to say about the photos as well. It won't hurt since I've already gone ahead and went to Anselm. At daybreak on my bike, at the very least, I know I won't get shouted at by whoever answers the door. The fuck was that? I'm sorry, somebody like banged on my ceiling. Unless someone does
Unless someone does that inside a church. I highly doubt it.
Hey, Riley. Riley, sorry. No, is it? Oh, I can't remember, I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names, y'all need to realize that. Despite this age, the Luxembourg Church is a thing of wonder in itself, with its highly vaulted ceilings and intricate stained glass windows. One of the many gifts in the Ermengarde family donated to the community in its early days, or so I heard from Rebecca. She mentioned this once, although most of it flew over my head then. At this time of the day, the church is mostly empty, save for a few visitors and ushers shuffling about, some muttering their prayers under their breath. The scene of burning candles and incense permeated the air, giving the place a general feeling of reverence. Pretty welcoming all in all. Even so, I keep the noise my treads make to a minimum. Disturbing the quiet feels like a sin alone. An usher points me to a pew in front of the altar when I ask where Father Norman was praised. He mentioned something about the good priest not being in good health. Oh, ever since he was asked by a couple to bless their new home before moving in. Oh, Lord. Not the house. That house is a menace. This is the first day in days he's left his room. No surprise there with the weird heat lately. Even Rebecca called something. Nervous little chap, the kid. Nevertheless, he leaves me close to the foot of the dais, with a reminder not to stay too long before walking out. Seconds later, Father shifts and stands. He doesn't seem to have noticed me, and I have to give him a little tap on the shoulder. When he looks, though, to say he's surprised is an understatement. Ooh!
Stay away.
Oh! Oh, Lord, she done attached herself to him. Oh, God. His voice comes out as a whisper, almost inaudible in a hush, a quiet, restrained indifference to where we were. Read it for yourself. I'm so sorry. Some sentences just don't do it for me. But the tremor is there. He focuses on me with wide bulging eyes. Copus, a amount of sweat appearing on his forehead despite the relative coolness of the place.
Father Norman?
Keep your distance.
Hey, it's me, Zach, remember?
Stay away. Don't come near me.
It must be the people talking or whatever you call it. It has to be. I don't recall ever doing anything to him to drive me away like this. In all the years I've known him, he's been nothing but polite, nothing but accepting of people regardless of beliefs or status in life. For words akin to a threat to come out of him is simply beyond unimaginable.
Go back to where you came from. Leave.
Father, what did I do?
Leave.
Now, I extend a hand to his shoulder, meant to be reassuring, but he recoils, his ankle catching on the edge of the dais as he backs away. He shouts when I attempt to reach out again, echoes through the entire hall, catching the attention of a few people inside. I try to keep a level tone, but with these strangers' eyes trained on us, panic starts to weave its way into me.
Stay away, demon. Go back to the hell you came from.
Father, it's okay. I only came here for some pictures I thought looked odd. I figured you might know something.
From my pocket, I fish out the photos and try to hand them to him. Instead, he strikes my wrist away, almost like an accusation, and sends the photographs fluttering uselessly to the floor. Helpless, I can only watch as he curls into himself on the ground, a sad, blubbering mess, whimpering to himself. He tips his head forward and begins rocking, his hands clasped over his ears.
That accursed spirit, so full of anger and pain. All those horrible things I've seen. I can't sleep. I can't eat everywhere I look. Go away. Go away. Go away. You're not supposed to be here. This is a house of God. Be gone, demon. Lord have mercy, God, our Lord, King of ages, all-powerful and almighty. You who made everything and transform everything simply by your will.
A number of people have moved closer, mostly just to gawk. Thankfully, as if to save him from being utter spectacle, two ushers come out taking him away. One of them, the kid from earlier, shoots me an apologetic look. I can't even return it to him. Anxiety is a powerful thing, a firm little notion that clings, eats, and consumes you. I can still hear his prayers even as they drag him away.
May he keep at bay and vanquish every evil power, every poison or malice invoked against us by corrupt and envious people. Then under the protection of your authority may we sing in gratitude.
It rings, hums in me as I am left to pick up the pieces of this chaos. Back to square one we go. If there is salvation in this, I hope we find it soon. Excuse me. The moon is well into the night sky by the time I make it back home. My heavy treads and the sound of traffic outside echoing in my ears, filling the empty room with some semblance of life. Nana will scold me if she ever hears me walk like that. But today, I really can't give a damn about everything. The mattress creaks under my weight as I unceremoniously flop down on it, and I find myself looking at the paper under my grip. As promised, Miss Wright had my bike delivered back to my apartment. Found it parked in the rack downstairs with an invitation and a note tacked to it. Jesus. In fact, be there, it said. But if only it was that easy, and it'll give me a chance to talk to her about the thing in their house. With a sigh, I let my hand fall to the side of the bed along with the invitation. I'll think about it tomorrow when my head ain't muddled with the thoughts of a headless woman and the haunting smiles of a ghost. Belatedly it occurred to me, okay, I haven't eaten anything since I left this morning. And an empty, gnawing ache makes itself known. I can't bring myself to stand up. Today was a complete waste of time and frankly a disappointment. I don't like this. The lack of certainty, the disquiet, the lack of stable ground to stand on, the part where I do not know what will come tomorrow. Ever since that damn letter, everything has been thrown out of the loop. I wish everything stayed the same. Routine would have been easier to make sense of than this. Closing my eyes, I let the noise of the streets below lull me to sleep. I'm not gonna hold y'all. The best way for me to go to sleep is hearing a freeway. I don't know why. I guess because it was near my old apartment. But if I hear a freeway, like cars just, I'm out like a light. At the very thought, that's the one thing that hasn't changed. God, that is the quickest way for me to get some sleep. The melody carries into the hall long before I cross the threshold. Solemn but gentle and soothing, a reminder of what home is. Pa's firm and meaningful gaze. Didn't I already read this shit? Let me see. Ma's wistful smiles, the warm rays floating through the eaves at sunset, the distinct smell of wet earth and leaves. No, this is different. After a long day's rain in our room, the room Ma's probably enjoyed, the place where we once promised several springs ago. Yet it won't stop.
No, wait! Come back! I'll be good this time! Please don't leave! Please stay!
The floors are caught under my feet more than it is usually. The walls more forbidding than what I'm used to. Farther and farther the room goes. Ma's singing ceases in Pa. I can't hear Pa. Not above the rackets clanging in the deafening roar of gunshots, nor the screams replacing the comforting soft melodies. There's only the blinding fear. But when the light breaks, her skin is already taken a sickly pale color, rotten in most parts, blood dripping from every open gash and lesion on her skin. Bones gripping Hannah's neck like a noose, staining the skin underneath with a vibrant shade of scarlet. Nothing but malice fills the gleam in her eyes. A scream ripples through the air. My whole body feels different, every limb heavy with lead, all unable to move at will. Not even so I can wipe the beads of sweat forming on my temple. The rasping of my breath easily fills the room in the wee hours while I force it back into a steady rhythm. There's a tightness in my chest I can't shake off, my heart pounding against it as if it's about to burst. Something cold has settled on my legs, not the usual chill that comes and goes with the passing breeze from the window, but one strong enough to sting, shackle, and leave a frigid sensation creeping up my skin. With every struggle I make, the pressure winds firmly around my legs, tighter and tighter and tighter, all until it becomes too much. My heart stops. Another draft sweeps into the room and brings with it the iron tank of blood, thick, suffocating, filling my nose with foul, sickening smell as I shift my gaze downward and it slowly comes into view. Ooh, absolutely not. Mouth stretched in a hideous smile, eyes brimming with nothing but madness. The stench of gore taints the air around me and I can't look away from it, her, from terror and death. From her uncanny twist, creatures alone scream. I try to open my mouth to shout, to ask for help, but my voice has left my body altogether. All I have is a painful realization that no kind of food will ever save me from her. And suddenly, the bed dips. Oh Lord. The brutal plunge back me into myself jerks me awake. There is no ear-splitting scream, no wild thrashing of limbs, just a painful, constricting awareness that something has wound itself tightly around my neck. I waste no time pulling at it, a blanket away, but allow myself a few minutes to steady my breathing before getting out of bed. Inhale, hold, exhale. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. But the dreams have gotten worse. Ever since 2 days ago, no longer are the small cursory flashes that I'm used to, but vivid ones that linger. Oh, la. You had a phone call? What I missed, OG? What did I return to? I can still feel the blood in my hands, the putrid smell of rotten flesh, and the sickening crunch of bones breaking with every movement, and her cold, chilling eyes as they bore into me. I draw in one long, ragged breath, and before I know it, I'm walking out the door. Even in the waking world, it reeks. Abingdon Park is far from the most private place for thoughts and loves born, considering its location at the heart of a bustling city. But in the early hours of the morning, it provides enough peace and quiet for any poor, problematic soul who happens to wander there. The city is just waking a little later than usual. But knowing what day it is, one can't fault for being a little tardy, just something. Yeah, I clicked it too quick. Yeah, neither the pleasant morning chill nor the soft twittering of birds does anything to banish the images. Every single one has rooted itself in my head. It's clawing deep and deep. Its claws digging deep in what is no longer a safe place to hide in. It used to be easy finding some
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge
under the guise
falling
of
down,
sheer optimism,
my
following
fair lady.
the. I can't read with that girl.
Take a key and lock him up,
now
lock
I don't know
him
what
up,
to make of
lock
it.
him up.
sometimes it's easier to run. Easier. Oh, hold on, I gotta take my earphones off because I can't read.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down.
Sometimes it's easier to run, easier to hide when everything's falling apart. That way you don't have to be the first to witness when it does. It worked when things went bad with the movie after all. It also worked when Pa and Ma were taken from us.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down.
Okay. Though the sentiment's a little hypocritical when you think about my little talk with Miss Wright the other day. But that's just how it is. Maybe it really is better if I just...
My fair lady.
Okay, there we go. Hello, mister. Okay. I had to take the things off. Her was saying them damn London bridges. Scared you? Whose child is this? Please, I'm saying. The tiny voice gives me a pause. When I look up, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, is peering at me. 2 wide eyes, overflowing with what can only be natural curiosity one typically sees in children. I vaguely note that St. Goretti uniform she's wearing before returning her greeting.
Hey, kid.
Kylie.
Mm-hmm.
Kylie?
That's my name.
Mm-hmm.
Mama said it's rude not to call people by their names.
Oh, shit. Excuse me. She then flops down in the empty space beside me. Her little legs still too short to reach the ground, swinging in tune with the song she hums. Under her breath. I don't mind kids. Nana would often invite the ones in our neighborhood to give them treats. Of course, by then, Sis and I were both too old to play with them, but you get used to the commotion eventually. It's not completely as unpleasant as most people would imply. Kylie seems to be a well-behaved kid anyway.
Oh, sorry. Nice to meet you, Kylie. Is Mama here?
No, but my big brother's with me. He's taking pictures with his camera over there.
Oh shit. She points to the far end of the park, the one closest to the street where a kid is taking shots of something above him. It doesn't look like birds because all there is on the side of the park are buildings.
I don't see what's so interesting with the tip of a building, though. I'd take pictures of dogs if I were him. They're cuter.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a camera too, mister?
Yeah, I'm actually a photographer.
Mama said I'm too young to get a camera.
Yes, you are, sweetie. You'll break it.
I'm sure your mama will eventually give you one. But won't you be late for school like this?
Don't you got something else to do but bug me?
Big brother will get us there on time. Rowan promised Papa.
Okay. Papa, Mama. Rowan. Who was that?
We aren't going to be late. It's sports day. So it's not good if you keep looking like that today.
Well, I ain't coming with you.
If it ends up raining and we lose, it's your fault.
I'm sorry, little girl.
All right, I'll try not to upset the clouds today, kid.
Oh. I got my nephew one of those kitty instant cameras for his birthday last year. I miss them little things. I used to have one. Mine was Barbie girl. Yes, it was. I don't know where I put that thing. It's probably a collectible at this moment. I don't know where it's at. Probably threw it out on my ass. It is because you're sick, mister. It's because you're, huh? Before I know it, a smile spreads over my face. They say kids ask the toughest questions sometimes, and they sure do with how sincere Kylie looks. Lying feels like doing her a huge disservice.
No, not sick.
Barbie is a shit.
Just having a very, very bad day.
Why is that? Is that like when my big brother ate all of my pudding? He did that once and then cried. It wasn't very nice of him.
It wasn't. Next time, swap it out with tapioca.
Yeah, I think so. You see, there's this mean girl. She's given my friends and I a lot of trouble. Hard to keep up when things are like that, you know? Especially when you can't do anything. It's kind of scary. Makes you wish things will just stay as peaceful as they used to be.
Rowan, come get your sister.
Maybe she just wants to be friends with you?
No, it don't work like that.
I highly doubt that. She already hurt one of my friends.
What if she's just sad? Or maybe she just wants help.
Okay, that's what I was saying, Ola. Come and get your little sister.
That's what happened with Melody. I let her borrow my crayon when she left hers.
Well, that's nice.
Now we're playmates.
Thank you, Lamar. Have a wonderful day. Now you're playmates.
It's not really the same thing, Kylie.
It's not. Rowan, come get your sister.
What she did, they're pretty bad things.
I still think there's another reason.
And you are a little godsend for it, but at this point, Rowan.
Did you try talking to her? That's what Mama said I should
Baby,
do.
I'm dealing with a whole ghost. Okay. Shush, Rowan.
I don't think that'll work either.
She's so cute, though.
You haven't even tried yet. You sound like Rowan.
Wait. You said call cops? I'm telling you, somebody come get this little girl. Shit.
You're just scared, mister.
That strikes a chord. Maybe it's the honesty in her tone, or something. The truth, the words itself. I don't know why, but I can't help it. I laugh loud enough to disturb an elderly couple taking a leisure walk nearby.
Why are you laughing?
Cause you just too precious, but you got to go.
That's
You'd have a whole
nothing.
conversation
You're a really
with
smart kid, you know
park
that?
and Rowan taking pictures of Bill. That's what I'm saying, man. Like, come on. Nothing, you're a really smart kid, you know that. That's what I've been doing, ain't it? Go full speed ahead, then backtrack when the going gets tough. Stay in my safe zone because that's what I know. Once Dr. Navarro said I should be the first one willing to deal with my problems before anyone else. I didn't show up to our next appointment after that, but he's right. And though I hate to admit it, knowing what I've seen, but the kid makes a good point too. I've been so caught up in thinking there might, not be a way out. Maybe there isn't, or maybe there is, but that doesn't mean I should just leave it up to fate.
You better get to school, though, or you'll miss sports day.
I'm telling you, Rowan.
You should have won yourself some awards, alright?
Alright. Can I show it to you when I do? That can cheer people up, right?
Why is this little girl talking to a grown-ass man? That is my question. Oh. And this is her brother calling for her, and I took that as a sign to leave. Got things to do to face the first few steps, they say.
Nah, I'm good now, I think. Thanks to you. Besides, Mister needs to go. But you should show it to Mama and Papa. I'm sure they'll be proud of you, Kylie.
I will. Thanks, mister. Bye.
She is preciousness, but Jesus have mercy. So I give her a little pat on the head before heading my way, a small gesture of thanks from a stranger she didn't know she might have helped. She may not understand it now, but even though at such a young age she already has understanding of things, but maybe when she's older, when the world no longer seems too big for her.
But aren't you going to help me, mister?
With what?
Confused, I glance back. Oh, Lord. Whatever cheer our little talk brought has vanished under the shadow suddenly dancing in my eyes. This frigid air is most definitely not the morning chill. Should feel like bitter, stinging, unwelcoming. And the kid,
What do you think, mister? Are you going to help me?
Sorry, was this? Is the ghost Kylie?
Leave us alone! What did we do to you?
The response never comes, however, because when I blink, gone. Oh! Hello, mister, are you okay?
Hello? Miss...
I'm sorry, I said that so quick. Hey, yo. For 7 seconds, I let my stare linger on her face, waiting for any signs of another change. But all that remains is the surface of the carefree smile of a child. None of the spite, none of the cold, bloody smile.
Nothing, huh? I really need to go, Kylie. It was nice meeting you.
See you again, mister!
That took a turn, ain't it? No! I break into a run. I don't look back, not even as I bump into a couple passers-by. As soon as I'm out of the busy streets, going insane, that's what it is. And if I don't do something soon, we all will be. The tremors follow me even as I get home. I had hoped a little stroll around the block for a few hours would help. Instead, I am assaulted with more images of her. Her smile, the loathing in her eyes, the stench of gore, and the horrid crunch that comes every time with every movement she makes. Even old memories have been sullied by her, and my song no longer sounds as sweet as it's meant to be. In the end, all I've got is a sinking feeling. I will never rid of her image, and another ridiculous idea that may or may not even work. The sun is already hanging low on the horizon when I make it back, and for the first time coming home feels like a chore. Only I didn't arrive to an empty room, because as soon as I open the door, I'm greeted by none other than Ash.
Sup, Z-Man?
This nigga. Excuse me.
I told you we should have called him before going here.
It's fine.
Is it? It's Ash. I see first sitting comfortable on my couch, munching on the bag of chips with both feet propped up on the coffee table. You know what? Get your hand out of my chip bag and get your feet off my damn table. People around look at this gourmet young little child. That's what I thought too. Oh my gosh. Whatever proverbial stone has made a home at the pit of my stomach automatically flies right out the window at the sight of him. But before any exacerbation can set in, my attention is taken by another occupant in the room. Isabella's perched on the other side, on the only other chair in the room, attempting to make herself smaller, it seems, from how close she's hugging her arms against her. Nevertheless, she gives me a small smile when she notices my stare, yet somehow there ain't any warmth in it like it's supposed to have.
Hey, Zach. Sorry we just barged in here. Ash was...
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Would you stop calling him Z-Man?
Only after you broke the 13th one? I can't keep replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment. And stop calling me Z-Man!
I didn't break anything this time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to. And, hey, is that my...
Man, Ash smirks at me because of course he has the gall to smirk, knowing what he did. He eating your chips, man. Oh. He props in what's very likely the last piece of chip in his mouth and folds the paper neatly on the table before throwing it into a nearby trash. Go to the Dollar Tree, go to the gas station, and get me a new bag of chips. From her chair, Isabel shoots me an apologetic look smile as soon as the foot hits the waistband with a dull thunk. Common sense dictates that I should be angry. I would be, so it ain't my chips. But after everything, having something normal play out in front of me, no matter how childish their antics can get, I can't bring myself to muster even a tidbit. Behind me, the television starts playing the music of the end credits of a movie. They have been likely waiting here for a while if Ash has gotten impatient enough to rummage through my cupboards and watch something.
Of course he eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend.
We do not like Ash at all. He's eating chips. He's eating my chips. I'm upset.
Did you at least share some with Bella?
No.
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
Really? It's free food, you know? What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food, happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
Okay, y'all give me a second. I'm starting to feel a migraine come, so let me take some meds. I will be right back. Okay. Please feel better. Thank you, girl. Me too. Okay, let's see. Ash only shrugs at the question in my eyes. I can't be the only one who finds the vibe she's giving off to be odd, and the guy has no doubt already caught wind of it.
Aye? Aye. But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do. Just say the word.
Thanks, Zach. Maybe next time. Food is not really what we came here for. Ash, he's the one who...
She casts a brief glance at Ash, and in an instant he sits up. Every trace of amusement is gone on his face, and he clasps his hand in front of him and leans forward. A minuscule gesture meant to ease, yet the grim expression on his face tells a different story altogether.
All right, you two, what's this about? I don't like those looks.
A short but intense pause follows. They're both stalling. Under normal circumstances, I'd wait with with these two, the more you force it, the more they'll clamp down on it. But as a handful of seconds continue to slip by, the unsettling feeling in me grows with it. Soon it turns to impatience. Before I can demand a response, though, one of them finally speaks up. It's Isabel who breaks it first.
We just thought we should check on you. After what happened to Rose,
Please don't tell me something happened again.
No, nothing. None so far. And we're keeping it that way as much as possible.
Ash, it's not that easy. This isn't some...
We don't know that. Let me...
The bit of frustration in his tone is impossible to miss, but he catches it as soon as Isabel draws back. He allows himself a brief moment to breathe before dropping it for one less harsh, more tempered. gentler.
Let me look at this first, okay? I agreed to help, but you've got to let me handle things from now on.
I already told you everything.
There must be something we're not seeing in this just yet. We'll sort this out, but no more silly ideas and running around on your own. You're making people worry more than necessary. Becca, especially.
So everything's fine.
Depends on who you're asking. How are things with you? Anything odd?
Good, I guess. Admittedly, how things went down at the housewarming party last night threw me off a bit.
I'm not asking about that. Remember the letter thing Isabella's been yapping on about? I'm asking about that kind of odd.
I look at him. Gabe more like, his serious expression doesn't waver despite the perplexed look I shoot him. There was a brief second I let pass as I wait for the heavens to fall somewhere it doesn't come. The sky is still bathed in a vibrant reddish hues as it waits for the night to arrive. Luxborn is still the same busy city, and everything in my room still appears as if it did seconds ago, including the unnerving ticking of my wall clock. But if Ashton, calm, cool, collected, always logical Ashton takes interest in this something or someone must have fucked shit up somewhere.
Well, the dreams, they're a lot worse than usual. There's a woman now, ever since we saw that letter. I don't know if it's the same one Isabella talked about. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I really don't want to go back to sleep sometimes. Last night was the worst. Anyway, why are you asking about this?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait, stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something. Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
Are you sure you even have the time? Ain't you busy with your current case?
I got taken off that one.
You didn't say you were taken off your case.
I just got the news this morning. Apparently the higher-ups think I'm doing a horrendous job at it. It doesn't matter though. If these two cases are connected like I initially thought, then regardless, I'm on the right track.
Are you sure we should even be doing this?
Doing what exactly?
There's someplace we'll visit after this.
Too vague for comfort, Ash. And please don't tell me you're bringing her with you.
His affirmation comes in the form of a stare, but that alone says all I need to know. What I pointed out gives him a pause, though, and his voice is thick with agitation when he addresses Isabella.
You know what? Zach's right, Isabella. You don't have to come with me.
It's not myself I'm worried about. It's you. I'll just do this myself, if it'll get you into more trouble with your superiors. At least I can make up an excuse why I need to be there.
Don't be ridiculous. You're not walking in there without me. Besides, I think it's a little too late to back out now. Have you two seen the news this morning?
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and I was busy.
The change in the air around her was small, can not have gone unnoticed, and it takes every willpower not to ask. Probably the only thing reigning in my curiosity is the fact that Ashton Sills hasn't brought it up earlier.
No problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
Which one is this? Another victim. Man burned after room catches fire. Help me. He grabs the remote and cycles through the numerous channels until he gets to a news report about another girl who's been found dead in the early hours of the morning today. Oh my god. Burned alive. Oddly, no fire was spread and whatever damage was contained within the place the body was found. The room itself, however, has been completely vandalized. Help me. Another murder, the authorities claimed. Isabella and I knew better. None of us shifts even after the report ends, but the room is suddenly stifling. Ashton's eyes have gone hooded with what appears to be a restrained anger, and the remote in his hand creaks madly in his grip. The stone is back on my stomach, a tiny little thing gripping at my sides, growing with every passing second as the dread sinks in. In the thick of it, Isabel's voice is the one that breaks the hush, a small weak thing on its own that wavers unevenly between words, but every syllable heavily with meaning.
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
When it fades, all that's left in the air is her doubt and fear, while all we can do is cope. You can fix this.
It ain't too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here. 4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this.
She lifts her gaze at me, eyes steady and shoulders squared as she holds it against the baffled look I give her. Although in the next second it appears, oh my gosh, Victoria, I'm getting tired. Although in the next second it immediately softens and it takes me by surprise nevertheless. In those brief moments, it's like I face a different person.
I don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have. Both of you as well.
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
Still in all, that's 2 extra heads who can do the thinking. Between us 3, I'm sure we'll figure something out pretty soon.
Don't make this whole thing sound like it's a piece of cake to deal with.
It ain't. But better than sitting around, yeah? Plan is still a plan.
I am. But I want to finish this chapter.
You're going to shoot yourself in the foot one day with that kind of thinking. We don't even know who's doing this. The last 2 murders might just be similar incidents done by 2 different suspects.
Honestly, I'm just going to stream this episode or chapter and then I'll be done. I might stream later on tonight, but yeah, no, I don't think I could do a 12-hour today.
Hasn't stopped you from going after them before. Remember that time when you...
Okay, stop right there. There will be no retelling of that incident today, Z-Man. Or ever.
Keep calling me Z-Man and maybe I will.
Okay. From the Isabel laughs. Though muffled by her hands, it rings light and easy against the thick tension of the room. Still a far cry from the usual cheer she carries, but brings a welcome shift in the otherwise dreary mood.
Thanks, you two.
I'll tell you about it when he's not around.
Hey.
Give it up, Z-Man. She's not interested.
Says who?
Who says I'm not?
I'm saying. Ash face makes a face but chuckles at the jest despite himself.
Why am I even friends with you two?
Why are we friends with you is the better question. And like this, most of our words ebbed away, if only for a few moments. They take their leave mere minutes close to sundown. But regardless of the lighter mood, little has been said about their plans, only vague hints of what we're aiming to do after. While it ain't any of my business to know, something about this whole thing still gnaws at me. A tiny passing thought urges me to do something as well. At this hour, the streets is once again busy with people heading home after a hard day's work. Little of the bustle matters to them as they... Oh, shush! As they step out of the crowd walkway, however, Ash especially, there's only his goal in mind, and I'd wager there's nothing I can do to stop him at this point. He's probably decided on it long before they made the decision to stop by, and despite this, Isabella lags behind. A worried crease is back on her forehead as she watches Ash leave to get his car.
Something wrong, Bella?
No, actually... Can you check on Becca for me after this? I really didn't get the chance to tell her where I'm headed off to. Tell her I'm okay, and we're... No, just that. That's all.
You sure I should skip on that part? If she finds out about this, she'll be angry. I don't really want to deal with angry Rebecca. It gives me a stomachache just thinking about it.
Neither do I, but I'll handle it if she gets mad. Just make sure she's safe and tell her to be careful. You too. Take care of yourself.
Almost abruptly, she pauses, the gaze in her eyes harden, and she lapses into another one of those long-distance silences from earlier. This ain't just because of the whole fiasco with the letter anymore.
I don't want what happened to Rose to happen to you guys as well.
This one cut deeper. Before I can talk about it, Ashley returns, casually swinging his car keys in one hand and gestures to Isabella.
Come on, we don't have much time. Shirley's waiting.
Who's sure? Oh, right. Don't answer that. I don't want to hear it, you huge dork.
Says the person who gave her stuffed toys names. Batcat? Really?
It's cute. Yours is just weird. I'll see you later, Zach.
She spares me another smile, and as I watch her walk off, only now did it occur to me that none of those she gave today did reach her eyes. I make a grab for the back of Ash's parka. He staggers briefly before correcting himself and shooting me a confused stare.
Is she all right?
What? Who's okay?
Isabella. She's been, I don't know, out of it today? Did something happen earlier?
The skull on his face says it all. She's actually
been like that this morning. I'll ask, but...
Just do me a favor and watch over her. We have no idea what we're dealing with. I don't know what happened to her since the last time I saw her, but from how she's been doing today, whatever it is, seems like a pretty big deal. Wait, you didn't annoy her again, did you? Because I swear to God, if you did, you've got another thing coming for you.
What? No. Why would I?
Because you love her.
Just so you know, I already apologized for the one at the movie house. Granted, she deserved more of an apology, but I meant it that time.
Oh, yeah, wait. I think the last thing you answer. Yes. Yes, I am tired. I'm always tired. And how long? Honestly, I was gonna just stream until the end of this chapter, and then I might stream later on tonight. But I know I'm gonna definitely get a nap in. Granted, she deserved an apology, but I meant it that time.
I'm just asking. I'll take your word for it. But if you can find out what's bothering her, that'd be nice. Honestly, I don't think it's the letter this time.
I'll see what I can do.
Make sure you keep yourself out of harm's way, alright?
Yeah, you too. Don't do anything reckless again.
Reckless, no. but I can't make you to promise I won't do anything. After seeing that, there's no way in hell I'm going to pretend there ain't a problem when there is. This is a really big one, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to you guys while I sit here. I'm done running when things get tough.
He's a good argument for a moment, but...
Look, bro, if things ain't good, I'll be the first one out. But allow me this one thing, aight? Just this one time. If it doesn't work out, we'll be the first one to know. You can laugh then, or berate me all you want. But please don't ask me to step aside like I'm incapable of doing anything to help.
I have no idea if the look on my face... Wait. I have no idea if I have no idea if it is the look on my face or the tone of my voice. Jesus. I've been reading for 3 hours, y'all. Just give me some slack. Ultimately, although his mouth presses into a thin line, he nods.
All right. Stay safe, Zach.
When he stumbles into the sidewalk and allows the afternoon crowd to swallow him whole, I like to think the tiny gleam in his eyes is the closest we can get to optimism in this situation. I learned how to make homemade sushi, and that's all I want to eat every day. Ooh, stop! Homemade sushi. Is like the vegetarian kind, or is it like with the actual, like, you know, fish? Oh God, I'm hungry now. That soup only did me a little bit. Whether that alone will be enough to give me a peaceful sleep tonight remains to be said. And if she show up between my legs again, I'm saying it's sus, okay, at that point. Night falls, and despite my best attempts, sleep continues to elude me. With her image still stuck in my head, flashing every moment, it catches me off guard with my mind's lullaby echoing in my ears, no longer the soft tune it once was. In the terrible gnawing of the pit of my stomach, it's no wonder I can't bring myself to drift off, even for a little while. Did you miss the part where the ghost came back and she was legit laying between his legs? Yo. Yeah. It's not that, let's see. If it's not that, wait. I'm tired. It is not as if there's a complete lack of things to do while I'm waiting for sleep to come, if it ever will. In a quarter to 3 in the morning, 3 in the morning, babes, I find myself cleaning my photography equipment for no other reason than just a pastime. Though I am going to be honest, it's not the night terrors that are keeping me wide awake tonight, but the anxiety and the hope I'll hear from Ash and Isabella soon. And for what's perhaps, Jesus, the 42nd time my eyes shift over to the end table where my phone lies still. I have not heard from them since they left. They haven't promised a caller, of course, but a small part of me wishes they would have had the common sense at the very least. Waiting is a tough game, and with the concern stretching out the minutes far longer than usual, it's impossible for more unpleasant thoughts not to enter my mind. Moreover, it does not help that when the clock finally strikes 3, my hand stills. Oh shit. Oh, it'll be a complete and utter lie to say that my heart didn't leap straight into my throat in that brief second. My whole body has gone motionless, ears straining for any further sounds. A couple of 10 seconds pass. Nothing. Of course, with how old the building and I'm staying is, power fluctuates ain't anything new. Every now and then this would happen, leaving a few tenants in a rather bad mood. Nothing unusual anymore after a few years of living here. But this time, this sudden hush brings with it the stillness that raised the hairs on the back of my neck and set my heart beating hard against my chest. Something reeks in the air. In an instant, this place is no longer home. It's a prison. Every rational fiber in my being screams at me to leave. I force myself to swallow and keep a clear head as I lay down all my cleaning tools and begin gathering together the rest of my things scattered about the table. The camera's body, lens, filters, diffuser, phone, anything my hands could reach, but in the resulting panic, oh Lord, Like in the nightmare, it's a scent that reaches me first, a foul, putrid-smelling, filling my lungs with the heavy stench of death. My fingers clamped tightly to the camera, holding it closer to my body as if the tiny thing would prove enough protection to whatever is with me in the room. It won't. But it's the only comfort I have.
Hello? I know you're in here. What do you want?
Something moves behind me, a soft skilling across the walls, followed by the squelch and painful creaking of what can only be rotten flesh and broken bones. Without hesitation, I rolled around, my hands and camera ready, patiently waiting for another movement.
Leave! Leave now!
There's nothing here for you.
There's nothing here for you!
Zachary needs to leave Luxembourg pronto. There's a brief moment of silence after, and for a short while, I think my pleas worked. Then, with no warning, the shuffling resumes, and along are the sobs of a woman. Oh my God, I gotta take a picture. Use the left stick to look around. I can't see shit. And to take a picture. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I don't know where this picture is. I can't see shit. Oh. Oh shit. The light flashes fleeting one moment, allowing me a glimpse of her grotesque, misshapen features before it's once again lost in the darkness. All of a sudden, her tune changes, no longer a soft cry, but a high-pitched shriek, brimming with pain, grief, and anger. Every ounce of courage I mustered flees from my body at the sound, and the next thing I know, my hand is gripping the knob, and I'm wrenching the door open. Her wails follow me as I flee into the night. Pacing has always been one of Ashton's things, rather than mine. When I want to think, I sit and let the minutes tick by until an idea comes to mind or pulse settles down. I don't know. And yet, dry leaves and twigs crack under my shoes as I make another pass at them. Terror is too mild to describe what this is. There's no way in hell I'm going back. Whatever she is pleading won't work. The moment we saw that letter, she's been after us.
But I can't run. Not this time.
Nearly 2 hours have gone by since, and I have left the comfort of my room for the solitude of the park. 2 excruciating hours since I've started making calls. No one's answering. Not even Rebecca, who's always kept her phone line open in case other people need her. Or Isabella, who frequently checks hers for messages and rarely responds as she can afford. It does not help that Ash hasn't said a word where he went off to as well.
Damn it! I knew I should have asked him before I let him leave.
Knowing him, he can be anywhere, but there's really only one place he'll likely be at this time. The sun has already peeked over the horizon when I make it to the mansion. Not again. I have no idea what I'm expecting to see when I get there. There's Ashton, first and foremost. A part of me wishes my assumptions were correct and he's really somewhere close by on a stakeout. But I've never been the lucky sort when it comes to this kind of guessing. And even after I've made a round of the immediate vicinity, I could find neither hide nor hair of him. Calling him does no good either, considering how awful a signal is here. He can't be too far if he's really here, but if he is, we've already noticed. He would have already noticed me by now. Instead, there's only silence, the kind too quiet to find any sort of comfort in. Even the trees seem to have fallen asleep with the rest of the mansion, oblivious to what's happening around it, a small island of stillness in the otherwise fast-paced world. No wonder the whole Ansem feels at odds with the rest of Luxburn. While the city is alive, growing every minute, breathing every second, and pulsating with life, the village remains unmoving, unchanged. It's not surprising the legend still lives up to this day, and why she's still here, walking its hallowed halls, and beyond me the mansion looms ominously. But I think I said it right. But now ain't the time for fear. Even if Ash is not here, I've still got to let the Wrights know what I've seen, what's in their home, and whatever grievance Ash has with them doesn't matter. There might be grounds for imprisonment, but they don't deserve a brutal death at the hands of a malicious spirit. and I'm sure Isabel would want the same thing. I head straight for their door without a second thought. It takes a few rings that sound loud above the foreboding stillness before I hear footsteps on the other side.
God and damn it, only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour.
He about to be pissed the absolute fuck off.
Where's that damn butler when I need
Where
him?
is the butler? Before long, the door swings widely open with Mr. Luke right standing behind it. He about to be hot. Seething would be a complete understatement to describe him. I'm telling you. Like this, I've got no doubt why Ash would find him a suspect.
You again. It's bloody 6 in the morning. What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time. Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't. Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep. Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
Before I can get a word in, he slammed the door in my face and bolted it shut with much finality. Oof.
Wait, sir, you gotta hear me out. You're both in danger if you stay in there. Have you seen the news lately? Everything's not a coincidence.
Holy silence answers me. Maybe if it was Miss Wright. Oh, who am I kidding? There are limits to how far a person will believe in you. Then again, I didn't believe Isabella when she warned us, and now here I am desperately trying to save the people, even if I'm aware it's completely out of my own capacity to do so. Is this what they call karma? If so, this is one horrible way of turning things around. Taking people's lives, paying with people's fears, making them feel useless.
You're around, ain't you? You here? Inside this house? Listening, watching, or whatever it is that you spirits do? What do you want? You're already dead! Leave us!
Nothing. I don't even know who I'm talking to or if the same person is supposed to be doing that. The only thing I got after is a feeling of foolishness washing over me, or perhaps it's just me losing my mind. Out of other options and any other idea, I let my hand slide off the door surface, excuse me, and fall listlessly to my side. I can go back to Luxembourg, try to find the others, try to get out of this mess with them, or let them know how much deep shit we're all in. Both sound good. Either way, my lord in here ain't helping at all. I let the quietness calm me for a few minutes before standing up and heading out to fetch my bike. It's quite a distance to Luxembourg, but if I hurry, I'll reach in time, maybe. The rustling stops as soon as I turn around and shut my ears for another movement around me.
Yo, Ash, you there?
No answer. If he was there, I've just missed him earlier. Already my feet are moving in search of him for the second time. It won't hurt to double check, triple check even. With how big the property is, he can be anywhere. If things ain't so urgent, if they ain't so dire that lives are at stake, I'd probably just have waited for him to show up again.
But damn it! He needs to realize what exactly it is he's dealing with.
This is not a petty criminal he can attempt to throw in jail. This is something beyond the authority a police badge could ever give him. The guy needs to stop playing the big damn hero, sit down and chill. My breathing comes in short, shallow breaths by the time I make it back to where I started. Still no sign of him, and I'm beginning to think I'm just wasting my time here. But that's when I hear it. I recognize the melody in a heartbeat, Ma's favorite song. I listen to it for a while, trying to gauge where exactly from the house is coming from. My feet start moving before I can stop them. And there, as I circle a corner from the room up on the second floor, there are no lights inside. The windows are shut, but I'm sure whoever's singing is in there. And what?
Hold on a sec there.
It's difficult to get a decent view from my position, but something's odd about that window. The marks on the other side, rather streaks of the color copper running across the glass panes. I can't make out most of it. It's the strokes, if the strokes were meant to say something. Miss Wright's cleaning crew may have simply missed that room. Still, why I'll hear an old tune here out of all places, I don't know. It's not an obscure song by any means, but it's pretty rare to find someone who knows this. And for some reason, death seems to follow that song around. Panic lodges itself in the base of my throat at once. Whoever's humming might be, I don't want to be a pessimist now, but on the off chance that is Miss Wright.
Shit.
I shouldn't just barge in there. I can't put myself in danger because I can save anyone. Ash will tell me the exact same words. Might even write a dissertation why that is such a bad idea for being so lazy. But damn it, gosh, damn it! Keep looking for Ash and look into it. Okay, hold on. Let me save. Let me save. Okay. Oh, are you there? Okay. Keep looking for Ash. I don't think he there because he would have answered him by now at this point in time. But if he looks into it, this Negro could go to jail. I don't know. Okay. Let me make let me stutter and let me make a decision. Okay, I saved, so it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm gonna look into it just because I don't think looking for Ash is gonna work. We've already been around this fucking house twice. I can search for Ash, but what if it's too late by then? With how big this place is, he can be anywhere, and it's very likely by the time we come back, someone's already bit the dust. And that and the cars go louder against my ears the longer I linger. Almost impossible to ignore, drawing me in like a moth to a flame. For a moment, I let myself shudder, shaking the uneasy feeling off my head. This can't be a good idea, not by a long shot. Still, I've got to try. Searching takes a while. Eventually, I find a branch in the right distance and height to reach the window. Climbing the tree to get to... You kind of big for that, my dude. A whole different story altogether. I haven't done that since I was a school kid, but even then, it's a struggle for me now. I do manage to make it work somehow. After a hard battle, a few bruises and scrapes on my arms, I'm hoisting myself up to the window and falling right into the room where the panel suddenly gives. Oh, Jesus. The awful putrid smell assaults me before the pain from the fall itself, and I fight the urge to puke right there. Oh, I hear blood. But what welcomes me as soon as I collect myself on the floor, I open it serves. Oh my God, I'm reading too fast. Open my eyes, only serves to push the vomit up my throat. Oh.
Miss Hana?
Paleness has overtaken her body. Her limbs and face begin to bloat in blood. So much blood. How many hours has it been? I would have approached her, but the foul smell permeating the room says all there is to need to know. She's been long gone. There's nothing I can do. I try not to gag, not to touch anything. My feet automatically backing away from her. Small pool of blood at her feet, from the bare walls void of any color except for the words. Oh, help me. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to go back. Oh, I'm gonna have to go back because they're gonna think hello. Oh, thank you for the raid. Oh my gosh. Y'all, I gotta go back because they're gonna think that he killed her. Oh my gosh. I can't. Okay, my hands have been busy, but geez. This story, I'm telling you. Oh my gosh. Hey everybody. Oh my gosh. Okay, wait. They're gonna think he did it. Oh my gosh. Of all the moments to be here, like wrong place, wrong time. I gotta go back, y'all. Shit! I gotta go back. I've got to call somebody. Oh my gosh. Howdy. Ask the authorities anyone. She's dead.
She's dead. God damn it, she's dead.
Oh my gosh. Someone has to. Oh my gosh. A vase of our shadows at my feet. The sound of glass breaking, rinsing through the dark foul air, sharp and cutting, but none of it sinks in. Not even the crunch of glass under my shoes as I take an unsteady step to steady myself. Instead, all I hear the sounds of footsteps and shuffling outside. Oh God, they're very urgent at odds with the hammering of my heart against my ribs. Oh my gosh. I gotta go back. There's no comfort, no escape with the doors open. Mr. Luke Wright barges in room, wide-eyed and seething with fury. He gonna blame him. Oh my gosh. There
should be a law against noise this early in the morning.
Oh my gosh. It's I shift from me to Miss Hannah into the mess on the blood. And you know damn well you did it. Oh my gosh. Isn't it long for him to put two and two together? Easy for me to see what conclusion he got. I open my mouth and try to weave some semblance of coherence amidst the cloud of panic and fear in my head.
Hana, darling.
Darling, my ass.
Buttercup. Love, speak to me.
You motherfucker. Okay, I gotta go back, y'all. I gotta go back. No. Zachary's a great voice actor. Yes, he is. We walked in on the murder. Yes, y'all did. I think I saved Ola, bro. Cause no, you not gonna blame it on him. Absolutely the fuck not. I still want to see how this play out. Let's see. Let's look. We're being framed. Give this man an Oscar, cause I'm telling you, he the one. Y'all, the husband killed her. I'm telling y'all now. It was in the last chapter, and now they doing this. Come on with it.
You. What did you do?
The lies, man. There's no question in that. Only an accusation.
I know this looks really bad, standing here in your house with a dead body, but I can explain.
Oh my lord.
You killed her.
You bastard! You know damn well you did.
Johans, get in here.
Mr. Wright, this ain't what it is. Outside, there was a noise. Someone's crying.
You killed her.
You bastard.
Hannah. Oh, Hannah.
Stop it.
My lovely.
Stop it.
You too,
Crocodile tears.
Hannah.
Crazy psychopath is right. Oh my gosh.
I knew you were bad news the moment you showed up here.
You have to believe me, sir. It wasn't me. I swear to God, it wasn't.
For a moment, the only signs an ache in the room is the bully tilting on his axis dimming. Call the police. Get rid of
Call
this.
the police.
Oh, sorry.
Get rid of this.
And she was pregnant too. I know.
Will you be having tea this morning? Bring it to my study. Clean out that awful skin.
Not the fact that you calling your dead wife's body that awful stench. Okay, we gotta go back, y'all. Hell no. He is not getting framed for this shit. Hell no. Let's go back. I don't care. Alright, let's go back. Load the file. Okay. There we go. Alright, let's skip all the way. Okay, keep looking for Ash, because ain't no motherfucking way. Mind your own business. Exactly. See, you get a whole thing for it. We are innocent. You have to believe us. I'll say it. Okay, and then the rational part of my brain wins out in the half that has spent too much time around Ash. It's right, though, the reasonable part. If I do force my way in and find something unpleasant, how am I going to fight back with my camera? Like, exactly. Like, no matter where you look at it, that's simply asking for a painful death. I'd have a better chance
if I find Ash. What is he stupid about?
I don't know, nigga. Come out! Shit! Oh, I done clicked it. Now the sound playing, but it's better than nothing. The sounds, I just realized people on YouTube don't know who I'm talking to because I don't have my chat on. I am so sorry. There you go. Let me see. The soft woman's has subsided now by some means, almost inaudible to the point where I'm wondering if I truly heard what I heard. I didn't get to dwell on it though because right in that moment my phone rings. The sharp notes cut through. Wait, calm down, babe. The sharp notes piercing through the thick quietude. Is that a word? I clamp a hand over, pressing the button before the speaker are close to my ear.
Are you?
I only caught the tail end of the person's greeting on the other side, but I know that voice well enough.
What was that, Ash? Could you repeat that? Signal shitty here.
I asked, where are you?
Where are you?
Hell, Zach, I've been calling your number for a good 20 minutes now. What kind of shithole did you get into?
Where the fuck are you, bruh? Thank God for the saves, for real. I'm telling you, if I had, my brother would have been gone.
Good morning to you, too. I should be asking you that question. I've been looking all over the mansion for you. I thought you'd be...
What mansion?
Do I really need to answer
I'm
that?
telling you, like, bro, nigga, if you don't get your shit together, excuse me, I'm sorry,
Are
y'all.
you even... No, wait. Just get your ass here at Isabella's place, and hurry.
I shift my gaze into the mansion and specifically look at the window I heard the cries from. There is nothing of it now, not even echoes.
How urgent is this?
Pressing enough for you to stop asking questions and get yourself here. Please, Zach.
That gives me pause. It's a rare thing for him to take on that tone.
I'll be there in a few. An hour or two tops.
We need to get this nigga a bike. Oh my god.
Thanks. I'll see you.
Or a car, because that bike ain't enough. I rush back to my bike as soon as the call ends. Without another look, I leave the mansion along with its haunting melodies and grim echoes behind. There are more important things than my own curiosity and impulses. I'm too pretty to go to jail. That's what I was saying, Ola. If this is the end of the chapter, I'm going to be so upset. Damn it! I only wanted to do one chapter today. Oh, man. Y'all. Desi, please show mercy. I can't. Oh, man. Listen. We might have to go and do part 2 because I am invested. I am. Like, I don't want to wait because the thing, and I work tomorrow. You know what? Fuck it. I work tomorrow and the next day. So we're going to do it the second chapter, or the third. No, wait. What's this? 4th chapter. Okay, let's review, shall we? For the people who coming in, just bear with me for a second. Okay. Let me go to profiles. Okay, so the first one, as a recap, the first chapter was Isabella. We saw how the house is haunted. When she was there, she found a letter. It was written in blood. It said, you know, help me, help me, help me. And since then, she keeps seeing like this poltergeist coming after her and everything, right? She sold the house to Hannah, and that Negro that we just, not Negro, excuse me, that fool, what was his name? What the fuck is his name? Luke, her husband. Now, they're rich. They ended up getting married for pretty much financial reasons. She ended up helping his business like flourish. And then when they got married, he was like, oh, well, you know what, why don't you, you know, just stay at home, be a housewife, you know, we're all set now. So that's what she did. All of a sudden, her husband gets her best friend and his best friend's wife, the same person, pregnant. And so he's like, well, you know, you used to be a go-getter and now you don't do anything because you told her not to anyway. So he, in the second chapter, the husband ends up killing her. So that's why I was so upset, because I did not want Zach framed for that shit, okay? So then now we just finished Zach's story. He's 6 foot, go ahead. So, you know, he is a photographer. He did the photo shoot for the house, and he's one of the ones who's been seeing this like poltergeist everywhere, and he wants to warn her, but at this point it's too late. Now we're doing Marianne. Now Marianne, she is the interior designer that Hannah hired for the mansion, okay? And she, but there's some stink going on between her and her husband, because when they met the first time, he named her, he said, oh, hey, Marianne. And the wife is like, well, how do y'all know each other? He was like, oh, well, you mentioned her. She was like, oh, I guess I did. No, she didn't. He knows her, and they probably knocked boots, okay? I'm thinking her and the husband knocked boots, okay? But anyway, so that's who we're on now. That's kind of like the recap, so y'all know what's going on. Well, yeah, okay. So now, let me save, just because this is a new thing. You know what? I can save on this one because I'm happy with where that ended. He's good. He's not at fault. We're happy. Okay. So now, 7:15. The numbers are so little on the top of my screen, and they glare at me with such intensity that I can hear their accusations. I'm late for a night out with the girls, yes, but I have a perfectly good excuse. Jeez. Considering I didn't follow typical office hours, they really can't expect me to be able to just go as I please at 5:30 on the dot. The client is first and foremost my priority. I have to sit tight when my personal assistant Chris tells me we have a big one coming up and that I shouldn't miss this one. He knows a lot more about the who's who and what's what when it comes to these socialites, and I trust that judgment call. I really don't have time for rich people, their drama, and their politics. These sort who are born with silver spoons in their mouths, who are used to waggling their silver tongues about. I let him handle the negotiating with them for the most part. You said what? So he also, oh yes, he also did, exactly. Like, it's crazy. Salary cap, thank you. Is it a plea deal on the table? Oh. Slide me a mango. Mango! Let me see. I let him, yes, okay. Why else would I have hired him? But he told me I'd received a message about an hour ago.
Now, if only he has the full shilling when it comes to the time.
Come on, I have a social life too, you know, to an extent, sort of. Pressing my head against the table, I try to stave off an oncoming headache when the notification for a new email pops up. All I'm expecting is a, hey, this looks like a good project I found, go send them a design, or something like that. Really, that's how it often goes. Even with these rich Jamie clients who's heard of me from their equally rich Jamie friends, I can expect them to hire me right off the bat. Which is all well and good and reasonable. We figure out what they want, send them my portfolio, my drafts for their project, my rates, and hope for the best. Okay, this is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Berthrow for you. Just please take this one project. I promise this person is huge in Luxborn. Alright. Mr. Parker is a formal request of... Okay, this is a formal request to secure the services of Marianne McCullough, hereinafter called designer, as authorized by Hannah Wright, hereafter called client, for the interior design work of Ermengarde Mansion, Luxborn, United Kingdom. The client hopes to have the designer there on 21st October, Friday, with the time pending. But as I open the email, I see that I've been requested by the client specifically. Well, I certainly didn't expect that, and it's pretty straightforward too. Anyone else would probably be excited. They will be working with the Hannah Wright. She's just one of those rich socialites that everyone loves to talk about, no matter how hard I try to tune out such nonsense. It would have been enough for me to reply with affirmative to Chris and leave, but he has never pleaded for me to take a project before. We've worked with big personalities in the past, celebrities, bankers, and even a few politicians. My PA had been indifferent about those. So the question bounced about in my skull before I spied one of the email attachments, a newspaper clipping from the Luxborn Daily Business section, boasting the Hannah Wright Enterprise donates $2.5 million to refugees. Oh, that's nice. It certainly caused quite a stir back then. Apparently, they had invited businessmen and socialites everywhere in the guise of it being some big business thing. $2.5 million.
$2.5 mil, and an expensive-looking party to boot. These people sure know how to throw their money around.
Like me if I guess. Let me see. No, not that I should be so callous. They're going to do a lot of good and help a community with people with all those pounds. I, of all people, shouldn't criticize such acts, whether they were for show or not. At the very least, I know they'll be able to pay my raise. With the headline out of the way, however, I find myself staring at the picture that came along with the clipping because, wow. Here I am expecting a sour old woman in a blazer and skirt, but the woman that has spots on the front page looked like she belonged on the front page of the entertainment section, or even, if I'm to be crass, in a pinup for a glamour. Okay, I'll be real here. A men's magazine. She sure knows how to rock that dress. What's she gay? Her hair, her eyes, her lips, she can't be her. At the same time, she is her, only several years older. She looks just like, no, come on, Mac. The world is full of pretty blondes. It's just a coincidence. What's going on? With a shake of my head, I snap out of it and reach for my phone when it buzzes, nearly falling off my chair in the process. Who else will be on the other line but the very people waiting for me?
Oh, Yes, I'm so sorry, Cam. I'm on my way.
That's what I say. Yet I still don't move from my chair, face flushed and heart racing. I can only stare until I can will myself to reply that yes, I'm accepting the assignment. It takes even more time for me just to close the image, shut down the computer, and leave. Even then, it has already burned this image in my head no matter how much I wish for it to just disappear. It makes me eager for the alcohol and the company. It makes me eager for anything that can help me forget. It's a good thing that the nearest pub is just a hop, skip, and jump from here. The Galway Shawl, as it's called by those who frequent the place, is the only decent Irish pub in this county. You can pretty much tell that someone is new if they call it by a sufficient name, the Crawl Bar. My home away from home ever since I've moved to Luxbourne. Well, that is when I'm not cooped up in my condo and working away anyway. It has good alcohol, good company, and thank God and St. Cecilia, good music. Crowd favorites like the Botany Noise, the Highway Weasley Men, and Second Fusion Orchestra are often played. Not to mention the singing. I love singing. Anyone could just break out into a drinking song, and the others in the pub were just wonderful that they start singing along. And doing so while intoxicated is the best way to go about it. Hey, it's a win-win as long as I don't puke in the middle of the chorus and as long as I can get home in one piece at the end of the day. And tonight is karaoke night. What better time than to try and sing all my words away? That's what my intoxicated brain tells me.
The ghost of guilt and sorrow remembers who I am, and in the prison of my heart, I was my only slave.
But drinking only reminds me of my home, and the thought of home makes me think of her.
But in the depths of my cold soul, I'll leave the burden and despair.
I love all the different accents. I know they really put their foot in this one. It makes me nauseous. It sickens me that the smallest reminder of her can cause me such grief.
I'll fight for what's worth fighting for. Forget the fear, forget the rest.
Of course, that might just be the booze. Any other day, I would have scolded myself for drinking so much. Oh my God.
I lied to the Lord, I lied to myself, I lied to you and everyone I care, until there were no more lies to tell.
But I already have a client and we'll be having our first little meet and greet in a few days.
Cowardice is easier than being brave, but at last I found the strength I lost to sing my love letter to you. 'Cause people can lie, but my lone heart beats true.
I want to at least enjoy this night, get over the hangover tomorrow, and return to being a prim and proper professional after. Say that 5 times fast. Prim and proper professional. Oh my gosh.
That song was for Cam, our lucky bride-to-be. So give her a hand, Galway Shawl.
Considering the state I'm in, one can excuse my small grin as cheers and applause rise among the pub patrons, because possibly off-key singing aside, I feel like I'm on top of the world right now, and that's a good reason as any to belt out in front of these strangers. With good drinks and good friends, there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight, and I forget for a short while.
And that song was brought to you by Marianne McCullough, everyone! A round of applause!
That was so good. You rock, Marianne.
Oh, please stop. You're just saying that.
You know neither of us can hold a tune, Marianne. A toast to our shameless drunk singer.
Damn.
May your drinks forever flow and your notes be ever lovely.
If anyone deserves a toast tonight, that's Cam. Finally sealed the deal after 3 years, eh?
Read 'em and weep, bitches.
Kim's diamond engagement ring gleams as she holds it up for all the world to see. She has reason to be proud. 3 years living together, and her boyfriend finally asked her to be the big question. Obviously, she said yes.
Don't get too attached to that ring or the one after, sweetie. I
was wearing a wedding ring not so long ago, and look at where I am.
Don't bring your Debbie Downer ass into this conversation, okay? You couldn't, but damn it, I am.
But enough of me being a downer.
Thank you.
Cheers to a happy engagement!
Of course, if something like Haran's divorce were to happen, I'd be there for Cam. Just as Cam had been there for me, acting more than just my yoga instructor. I can't be happier for my friend right now.
Cheers! Cheers!
Well, we both will be there for Cam, won't we, Haran and I? Haran, it's been a real bad year for her ever since her divorce. She's such a nice person, even loaning me money to open a studio, and she didn't even deserve what her husband had pulled. I'm happy she's smiling again and picking out like she used to. I think we all missed our Japanese firecracker. We met in a yoga class, something I had joined to keep myself in shape, and well, honestly, so that I can make friends when I moved to Luxembourg. That's what I need to do. I need to make friends here. Oh my gosh. Clearly it worked like a charm. And it definitely didn't have anything to do with the fact that I brought along my lucky D20 die with me on the first day. No, sir. I love these girls so much.
What about you, Marianne? You're 30 years old and you still haven't got yourself a man.
Hey, yo.
And you guys know I have a very busy schedule. I don't have time for that.
Oh, come on! That's a lame excuse and you know it! You need a man who'll take care of you and you need it now! Maybe some hunk who'll be your house hubby while you rake in the dough.
I'm quite capable of taking care of myself. Who needs a Mr. Right? Hey, look at me. I'm Marian McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma, but I can't get myself a date.
It's 30 a senior citizen. What's with the attitude? That's what I'm saying. I mentioned drugs and demons once. They don't even know the rules or understand what the numbers mean. And I certainly am not some sort of holy person. I am far cry from a miracle worker, and I barely have the willpower to fight off demons, especially my own.
Actually, maybe she isn't looking for a Mr. Right, but a Mrs. Right.
Ooh, too close to home, baby girl.
Oh, my Marianne, we still love you even if you're in the closet.
That would explain some things. Howdy now, you don't have a ring anymore. Maybe you two can be together and I don't have to worry about my best girls being alone. What are you on about? There's nothing to explain.
But the more deny, the louder they tease me until the other people in the pub start to watch. It doesn't help at all when Harana drapes her arms over my shoulder and leans in.
Will I be all yours then? Will you be making me feel like a woman?
Miss ma'am, I know that they're just kidding around, but this doesn't make me more uncomfortable in the slightest. So when Kamala notices my silence and Harana sees the expression on my face, they stop. And when the awkward air settles over, since the rest of the pub goes back to whatever they were doing before the whole thing ever happened, they probably won't even remember it when they wake up with massive hangovers anyway.
Sorry.
Me too.
Hey, no hard feelings, right?
I raise my glass. They smile. We drink. There's no need to say more. We're all definitely far too drunk tonight. Eventually, the fun times end, and it's a weekday after all. Weekday, and y'all getting this drunk? Yo. Alright. And with Harana being a nurse, she still has to get ready for her next shift. Hey! Alright. We got a nurse in the house. Excuse me. Kim also has a loving fiance waiting for her at home, and really didn't have to make a fuss about having left some buns in the oven when she took off early. Really, I understand. I was the one who insisted, who was determined to get pissed drunk anyway. Moving to the bar, I sit alone at last. Oh, I knew it! I knew it. I told y'all. I had a feeling they knocked boots alone with a stranger. I haven't seen him here before. Obviously not a regular. He hasn't said a word and just sits there savoring his drink, with his whiskey served neat in his hand and lighter in the other. It doesn't seem like he's noticed me yet, and maybe I should go before he does look my way, because he is pretty and he's a blonde, and those things plus alcohol never did me any good. This man can't be stabbed. I'm telling you, I knew it. I thought too late. Judging by the way his flushed face and the dazed look inside, he's pissed drunk as I am. Shit. But whereas I feel like healing over, he looks like he's still ready to take the catwalk by the storm. Really, he just has the air of the. I'm getting tired. Really, he just has the air of one of those men who think they own the world.
Hello there, sexy. Please don't stand up on my account. I already like what I see. Fancy a drink? It'll be on me.
But then again, I might be pleasantly surprised if he proves me wrong.
Want some between the sheets? Sex on the beach? I'm talking cocktails, of course.
You know what? Ew, I know. Ugh, fat chance. But it doesn't matter, we both know how to play this game, and there are two different ways for the night to end. One thing or another is going to happen. The question is, what do I want to do?
Oh no, that's fine. I'd rather order some blue balls or some AMF if you don't mind.
The fuck is AMF? Y'all know what that is? I don't know what that is. He looks like he's about to say something witty to retort, but stops himself and downs the rest of his whiskey. I order a mint julep. He gets another whiskey, and we start a customary small talk. Of course, this saying, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies, goes without saying. He asks nothing about each other, offering up falsehoods to establish a strenuous fake connection between two strangers at a pub, if only to pass the time. Whiskey, as I have come to call him, is supposedly 21 years old, single, takes care of his sick mother, and is a manager of some sort. The lies we tell. Manager of what? I didn't care to listen to the details. Meanwhile, Mint, as he has come to call me, is 29, and I'm, what did I say I was again? Oh, Lord. Oh, yes, I told him I was a professional chocolate taster because fuck it. If I'm going to lie about my job, might as well make it fun. It's a pretty decent chat between two pretty drunk strangers, and maybe it's just me, but we might as fucking well expend the tiniest amount of effort in pretending that there's something meaningful in this meeting. Would have been nice too if it just left at that, but during the other conversation he brings it up.
You know, I've never been with a woman taller than me.
He said what? How is he getting one with all this shit? Money is a powerful drug, I'm telling you. What you mean? You not about to climb this tree, baby boy. Get back. And to think he might have been different from the rest.
Never have and never will, whiskey.
My girl.
Can we go back to the history of chocolates? Did you know that chocolate candy was introduced in 19th century England as a healthier alternative to alcohol?
St. Lucy was the most beautiful woman of her time. She had men come from the four corners of the world just to see her pure light of her exquisite green eyes, if she were so lucky anyway.
No, enough of the history lesson. Come on, Mint. You know and I know what you came here for.
A drink, my ninja. Though not every suitor was gallant and she was no fool, she had known that sooner or later she wouldn't be able to defend her chastity.
Come on. There must be something that gets you going.
Back the fuck up with your short little 5'2" ass. So she had taken out a knife and gouged her own eyes out. Okay.
There is something, but I don't think you can handle it.
Impressed with her devotion, God restored her eyes and made them more beautiful than ever before. What are we talking about? He has a particular sense of humor, hasn't he? Because that only meant suitors kept going after Lucy, and she kept her eyes in a chalice to scare them away.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever it is.
Back the fuck up. St. Lucy, help me turn away from sin, help me with my own blindness.
My place isn't too far from here. I won't take care of you if it ends up being too much for you. And no one will be able to hear you if you try to scream.
Miss ma'am.
You sure you want to go down that road, pretty boy?
Wouldn't have it any other way.
He sound real sober right now, don't it? I'm just saying. Did I save it? Lord, I pray I did. The best thing about having my condo so close to the pub is the ease of access. As long as I can stand and walk, I can make it home. Maybe I need some kind of neighbor or two to help me with the last leg if I've really gone overboard on the alcohol. But I always made it home. How was it? I'm gonna bar. I refuse to believe this is how people. You go to bar. Oh, sometimes with company. Of course, that always comes with complications, especially with the real clingy ones. But it isn't anything a good tip about stalkers so the building security can't fix. I'm always nervous though, even if this was for the first time I've done this. The first few minutes when we enter my room are the first few agonizing minutes when I try not to panic. Okay, Mac, so far so good. Don't let him smell your fur under all that liquid courage. He'll leave sooner or later, and I'll never have to see him again, just like every other man before him. I'd like to say to myself that the men I brought to my place were more scared than I was. Yet there was no fear when I looked into Whiskey's eyes, only delight. When he starts touching me, I don't even hesitate when I push him against the door. Roughness is to be expected. And as long as he sticks to the script, everything will go smoothly. We'll have our little tumble in the sheets, he'll leave, we'll forget all about it. If somebody asked what I really wanted, I would have told them that I wanted a bed of roses, chocolates, and music. Maybe an Irish castle. But all I really want is her, and that's never going to be reality. Who is her? I'm nosy. That was my fault, of course, because I was afraid, because I was a coward. They would never hold a candle up to her. She was the light of my life. I had to let her go. I can't even be bothered with the thought of her. Just a single thought of her makes my resolve to see this affair through waver.
Wait.
What is it now?
Yes, what is it now? Alright, let me save. Okay, let me go right under that one. Alright. Now. Ew, literally. Okay, so. This is wrong. Nothing, never mind. Now, I ain't got no problem with a girl getting her rocks off, okay, as long as you use protection. Now, she's in love with this woman, but as she said, there's no hope in it. So, is it even worth stopping her getting her rocks off? Nothing, never mind. What's it gonna be? Sex or no sex? You know what? Okay, hold on. Okay, the Christian in me wants to say no, never mind. Okay, just because I know that he's married, but she don't know. And there's nothing wrong with, you know what? I saved it. Let's go. Let's get our rocks off.
Nothing. Never mind.
So I hate it. I know. We gonna see what it's looking like. To hell with it. It doesn't matter. And then if something bad happens, I saved it. I'm just doing this for the exact same reason I brought a man home before and the one before that. Just getting rocked. Oh, I didn't care about any of them. They were all nothing. Less than nothing. We part for air and all. He all ripped my belt off without even bothering to take off his own jacket. Do we have to go into every detail? We somehow make it safely onto my bed and I don't even feel it as he pins me down. Hey, yo! Sorry, y'all. It isn't about pleasure. It's about punishment. There is nothing gentle about the kiss between us. It's all tongue, teeth, and roaming hands. There is no passion, only a need. I don't know about him, but I'm not doing this to feel good. I'm not some nymphomaniac who gets wet at the thought of bringing random strangers to my place for a lay. Hey, yo, I'm trying to read as fast as I can. It's ridiculous how under the professional facade I like to put up, I do these sort of things. If any of my clients can see the Miriam McCullough now, all boozed up and having rough sex with some bloke from a bar, well, that's none of their fucking business, really. But still, everything after is a drunken blur. Oh my God, how long? Nothing that there's much to remember in the first place. These one night stands are always the same. Empty, meaningless sex. Flesh coming together, smelling of booze and sweat. Mother of God. Oh.
Mother of God, pray for us
You know,
sinners.
did you see all of this? I know. The business. Oh, good Lord. I'm too busy trying to remember her hands touching during it all. I'm trying to remember her lips that kissed me. Nah, but how can I remember something like that never happened? I need to hurry up. Oh, thank the Lord. Okay. When all is said and done, all he has to say is...
You were saying something while we were at it. What were you mumbling?
Don't worry about it.
It was a prayer.
Let me see, wait. The boss saying, share the stream with us. I know, it's the voice acting. Oh, man.
Like, oh God, fuck me? I like it.
Bro, get out, bro. Get out. No, it was a real prayer, a prayer for forgiveness. Because as I lie down in my bed while he gets up to leave, I can feel my sins crawling on my back like spiders, filling me with their venom. Ugh. I feel an itch that made me want to scratch the skull until it bleeds while my heart pounds in my ears. I can't even register what Whiskey says when he whispers his goodbye.
Thanks for the good time, Marianne.
How the fuck you know my name? How did he know her name? Yo, hey, yo. Not even being out of breath like this. Like, this man out. This took a dark turn, not gonna lie. I'm trying to figure out what in the fudge just happened. Like, how did you know what her name was? The mornings after are always the loneliest. Although that I can simply brush off, I've already gone through several years of my life with only the fleeting company of others, always nothing permanent. After her, there never was. I'll live through this. The regret, though, is the only one that stays and weighs. But, excuse me, but there is no time for self-pity. I have a job to get ready for. And then that's when they see each other, and that's why she, oh. It isn't often that I think about drinking on the job. But after meeting with the Rice yesterday really makes me want to break my self-imposed rule because first off, fucking damn Whiskey was fucking damn Mr. Right. Oh, and on top of it all off, they had somehow forgotten to inform me that they didn't own the Emergard Mansion yet when they hired me. What sort of person does that?
Ugh, rich people.
I mean, it was already dark, but dark and sad in a different way, ain't it though? I could do nothing but twiddle my thumbs at this. However, twiddle my thumbs and wait for the go signal. It's not like I can accept their other smaller projects. This is a big job and I should be ready to start on it at any time. Not to mention that my PA practically begged me to be patient and wait this out. It was a hard decision to agree, but I did so in the end. Besides, I'm doing this for the Ermengarde's Mansion, not for anything or anyone else. I'd have a headache whatever I do anyway. I'd go to the pub again, but seeing what happened a few days ago, I'd rather not end up in bed with another potential client. And it might be a huge leap in logic, but a library is the best thing, the next best thing after a pub. I have to go there anyway. I need more books for Dad. Plus, I need to return the ones I borrowed last time. Writing a new book or two to read for myself while I have nothing to do isn't such a bad idea either. So on a Saturday morning, I find myself going to the library in Luxembourg to hopefully cool off. After turning, Urzuli in a poetry book by Henry of Pold Brady, I asked the librarian about the several titles on my list, though I don't have much luck on that front. Dialogue of Death has already been snatched, but she bluntly said that she did not keep our mathematical universe for someone who didn't return books on time. Damn, I made my headway at least when I asked about Sage and rendition of Havana by Jacob de Pazula. Lord. If you count her snarling and pointing at the history section as headway, that is. Look, bitch, I didn't tell you to work there. Goodness. The history section is devoid of any other exception for myself and a redhead, though I'd wager a guess that Red's just passing by to get the classical literature section. So many books, so little time. Scanning the books and seeing so many wonderful titles gives me great pleasure. And that's when I spotted. Hey, Sailor.
Hello, Sailor. Sorry. Why don't you come to Mama?
Oh, it's not the naval battle book I was looking for. No, it's even better. The newly acquired History of Luxembourg Architecture, first edition too. I know I just have to get it. I have been waiting to get my hands on this book for so long. The fact that there is only one copy proves to be a problem, though, when Red reaches out for it at the same time as I do.
I think I had this first, miss.
Bitch, you can back up. This is the main character's friend, y'all, just so you know. What's her name? Shit. The best friend is Isabel, the one that we started off with. Her name is Becca. Or Becky, one of the two. I can only stare her down when she refuses to let go of the book. Refusing to let go of it as well, I raise a brow at her in the hopes that the fact that I was significantly taller than her would intimidate the girl, even though she refused with a rebellious look.
This isn't exactly light reading, miss. I mean, do you even know which architect was at the forefront of 18th century Irish architecture?
A beat. She blinks and I can't help but smirk on my face, which is wiped out when she opens her mouth.
Edward Lovett Pierce, who established the Palladian style through his work with Castletown House and Irish Houses of Parliament.
Oh, damn.
This bridge was destroyed in this year to delay French troops while under the regency of Mary of Guise.
This was not what I was expecting. Let's be honest. How many people would know these history facts? Aside from me, anyway.
Going right to the obscure ones, aren't you? Easy enough. Tullybody Old Bridge in Clackmannanshire, Scotland, on the January of 1560, if we want to be specific.
Suddenly it's a game where we throw these historical questions and facts at each other back and forth in hushed tones, unless we want to be thrown out of the library. After a while, it goes from some strange competition to this strange but friendly banter, if it could be called that. But as fun as it is, the exchanging soon slows down until we're grinning at how odd this whole scene is.
Marianne McCulloch, my desire for potatoes doesn't quite match what the stereotypes suggest.
I ship it, I already ship it, even though Marianne's a bit rude. Now, girl, this one right here, she is head over heels for Ashton, the one with the fur on his coat. She is gone.
Rebecca Gales, the Scots' supposed hatred for the English wasn't enough to stop me from teaching their little spawns.
By then, we'd forgotten about our little tug of war, although she still holds the book in her hands. I had let it go without realizing when she answered my first question.
History teacher, then?
Got it in one.
No wonder you gave me a run for my money. Now, if we're talking about architecture, I'd blow you out of the water. You're from where? Luxburn Uni?
Oh no, just St. Goretti's.
Ah yes, St. Goretti's. You think a school would choose a more appropriate saint to name themselves after, especially when they have very young students. Who is
And
that
I'm
saint?
guessing you're an architect, if you're so confident about the subject.
Interior designer, Miss Gales.
Please, just call me Rebecca. You aren't one of my students, are you?
Marianne, then.
I could have said that I was an architect, but there's no point in explaining why I wasn't one anymore.
So, I've never seen you before. I'd like to think I've met every history aficionado in town.
I blame the rock I've been hiding under, of course. That, and I'm usually only here on the weekdays if time allows. Work often has me meeting clients on the weekends.
That must be interesting work.
It allows for some creative freedom, sure. But it's like working with children sometimes. Though you probably have it harder working with actual children.
Okay.
The hardest part is convincing them that your idea is their idea.
That sounds exciting.
It is!
But isn't that true for any workplace, though? We just cross our fingers and hope there aren't any man-children in charge of important things.
I'm drinking a Red Bull, y'all.
Any big projects right now?
I'm committed.
I can't imagine that interior designing is a frequent thing.
I'm working on the Ermengarde mansion. Lucky me. That mansion. Inta. Wonderful. Breathtaking. I can't wait to start in it. Now that is beautiful architecture.
A pause. It looks like she wants to say something in my mention of the house. I'm not surprised. I placed a certain property with the locals, especially with the urban legends attached to it. In the next second, though, she seems to think better of it and drops what she's about to say.
So, do you have a portfolio or anything I can take a look at? I'd love to see your designs. Maybe you have some on a tablet? I've met some designers before, and they're always going crazy over these virtual room apps or another.
A tablet? Please. Callicrates didn't need those silly iTabs when he built the Parthenon. I certainly don't need one to design a house.
Okay, the computer back at my place is all I have. Why should I buy such an expensive gadget that will just get outdated within the year when what I have is just as functional? The traditional way had a far more personal touch in my opinion, not to mention those smartphones are awful tools of procrastination. Ain't that the truth? I can't even count on one hand the number of people I see going outside only to have their eyes glued to the things. And fuck touchscreens. They're evil things that make typing what should have been simple tasks harder. I miss Blackberries. I miss them. I'm showing
I do
my
have an
age.
online portfolio if you'd like. I can...
Speaking or thinking of the devil seems to have summoned it because before I can carry on, Rebecca's attention wanes as she pulls out her mobile. For what I can only assume is a call, she gives me an apologetic look before she's standing up and excusing herself. Off farther into the aisle she goes for some privacy. Excuse me. I do my best to give it to her as well, trying to tune her out.
Well, is something wrong? Lunch at the coffee house? Sure, I can make it. I'm not too far. I can be there in 10.
But without quiet the surrounding is, she can't blame me if I overheard snippets of her conversation. When she returns with a sheepish look on her face, I know that our friendly chat has to be cut short.
Sorry, I have to go and meet with some friends.
It's fine. Totally fine. No need to even apologize.
About the book.
Her embarrassment increases twofold when she realizes she's still holding on to the history of Luxembourg and architecture. I don't give her time to think about it as I put my hand up and shake my head, fishing out a pen and paper from my bag along with one of my business cards. I hand them over to her.
You know, I'm busy with work, so I might not even be able to take a peek at it anytime soon. You can go ahead and have it. But you'll have to ring me up when you're returning it just so I can snag it right away. Deal?
She makes quick work pinning her number down and handing it back to me with a grin.
Deal. Just message me during school hours, of course. You have a good day then.
You too.
With Rebecca gone, I'm left standing in the history section. Although my original plans were to simply sit down and read a good book, our little pop quiz, if you could call it that, made the time pass by without any of us even realizing it. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank goodness. I thought I was mute for a second. It was fun, and I do believe I made a new friend. Good job, Marianne. Even with the talk of lunch, however, I don't feel like grabbing a bite to eat. There are still other books to be read here, and I'm hoping to find something that will help me while I work with the rights. Something like how to deal with assholes professionally one-on-one, just in case. I've dealt with a lot of uppity, snooty, and rich clients before, but it's still better to be safe than sorry, because Luke Wright just takes the fucking cake, and he probably manages to eat it too. It seems the world is conspiring to help me with my me time as my mobile vibrates in my pocket the moment I find something from the shelves of the classic literature section.
Marianne McCulloch, Charlie Rose Design speaking.
Rose Cooper here, Miss McCullough. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything. But I just wanted to check in and tell you that we've got the clear to hand over the documents.
Okay.
Madam Wright told us that we should forward the floor plans to you.
Oh, y'all. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me get some backstory. So, you know the first one I said, what was her name? Isabel, the one with the ponytail. This is her co-worker, Rose. Now, in the first chapter, at the end, we find out that Rose died, and when she died, on the wall was written, "Help me, help me, help me," in blood, just like how the letter did. So this is her. So we've gone back in the past again with Marianne's part of the story, just to let y'all get some insight. Okay, there we go. Now, already, how did they go through the process so fast? Surely there was so many red tape to even acquire the forms and the transferring of rights. No matter how rich the rights are, it shouldn't be that quick, right?
So, if I can just have your email, I'll be sending them your way.
I'd actually like a physical copy of the floor plans.
Oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm not at the office right now, but I can inform Miss Santos of your request.
I'll make sure to drop by the office after lunch if that's fine.
I got you.
Not a problem.
I'm sorry.
Right. Well, cheers.
Right. Cheers.
I don't know. I just don't. Is there something? Oh my god, I have to burp, y'all. Hold on. Okay. Is there some sort of deeper miscommunication when we last met? These things take time. It's been, what, a day? Less than that even? There isn't even a point in trying to make sense of these people who seem to be larger than life. As it looks like I'm on the clock starting today, I might as well eat. Grabbing some fish and chips from one of the street food stalls, I find a table to spend time with a copy of Marquise Decides the Crime of Love, since Rebecca left with the book I wanted. I've read this one before along with the rest of his works. This will be the 18th time, in fact. Lord have mercy, that sounds like me. But it's always nice to read through it again when I don't have time to enjoy something new. Besides, when you're dealing with people so filthy rich that they just end up plainly filthy, you need good old Marquise sound advice.
La blessure se trouvant sans aucune sorte de conséquence.
Okay, the blessing and or pleasure of something with something, some sort of consequence. Okay, I know some Italian and it looked kind of like it, but don't quote me. The wound being without any consequence, like completely off. Of course, it's folly to think that things have no consequence when everything actually does. Briar Realty Corporation's Luxbur's branch isn't too far from the city center, just a few blocks away, and I can easily eat and walk. I'd rather use this time to rest before I go into a fury of activity. No doubt there'll be so much to do when we get our hands on the mansion.
Still a lot better than working on another condo, at least.
Oh. Oh, gosh. Surely no matter how much BRC and the old owners put into the restoration and the preservation of the place, any big repairs will be superficial at most. I'm quite certain that in their haste to sell the property, they did a rush job. It isn't an infrequent thing to do despite it being frowned upon. There'll be a lot of hidden issues that we'll need to weed out, and I have to make sure I find every single one of them, especially the more serious damage. Structural integrity is definitely on top of the list we have to consider. The building might look sturdy, but is centuries old. That alone will likely pose a few problems here and there, but limitations on what we can do. Besides, despite how much I detest these rich snobs, they can pay rather handsomely so long as I do an excellent job and do more than necessary. These things always made sure the referrals keep coming. I don't even have to hunt down projects for myself. When I do go up to the BRC's office, I can't help but stop and stare when I enter the building. With the lunch hour closing, employees should have been back already if they still aren't flittering through the door. I get that it's Saturday, that people probably feel tired and lazy to be working on a weekend, but they're still on the clocks, not bumming about, wasting company time on extended breaks and cigarette sessions. The office is spacious as it is with these big corporations. Each person is given the little space of what usually 2 by 2 meter cubicle. There is also more empty chairs than actual people working at their desks. Okay, so about that, a lot of the people who were supposed to be looking at the house first they ended up dying and or just what's to call it, vanishing, and they don't know where they at. You see, yeah, that's really the only thing I got was the we in the same boat over. It reminds me far too much of my last day at what? Proviskova. Yeah. Projects during the massive layoffs due to the Irish economic crisis. But it isn't just that though. Everything is quiet as a grave. It is as if the people are merely ghosts. Speaking of ghosts, why do I say it like that? I don't know. Santos comes through the door looking as if she's just seen one. She looks at me wide-eyed like a deer caught in headlights, ready to bolt at any moment. I'd ask out of concern, but I feel it's my position to do so. What if it's something personal? I'd simply be overstepping my boundaries. Please don't ask me to do something or make a decision. Really, it's none of my business.
I presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
This was before him, honey. I know, I can't stand him neither. Let's see.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so at the lunch when she was leaving, she looked in the reflection of a window and saw the ghost, screamed out. Everybody's trying to figure out like what the heck is happening, this and third. So that's why she's freaked out now.
But it won't take too long. Don't worry.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste.
Well, don't get angry at me.
I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
What does that have to do with you, baby girl? All you gotta do is make this place look nice. Even if they don't end up owning it, they still gotta pay you and they got the money. Relax. Calmate. She flinches like she doesn't quite know how to respond to that. Who would? Thankfully, instead of opening her mouth, she leads the way towards her station and goes to fetch the floor plans. It won't take too long, as she said, but it does take a bit time spent to compose herself, most likely.
You know, we usually just email these things.
I know, that way we wouldn't have had to been here.
I prefer the real thing.
Oh, God. Come on, girl. Not that you would know. Why would I know? You'll probably have your nose stuck in front of a smartphone when you're not working, and even when you should be working, playing those mindless, addictive games. Hey, yo. I feel targeted. I definitely wish Chris would stop playing that Batcat thing during work hours too. As long as he getting his work done. And
I know what you mean. Digital painting is nice, but nothing beats the smell of real paint. Not that I go and smell paint like a crazy person, but you know, the real thing is different.
Wait, what?
Yes, nothing is quite like the real thing.
That's it? I thought this place was bigger. Okay. Alright. They have a ballroom? The fuck you need a ball? You know what? They got a lot of people. Music room. I wish I could zoom in. They got a hall. Oh, the maid's quarters. Another hall. The basement. The parlor. Oh, that's where they had the dining room, the kitchen. Then when you go to the first floor, you got the hallway. Where are the bedrooms? There's only 2 bedrooms? You lying like a motherfucker. Ain't no way I'm buying that big of a home with 2 bedrooms. They have a master bedroom, y'all, and a regular bedroom. Ain't no way. They have a theater. They got a whole theater. They got a conference room, for Pete's sake. And then 2 attics. Now, she had went to the first attic. I want to say she went to the one on the right, and that's where she found the letter. The house is huge. When they said mansion, they meant mansion. Like, it's huge. They have a whole bunch of rooms, but it's like, if let's say they were to have 5 kids, they all gonna be in that one room. Like, it don't even make sense. Or you'd have to have some of the kids in the attic, which is terrible. Send that architecture to jail. Like, literally 2 bedrooms. What's with the rest of the space for? Exactly. Like, they have a conference room, then they have a dining hall, and then a parlor. Like, all these places where you could have a conference. Stop playing with my soul. Like I said, they got a theater, and then they have a music room, which you could have put a whole projector or whatever in the back of that damn piano, and you could have had 1, 2, and 1. I'm just saying. Okay. All right. Well, you know, people that got money. People that got money. This is why I became an architect in the first place. Jacobean style is his finest, is a thing of beauty. Look at these gorgeous rooms and the delicate harmony between empty spaces. What empty spaces? Everything got a space for itself. And speaking of empty spaces, there's something rather odd about these ones.
I feel a bit silly saying it out loud because I've never lived in a big house, let alone a mansion. But during the tour, I had the distinct impression that the rooms were bigger. Maybe the scale is wrong? It's not much of a problem, and it is an old house.
There had been little details here and there that I would have liked to address during the open house too, but it was all forgotten in the wake of Miss Santos' incident and the trouble with ownership. The wine cellar is, oh yeah, where's the wine cellar? Where's the kitchen? The kitchen, oh, they ain't even got a picture of the wine cellar. Oh, great. The wine cellar is going to be a problem. I shudder to think what sort of repairs they did to the place. There might have been things that were swept under the rug, pushed into the dark corner of the rooms, and hidden away behind barrels. Water damage could have been covered up. There had been floods due to heavy rains in West England just a year later. No. Just last year, bitch. Goodness. After all, if there's been any damage to the house's foundation, that's going to be a lot of work. I was not able to look at the attic as well. For all I know, a whole family of vermin could have made their nest there. Working with pest control is always the worst. The sheer size of this place is staggering, even if I did say it was a lot smaller than it looked. I might just be biting off more than I can chew, but who doesn't like a good challenge? First things first, I'll have to.
So, do you want a coffee? The one from the staff room is pretty decent.
There's really no need. I'm sure you have rules against it.
What rules?
Rules against bringing someone coffee? That's ridiculous. And even if there were regulations against it, nobody's really here to tell Sir John.
Alright. You say you would think for the mansion would be a family home at least, but unless you have no children and no family to visit you, no guest rooms, this is not a practical home at all. I'm saying, because they were talking about having, what is it called? They were going to change one of the bedrooms, well, the only other bedroom, into a kid room for, I think some family of hers. And, I mean, that's all you'd have. Like, Jesus.
I've already brought 2 mugs, and I'm not going to drink them on my own. Come on.
I'm saying, that big-ass house with 2 bedrooms. I have to stamp down my annoyance at getting distracted. Seeing the girl, the young woman, though, it looks like she has a lot on her mind. If babbling is her way to deal with stray thoughts, I'm not really the one she should be babbling to. Oh, fuck. You have to say something? I don't have time for this. You ain't got nothing else to do, girl. Stop playing with my soul. Okay, wait. Maybe I should save. Maybe I should save. I don't know. Let me save. Okay, alright. And then I'll do, you have something to say? Like it's a hotel. Like, that's what I'm saying. I give her time to speak up. But when she just stares, I clear my throat.
Yes? You have something to say?
As embarrassment creeps up her face, I snatch one of the coffees from her and take it. Too hot.
Just thinking and speaking off the record, it must be fun what you do. You go to people's houses and you make them, well, pretty. You're sharing your art with them.
It's a little bit more complex than that.
Oh, girl, stop.
But if you put it that way, it is fun. I wouldn't have done it for 7 years if it wasn't a little bit fun, I guess.
These big clients always have paintings in their homes. Do you have a supplier for art pieces?
I didn't expect to hear such a question from her, seeing as how well she handled herself yesterday. I didn't doubt then why she was assigned to an important sale like the Emerald Guard Mansion, despite the little accident she had. Now she just looks too young, too nervous, and unsure of herself, although her enthusiasm must make up for that in spades. In fact, I wouldn't have believed it if she had introduced herself the way she is at the moment. Why, watching her now, she actually looks like she should be still in college. acts a bit like it too when I think about it. I thought she was a teen slumming it in the mansion when I first saw her there lying on the ground. Surprise, surprise, she turned out to be one of the estate agents handling the property. I don't even know what to make of the whole situation. What the hell was that? Whole meltdown that happened with that strange document, aka the letter. If I were the client, I would have been very upset. She'd be in hot water for it.
The clients usually support artists of their own choice. If they don't, I'm always happy to refer those that I know.
That's cool.
You pimping out your shit?
They're very picky. I don't think a hobbyist will have an easy time getting their work sold.
Girl, did I even say anything?
Hey, I'll have you know I was a student of the fine arts.
Okay, thank you.
And yet, here you are, selling property. Maybe you weren't a very fine student of the arts.
Oh, what? You know what? Maybe I took that a bit too far. Literally, she bites her cheek and then it looks like she's barely holding herself back.
It's not like I had a choice.
She mutters under her breath and I barely even hear her, but the hurt is there, and it makes me wonder what brought it on. Although it is understandable, if her reasons what I think it is, very few people make it big in the art world. I can see why she'd be upset about it with that enthusiasm. I didn't have a choice when I left Ireland. It was that or years of unemployment. The recession and the toll it took on the construction industry was out of anyone's control. I don't know what choice she wasn't able to make, whether it was about her being in an art school or something else. But the world isn't a fair place, and the sooner she accepts it, the better. What the hell? Still, with the forlorn look on her face, I can't help but sigh. The girl reminds me far too much of myself when I was younger.
Well, if you're thinking of commissioning your paintings, I'll have to see your work
Literally
first.
Unnecessary. Like, stop playing with my soul. Let's see your works first, okay?
Oh, it's not... I didn't mean it like that. I don't have any paintings.
Girl.
Really? You sounded a lot like you still did art or want to. Now I'm starting to worry that you might just like the smell of paint.
I'm not a paint huffer, sheesh. I just mean I don't make much anymore. I don't really have the time for it. The tools and materials aren't exactly cheap either.
Everything has a price. It sounds like you're making excuses for something you're presumably passionate about.
Girl, calm down.
If you really want to practice art, a little out of your wallet isn't much.
It's not that simple.
It's not. Life's simple. People just like to make it complex. Speaking off the record, I have some advice for you, kid. Either go for what you want, or stop thinking about it when you have something else. That is unless you enjoy making yourself miserable, then by all means.
You know, if you wanted to look at the floor plans without me bothering you, you could have just said so.
Would you have left me alone?
No.
We'll never know now, will we?
I told the truth now. I was still bugging you, but it don't matter. A strained air settles in the room afterward. It doesn't help that she doesn't immediately leave, as she had said, lingering awkwardly by the door with that downcast expression. It's clear there's more she means to say, perhaps even to defend herself and her choices in life. Or is she just expecting me to dish out more of that advice? It's an awkward affair, and I choose to hightail it out of the realty office as quickly as I can. Though I am able to keep myself professional at all times, does not mean I like it. And seeing that most of the day is already gone by before I realize it, I choose to head back to my flat instead. Despite today being a Saturday, we can't have fun. No fun. Like she said, it hurt me. But at least this way I can definitely avoid another unpleasant encounter. Considering how much I'll be seeing whiskey in the near future, foreseeable future, I have a feeling I'll need all the rest in the weekend can give me. For the first time in a long time, excited as I am to work on the mansion, I cannot wait to be over and done with this project. Okay, so wait. The 24th. Okay, wait. Let me look at the journal, because something happens on the 24th. Hold up. Trans-second worked the whole day to forget about the devastating news of her mentor's death. Okay, so yeah, that's when she died. However, she ended up stumbling upon the mysterious disappearance of her other colleagues just when she realized it's something important. Okay, there we go. Okay. Monday couldn't come any sooner. After taking the 4 pens from Miss Santos the day before the last, I spent most of my Sunday drawing up plans and calling in my suppliers. Although no design choices have been made yet, I'm quite sure that they want high-end appliances, the most expensive materials, and the most pretentious everything. They usually did these rich types based on experience at least. Given how badly this whole thing started, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. I have to check myself, make sure I'm not playing with my gloves as one of the other building tenants takes the elevator up with me. It makes me self-conscious when a woman's eyes go over me, and I'm sure she was pointing out the previously flawed in my physical appearance. But I'm saved from being paranoid when they went off a few floors later. Still, the ride up to my floor was nerve-wracking. The Wrights lived at the very top of the penthouse, the creme de la creme when it comes to condominium and urban living. Just getting access to this place is an ordeal in itself. I had to jump so many hoops, so many security checks just to secure a key card. Not only because of the building management, but because of Wright's personal security. If something felt like I'm being interrogated for a crime and not visiting a client at their home. Even when their personal assistant called in to help out and verify my presence, the process is aggravating rather than hastened. Speaking of the devil, the elevator opens and I'm greeted by none other than the whiskey's not-so-little lackey.
I do apologize if I kept Mr. and Mrs. Wright waiting. But I'm here now and I'm ready, so if I may, where are they?
They've just woken up, but they should be down soon. I'm surprised to see you made it through security, and only 5 minutes late.
You said I'd be through security soon, and it took half an hour. Define soon in this context.
I'd make myself comfortable if I were you. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
About the tea, I don't want to intrude or anything.
The sir does not like being woken up by the whistling. But who am I to deny tea to a guest?
He showed me to the couch before drifting off towards the kitchen, quietly pulling out a teapot, cup, and all sorts of other things in preparation for tea. I ignore the animosity towards his employee with that his words implied. I wouldn't be too surprised if Whiskey's own people don't like him. Accepting the quiet and isolation, instead I brace myself for what's to come. In this case, soon apparently means more than 5 minutes or even 10. I sit in the living room just waiting, and when the kettle starts whistling and the tea has been served, I continue to wait. At least the silence is relaxing, but then there's a crash. I nearly spilled tea all over my lap in surprise, and I look up expecting security to come up running. Even the man at the kitchen's counter continues to fix his breakfast like he heard nothing. I don't want to speak up about it because he looks far too absorbed in his cooking, and I don't want to be the cause of burnt food or worse. However, there's something in me that just wants to figure out what that was, although I am normally not this nosy. Damn, I'm gonna have to save again. Hold on. Save. Okay, so I didn't really need this one because I kind of liked my outcome. So I'm gonna overwrite it. Alright, we're gonna check it out. We're gonna be nosy. Okay. Crash came from the hallway and I really shouldn't be snooping about. But it's just concern. Yeah, concern that urged me to check it out. Sneaking glance at the butter, I consider sneaking off, but...
Excuse me, but where's the loo?
He barely looks at Molly before pointing a spatula towards the hallway. It's a good excuse as any, and if I'm caught lingering longer than I should, I could excuse myself and say that it wasn't which door led me to where. Still looking into the hallway reveals nothing. I don't see anything that might have caused the crash. The hallway, like the rest of the house, is in pristine condition. There are several doors for not only the toilet, but also presumably rooms for their butler and for other members of the staff. As I stand there, however, something feels definitely out of place. One of the doors, the nearest within my reach, stands ajar, and from inside a light flickers insistently. Y'all see a light? No damn light. It could be simply a light bulb that needs replacing, but the thought of it in a place so well taken care of seems off. I think that maybe there's where the crash came from. Inside, I spy a radio lying on the floor. That's probably it, right? Maybe one of the help in a hurry to get out of the room knocked it over in the process. If that's all that is, I should really leave it alone. As I turn to leave, the sound of static fills the air and a man's tiny voice interrupts the silence.
At 7 in the morning, students found a 5th year dead.
Why am I still standing here?
Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
This seems familiar, doesn't it?
Authorities are investigating the possibility of foul play.
Like I've heard it before.
Reporting from St. Samthins, Shane McLaughlin of Galway Bay, AM.
I recall backing away from whatever that was. In the process, I trip backwards on my feet and I wait for the pain of falling flat on my back. But instead, I feel a hand on my back and see the smug smile of, well, guess who?
Oh, don't tell me you're reporting to work drunk, Mint.
Oh my god, man. Back up! Of course, I know exactly who that belongs to. It just has to be him.
Marianne McCullough, hammered on the job? That would be something.
But, as if I'd been burned, I pushed him away from me with a deep scowl on my face. Even his slightest touch makes me sick, and that smug smile on his face makes me want to come in contact with him. If only to break his nose with my fist.
Is that any way to say hello to a good friend?
You know what?
We aren't friends. Let's get that straight first off, Mr. Wright. Secondly, you're a married man, so that thing that happened shouldn't have happened.
She said break it.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me it wasn't even a little fun. A bit of a romp never hurt anybody.
No, it wasn't fun, and we shouldn't have done it. But since we did, let's pretend it didn't happen and never speak of it again.
I was drunk and had no self-control. Don't I get a free pass?
Stop, bro. Oh, not another question. Okay. I have work to do, sir. That's no excuse. You know what? Should I be professional? Or should I just... Oh, I don't know. I have work to do. There's no excuse. You know what? He's not going to listen to us anyway. He's not. He ain't. Alright, I'm going to save. I'm going to save. Oh, I'm running out of saves. Okay. I have work to do, sir. There's no excuse. Okay, let's try and tell him what's what. Restraint and patience are necessary things when dealing with people, and I must have a whole lot of it considering I'm not tearing him a new one. Professional, he wants to... Ooh, see. The good voice actor for the guy is very punchable. Yes. I can't believe this guy. I don't even see any inkling of shame or guilt about the fact that he cheated on his wife.
What? No, you don't get a free pass. How can you even say that with such a straight face? You do realize what you've done, don't you? Even if you were drunk, the fact of the matter is, you had at one point taken off your wedding ring and knowingly cheated on your missus. I am quite sure you didn't have one and you blatantly told me you were single when you chatted me up at the bar.
And you're the saint then?
Fuck yeah, what you mean?
But according to you, I was drunk. So you must have taken advantage of me in my state.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap.
I fail to see why I'm the only one to blame in this situation.
Oh my God. I didn't think things could get any more preposterous, sorry. But apparently I was wrong.
We were both drunk, you bastard. Don't you dare try to twist this around. You don't know who you're messing with.
I'm afraid you're the one who doesn't know who you're messing with, Lassie.
What you saying, Lassie?
I know who you are, Marianne McCullough. I've looked into you, you bloody bog jumper.
Hey,
You're nothing but a glorified turf cutter.
Excuse me?
I'd be careful with how I speak if I were you. What's that saying about biting the hand that pays you? It goes something like that.
He looked into me? How much does he know about me then? Does he know about my father? Does he know about her? The thought that he has knowledge he can hang over my head kills any fight I have. Instead, I feel sick. This is sick. And I won't be surprised if he's stuck in the head one way or another. He is lining back up. You see, the dead air between us, because it can't be anything else but that, is broken as a lively voice calls out from the loft.
Marianne! I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. I know we agreed we'd start at 10 o'clock, but mornings just simply do not agree with me. Not one bit. It's been like this since I've been in university.
It's 5 minutes to 11 o'clock. These high-end clients sure like to be fashionably late. I'm used to it though, much like I'm used to so many years of hearing people mispronounce my name. Besides, berating or correcting my client would be extremely impolite, and Marianne doesn't sound too bad when she says it. To be fair, it doesn't seem like she's late on purpose.
I see you're up, darling. You know, you could have woken me up as well. Were you showing Marianne around? Not that there's much to see. This place is so tiny compared to the mansion.
Tiny. I'm more worried about the way she stares at me, judging such a look. It doesn't suit her pretty face at all. Just seeing Mrs. Wright reminds me so much of her, and maybe I'm starting to hear her again, see her again, when I shouldn't. I should have left it all behind, forgotten it. To think she would be looking at me that way, I can feel my hands tremble.
Oh yes, just showing her around and getting to know each other. Isn't that right, Marianne?
Yes, of course. And your butler was making breakfast a while ago. So if you want to get right to that...
Breakfast would be lovely.
There's no denying the clients when they invite me over to the table. Though it's too personal to share a meal in their home, it would be terribly rude to deny their invitation. Besides, the pancakes do look and smell heavenly. A bowl of clotted cream, fruit, syrups, jams, and other spreads are laid out to them, making a colorful arrangement. If this was brunch with friends, I would have gladly helped myself to the whole lot. But as it is, I accept just a few pieces of pancake. It's topped off with lemon and sugar. You know,
I was a tiny bit serious when I said I wanted a helipad.
And you're not serious about the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables?
Well, I do want those too, but I know you'll agree to those.
We're talking about interiors here, honey. You don't handle exterior designs, and whatever handles those sorts of projects do you, Marianne?
I'm able, actually, and willing to take a project of that nature. I was an architect in Ireland before. Of course, that's another contract entirely. I also suggest we finish the house itself before working on any additions to the rest of the property. There won't be any problems about ownership this time, will there? Pardon if I'm crossing a line, but the acquisition was rather quick.
Oh, don't you worry. We've got everything sorted this time around. I've talked to Miss Cooper and Mr. John from BRC, as well as the old owners. Everything has been paid in full, and all we're waiting for is the paperwork from the land registry.
I mean,
they're letting us move in as soon as we please.
But, like this is their loft, not loft, their apartment, their penthouse. There you go. Everything's been paid for and we're all waiting to register as soon as we please.
It's not like they were living there in the first place.
That's good to hear. The problems that could arise from renovating another person's home would be... well, let's not dwell on it. First off, we'll want to know how you want the place to look. It's pretty furnished as is, but I understand if you want to modernize the whole thing.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep the place looking as it is, but at the same time, I want modern appliances. You worked on the Ludgate's Christchurch summer residence. I do remember there being an oven I thought was a simple drawer before. Make them look vintage, antique, blend in with the rest of the decor.
Customize appliances then. I can't find someone for that, and if you can't tell me what you specifically want, it'll hasten up the process. We're talking about electronic appliance manufacturers. If you have a preferred brand to work with.
Splendid! So, what is next on our agenda? All the other interior designers we've hired in the past did not have us this involved.
I stopped. What sort of half-baked designer did that? If I knew who they were, I would have had words. This isn't the time or the place, however. Instead, I used a brief pause to pull out the 4 pans I brought with me.
We'll have to figure out what you want to do with the rooms.
Come on. There we go.
Here, we can have a quick run through.
What is that little room next to the master's bedroom?
Oh, as far as I could tell when I saw it, it's a second bedroom of sorts. Used, apparently, for the ladies in waiting who has served Lady Charlotte Ermengarde, which is strange, as that isn't the norm for these sorts of houses.
Well, we're not stuffing Johans in there. He won't fit. You don't suppose we could turn it into a walk-in closet and a dressing room?
I love fashion, but do we really need to turn an entire room into a walk-in closet, dear? We'll have large closets and a wardrobe in the bedroom already.
You said you hate seeing their principal. Listen. I mean, I'm trying to figure out where they're talking about this little room, because all I see is the master bedroom, the balcony, the bathroom. Oh, quarters. I didn't even see that. Why would there be another room in there? Ain't no way you about to be in there. Then if you gotta go do anything for me, you gotta walk through my bedroom, wake me up to go do things? Absolutely not. And if it's a child's room, you ain't never gonna get privacy. There we go.
Says the one who takes 3/5 of our closet. Well, what do you suggest we do with it?
I thought a utility room of some sort would be nice. A craft room where I can do fun things. Or maybe a children's room might be nice. You know, for when Kylie comes over. Or if Rochelle visits once she's had a baby.
Okay, Rochelle is the one that he slept with.
One, you are not inviting that witch. And two, there's a whole mansion for Kylie to play in.
See, that's why he said that witch, because he already got her pregnant.
We don't need a children's room, and you don't even do arts and crafts. I'd like to turn the guest's room and the study into my personal office, by the way, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Take the conference shit. Why are you taking? You gotta tell him you preggo, baby girl. She the witch who you slept with. Exactly. You know, baby, he's the monster. I know. Look at him. Look how he smile. Look how he smile. Look at him. Look at him. Look. Good Lord.
You can turn it into a personal office if I can have my utility room. It's just the one room of the many. I'm taking that room for myself, no matter what you say, dearie. So you might as well take this deal. You're always out doing business anyway. The real problem is the theater. Whatever are we going to do with all that space?
Fine, we could turn it into our own personal cinema, I suppose. Might as well have it, if you plan on not having a telly in the parlor.
Yes, well, I don't want guests to be glued to the telly when they come over for a meal and some tea. By the looks of things, we can keep the rooms as what they are on the ground floor, though. The ballroom would be perfect for parties.
One room, literally, in the entire house, sir. I know. Like, why would you use that big ass room What is that room in the top corner? You have a study room. But that's through the bedroom, though. I hate this house. I hate this house. That's why it's a ghost right now. It's ghosts. Let me see. By the look of things, we can keep the room as the ballroom perfect parties.
Do we really need a dining hall, though? I don't suppose we can't convert it into a garage.
Not a garage.
What for? You can park your cars outside.
What about that room? Right there, in the northeast corner.
North. Which one?
That's sleeping quarters for the household help.
Oh, that is perfect! Johans will be glad if we have other staff members who stayed in. It'd be convenient so they don't have to make the trip from Luxborn to the mansion when they're needed.
You'll definitely need a lot more people to maintain a property of this size.
They're doing too much. Way too much. What the heck is a gallery? A gallery? Where you at? Oh, a gallery? Like legit paintings to show off money for no damn reason. People who got money like this, just write me a check. That's it. That's all. Instead of buying that $10,000 painting,
The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought.
Cash App it, damn it. My Cash App is on my Twitter. The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought. Look at these rooms. I didn't
Look
even
at all
know.
these
Sorry, sorry, sorry,
rooms.
sorry, sorry.
I didn't even know there was a music room next to the parlor because of what happened.
There was a grand piano in there too, when we checked during the tour.
Did you hear that, Luke? Maybe you can take up playing the piano again. Oh, you should have seen him when we were younger, Marianne.
It's not like I was very good with the thing.
Oh, hush you. You were no Mozart, but I loved hearing you play nonetheless. He'd come over to my home and he'd play such fun tunes. He'd sing too and I'd dance and it was just...
Oh, sorry. Mr. Wright playing the piano, I can't imagine it. But the earnest way in which Mrs. Wright said so told otherwise.
Anyway, what do you think of these plans, Marianne?
I'll say it 7 years. Anyway, what do you think about these plans, Marianne?
Are we not even going to consider one of my requests? Not even just a closet or just a garage? Now, that isn't fair, is it? You're not the only one who's going to be living here.
I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theater, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables. That sounds fair, does it not, Marianne?
Yes, that sounds fair, big crybaby. I ain't even gotta say it because I don't fucking care. Mrs. Wright has her points, though. I really didn't want to butt in with the spat of a husband and a wife, but with the way the two were looking at me to settle it, I might as well just keep to the facts instead of giving my opinion.
Mr. Wright, your plan isn't quite feasible from an architectural perspective. I'm not even sure how much we can do without closer inspection. Well, the one about the garage, at least. A walk-in closet is easy enough, but the garage?
See, a garage isn't architecturally feasible, and it isn't going to be financially sound as well. We're already going to spend a lot on your other requests. You have several acres of land to park on already.
What? Did you calculate that on the fly? Financially sound my foot. You're probably just thinking up of imaginary numbers.
Like that.
Might I remind you that I was a financial manager? I also looked over and approved the expenses of our other houses.
Sorry.
I know the rough cost of these things by now, love. Masters in Business Administration, major in accounting. Sometimes I think you forget that I'm not as dumb as I act.
He's so annoying. That catches my attention more than anything. It sounds like more unbelievable than Whiskey playing the piano. She really didn't seem like the type.
Business administration and accounting? What university?
Luxborn U, of course. Go Lux Dragons. Red and gold.
Here's what I'm saying. Girly is smart. He the one that's talking about, oh, you need to stay home, but then gets angry talking about, well, you don't do anything anymore. Nick, excuse me, bro, you told me to stay home. Like, don't get me upset. They playing my soul.
Excuse me, how about we move on this chit-chat ahead and do whatever else needs to be done sometime today?
See?
I had to cancel my appointments for this, you know.
He irks my whole left ass cheek.
We might as well do a proper inspection with the designer this time, just to get it out of the way.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself, to spot anything we might have missed.
See what I'm saying? Like, he's so flaky. It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? Riding in the Amargon Mansion in their Rolls Royce, stop it, it's an awkward affair. Not only am I worried about scuffling the expensive leather seats, but I'm also worried about getting in the middle of another couple's spat. With the tension thick in the air, I can feel them staring at each other anytime. Nobody's saying anything. Up until Mr. Wright tells his valet to turn the damn radio off. For a moment, I think that he might start, but instead he just stays quiet, and so does the rest of us. In the end, the insufferable silence stays. I have been so glad to see. I have been so glad to see a house, my dad. Stepping out of the car and up in the mansion meant the end of the uncomfortable fresh air. The beauty of the place never fails to make me gaze in wonder every time I see it as well. Mrs. Wright moves towards the front, keys in hand, and I can already hear Mr. Wright plotting.
All right, Hans, we're going to go in, but I want you to look around the place. Familiarize yourself with it. Know every nook and cranny, every inch of the lot. Go and see where we can put that vineyard and the other things we talked about. We'll want to know where to station security as well, so go around the perimeter and figure it out.
Scout the property and circle the perimeter on foot. You do know this is 46 acres of land, sir.
Well, you are not driving a car over the grass. Put those long, spidery legs of yours to good use. I didn't hire you to stand around and look intimidating. Go, mush.
Okay. Someday I'd like to ask how Johannes can even stand and tolerate that man. My question indeed. Why doesn't he just quit? Certainly the pay can't be that good. Even I'm a bit put off by our mutual employer, and the only thing that keeps me from bailing is the fact that we've already signed a contract. At least I'll be working with them during the duration of the project. He works with them every day.
Sometimes I think you hired me to make me suffer for your amusement.
Someday I'd ask. I feel a bit bad for him. If it's any consolation, he'll be away from Mr. Wright, if only for a little while. We are able to enter a mansion after a bit of standing outside in the sun. This wretched, strange light that is far too alien and rare. There had been a bit of a problem with the missus not knowing which key to use. The first item on the agenda will be the grand staircase. It seems sturdy during the open house, but a closer inspection says otherwise. There's no obvious markings of damage or wear and tear, and probably rethreaded during renovations. Peeking under the carpet, the wood is properly installed with the bark placed down to prevent cupping. The carpet itself could use a vacuum, though. Structural condition, from what I can see without actually dismantling the thing, look in good shape, and the handrails and supports are firm. The work on it should be commended. I can't look much more into the rest of the foyer, however, because Mr. Wright starts to hurry us into checking the dining hall.
So, what do you think? Certainly we can't turn this area into a garage.
It's Jacobean architecture. I'd say these would be pilasters and not buttresses, but you never really know. They really liked mixing up these elements. You could say it was pretty avant-garde at the time. We might hit a support beam if we're not careful.
And in layman's terms?
From what I see here, we could risk great damage to the house if we try to turn the dining hall into a garage.
The man didn't look too pleased at that. There's a look of disappointment before he sighs and looks around the place with an air of defeat. When he moves to speak, I dread another unreasonable demand again.
This will stay a dining hall then. But if I may have another request instead, at least spruce the place up with some flowers, some plants, or something. It feels so old and dead in here.
That's hardly unreasonable. Daffodils are a must, I presume.
The look that passes between them is a genuine look of fondness there. This is the first time I've seen an exchange between the two of them. If anyone are to see them like this, there was no doubt that they loved each other.
Of course, and I want a garden full of them. Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to look at the rest of the house.
I'll just be around
I'll just be around here downstairs if anybody needs me.
That leaves Mrs. Wright and I.
He's quite fond of them, you know.
I can imagine. He looked terribly upset when we told him he can't have his garage.
I meant the daffodils. We always have a vase full of them in every house we own. Somewhere. I'd like to think they may be about his mother. He never talks about her. I don't even know her name. He likes to flatter, claim that they remind him of me, but he's always loved the flowers, even before we married.
Okay, much like Davina, I didn't take him for a person who liked flowers. Daffodils, at least of all. What's next? Am I going to find out that Mr. Wright saves kittens from burning buildings?
I'll go and snoop about upstairs. You go and do whatever it is that you have to do.
When she goes without even asking if I need her there, I'm left standing to stare at the walls. Really, I don't need to do a thorough inspection of a building itself. It isn't really part of an interior designer's job, but the architect in me is committed to doing this task with every project. If I'm going to make a living space that have both form and function, I might as well make sure that the entirety of it's safe for my clients. Since I'm already here, I roam through the dining hall to check things off my punch list, if you will. But when it's time to move, I hesitate. Mr. Wright said he would be somewhere around in the ground floor, and I really didn't want to be alone with Whiskey. I have to look through the place eventually, sure, but on the other hand, I can do it later when he's gone. I can go upstairs if I want to. Which one? Go to the... Oh, shit. Which one is it? The first floor? I'm not trying to run into this ninja. I've already seen enough of this floor during the open house. Of course, I know that it's just a convenient excuse. I just don't want to be in the same room with Whiskey at any time soon. So I might as well just go to the first floor. There's the banisters on the grand staircase. I am slurring my words. The banister on the grand staircase's landing are solid and their proper height. Any lower and it would have been trouble. But there's a small catch on the carpet though. But as long as nobody tries to run down the stairs until it gets fixed, things should be alright. And oh, that's why she tripped. Okay, and the stained glass art restored, no doubt, but in the image of the last lady and lord of Ermengarde. But it was supposed to be Lady Charlotte's fiance who was brutally murdered by a witch or witch of things, from what I've read. You'd think the historians of this place will be a lot more scrutinizing, filtering out stuff like that. I'm amazed they bothered with it instead of replacing it with some generic cookie-cutter design. The entire piece alone would cost roughly 500, maybe even £1 million. Lady Charlotte of Ermengarde and her beloved. Looking at the mosaic, it's not far of a stretch for the imagination to believe that the depicted image could be the Mr. and Mrs. Wright. It can be easily assumed as much if one doesn't know the history of the mansion. Really, a place like this would be perfect for the government as a landmark. But what can I do about it? Walk into the east wing. Okay, this is the attic where she found the letter. Walk into the east wing. I try to go to the theater, but it's met with an obstacle. The obstacle that is the locked doors. Oh no, maybe this is the locked door. I thought this was the attic. I'm sorry. I know it's on this side of the house though. 2 doors, both of them are locked. I'd be frustrated would be if I already hadn't snuck off while the Wrights were having their little business meeting with Mr. Cooper before to take a peek. With what Mr. Wright wanted, we'd have to install a powerful projector to the type they use in cinemas and a projection screen. The seats will have to be reupholstered if they're to be any comfortable, and with walls will have to be covered in dark material, paint, wallpaper, or install wall-to-wall carpeting. That'd be interesting. Really, of all the rooms I could be jealous, it's this one. I could picture myself in there watching old kung fu flicks on a weekend-long marathon. Makes me wonder what kind of movies Mrs. Wright liked. Rom-com, perhaps? Her husband on the hand I'd rather not think about. In the middle of my notions and planning, I didn't even realize that I'm not alone until I'm caught standing in front of a locked door like a fool.
Were you meaning to go in there? I'm afraid we won't be able to open it up today.
Oh well, I wanted to, but it's fine. I can still survey the rest of the place.
Apologies, but the key was missing when they were handed over. They told us that they'd get right back to us with it.
What? But aren't they supposed to hand over all the keys once property changes hands? That can be grounds to file a complaint.
They were already kind enough to let us move in so early. There's no need to raise a fuss about it. Worst comes to worst, we can call for a locksmith.
Very confusing. The air is heavy and somber when she grows quiet and glances out the window. Out towards the vast expanse of the that surrounded what would be their home. Their home. Sorry, their house, their home. Then she looks back at me with a sigh and a bitter smile.
Flowers. Yellow flowers. Daffodils, dandelions, and sunflowers and the sort all up front. Just a whole garden of them. They'll make the house look lovely, won't they?
Of course. A garden is a wonderful addition to any home.
As I say this, her eyes roam over me, scrutinizing and thoughtful. I have to hold back the shiver that threatens to run down my spine at being inspected so closely.
Yes, it must be nice.
We're still talking about the gardens, yes?
I mean, not having to worry about what another person thinks of you.
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean by that?
She lifts her hand and points to her wedding ring before it falls listlessly at her side.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I didn't marry Luke. There'll be no fights about walk-in closets or silly helipads. I could do with this place as my heart desires until there's nothing but content. Then again, I wouldn't have bought this place if it wasn't a gift for him. I probably wouldn't even be in Luxbourne if it wasn't for him. Maybe I would have moved to London, Manchester, or Birmingham. I might have even left the country altogether. France, Germany, Spain, Canada, Sweden, even America. The possibilities would have been endless.
I don't know what to say to that. What is there to say?
I'm sorry, I must sound so petty and ungrateful. I do love him. So very much, even if he can be a bit difficult at times.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just confused why you're telling me this, of all people.
Just a whim, I think. Just flights of fancy, that's all.
Leave him.
Don't you ever think about one decision you've made in your life and wonder how much would change if you chose to do things differently?
I try not to dwell on the past, ma'am.
The keyword tries, of course. Thinking of the past brings up too many ghosts, memories of her, and I do wonder what would change if I just said yes when she asked for me. Sorry. Maybe she'd still be here. God damn it! Why don't you decide on your own? You must have been quite the pair. I return to the present just like I did, trying to dwell on the past. Why don't you decide on your own? Her worries seem simple enough. I mean, it doesn't have to be as difficult as she makes it out to be, right?
Why don't you decide on your own?
I mean, nothing against Mr. Wright, of course, though. Whiskey buggered me to no end. By law, she would be the owner of the house, well, unless they signed a joint property ownership anyway, which is a rare thing as far as I know, especially among those highbrow types. Jesus. Sure, they could actually love their spouse. I don't doubt the possibility, but money is money, and it makes people do the worst horrible things sometimes.
It's your house. You can paint the whole place pink if you want, and there's not much he can do.
In some expression, she changes her looks of contempt.
I could, but we are husband and wife. Equal partners in marriage, Marianne, though I can see that you don't understand.
Girl.
This is his home as much as it is mine. I'm not going to go behind his back over a room. And how dare you suggest that?
Damn it! And I didn't even say it. Ah, well. How do I even talk her down without causing further offense? It's in my attempt to shake off my own drama that I ended up tripping right into theirs. Because really, I have no business meddling in the affairs of my clients unless it involved interior design or architecture. Yet here I am opening my mouth and yapping. I do hate to see a good woman down.
That's not what I meant by it. I just mean that maybe you don't have to get the approval of your husband all the time.
Then why she tell her all that then? Exactly, like you the one spilling beans, babe. Come on now. All the time.
Or well, okay, fine. I know nothing about married life, Mrs. Wright. You're right about that.
Only to get angry. Like, that's what I'm saying. Only to get mad. Like, what's going on?
But I still think you're allowed your indulgences every now and then.
Of course, my form of indulgence meant buying old state 78 RPM country records, which I don't even dare use with my gramophone. For her, it would very well be buying the entire houses.
That's just my take on it. A perfect relationship is as rare as hen's teeth. You got what you got. I mean, you're doing well enough without my advice. Sure, look it.
That looks to placate her somewhat. She looks away and starts to favor the view outside once more with a faraway look in her eyes.
Feel free to look around the rest of the house. Everything but the theater should be open. Just call if there's need of me.
Of course, Mrs. Wright.
I really shouldn't have opened my big mouth in the first place. This sort of thing only gets me in trouble. Keep it clean, keep it simple, and stick to business. That's it. Be professional. But I failed to do that just because of her pretty face. When she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing in the foyer. I look out the window from where she's standing, and I move on, along with nothing but my thoughts and her.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Thought the old biddy would never leave.
It's utter madness hearing thing. I reckon it's stress, though I don't know what exactly I'm stressed about. If meeting Mrs. Wright had really thrown me for a loop, I'd be worried. If I'm developing some sort of psychosis or disorder, well, I'd call a doctor. But hopefully it isn't that. Not right here, not right now. I mean, it could just be the personal talking cricket, the conscious, so to speak, and I'm only noticing now, though if it is, it isn't very helpful. Pushing the dilemma of voices in my head aside, I go back to work. But I can barely make a few steps before everything tilts and shifts. I don't really stumble, but I feel like I'm being thrown off my feet and the rest of the world just follows. Though my feet stay firmly on the ground, and even if I stay mostly upright, I feel like I've been heaved and pushed off balance. I have my eyes closed in the hopes of willing the sense of vertigo away, but when I open them, oh hell. When I don't feel any sick because of the sight that greets me. Shit! Blood drips from the walls and the ceilings, pulling downward and seeping into the curtains and the carpet. A wave of nausea and stronger than the last hits me along with the overpowering stench of blood and gore. I want to bolt. The rational part of my head is telling me to flee, and I would gladly have done so, if I didn't hear her.
In here, Marianne. Come on. I have something to show you.
I could have ignored it, would have ignored it, if only I had heard it in my head, but I swear that this time it's coming from one of the rooms. Much farther in into the study, and I feel compelled to pay attention. I can't just turn around and leave. Not when it's her. I don't even think as I follow the sound of her voice. Oh, Lorraine. Lovely Amanda Lorraine. Oh my gosh. Fiona. There you go. She was my friend, the only one that I had at St. Samanthan's. I was a scholar, the charity case in a school of privileged and prestigious young girls. They all looked down at me if they cared to look at me or acknowledge my presence at all. All except her.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve.
Who?
Why, I gotta teach that butterface a lesson.
Not Butterface.
Wait, no, lass! I don't want you getting into trouble with the sisters again!
Relax. It's not like I'm going to stomp her and her lackey's arses flat like last time.
Come on, let's just go back to our dorm room. I don't want to be on my Tobler while you go get yourself punished.
You'll be fine. Gip's there with you.
Lorraine was there when I needed her through my highs and lows. Having her as a friend made in a strange school away from my father all the more tolerable. She saw this poor helpless girl who kept down and shunned by everyone, and being the kind soul that she is, she rescued me. So brave, so beautiful. She was something else.
I'll eat all the chocolates stashed away in your closet if you go.
I can get more. Just don't go complaining to me if you get a tummy ache because of that.
Well, you don't want to get detention on a weekend, do you? It's a Friday. We can go to town and have some karaoke. And we can have a go at druids and demons again. You're not going to miss that just because of Maeve, are you?
Yo, I love cultures. I love learning about them and everything, but I'm not gonna hold you. If I read that name, ain't no way I'd be thinking Maeve. I'd be thinking like this. I'm not even trying to be funny. Like HBH, bro. DHBH. I mean, come on. I'm sorry. Sometimes I question bitch, come on. Sometimes I question what I did to deserve a friend like her. In the darkest corner of my mind where traitorous thoughts lurked, I thought that she only felt sorry for me. Maybe she was just being a good Samaritan, offering a helping hand, and perhaps I had been too selfish to return the favor.
You have a point. I'll just kick her arse on Monday then.
That's not what I mean!
I know what you mean, Em.
Wait, where are you going? You just told me you wouldn't cause trouble.
I still have something to do. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to burn down her dorm room or something criminal like that. I'm just going to talk to her. Maybe I'll make it so that her room smells like a dog's air biscuit. That'll make it an excellent weekend. I'll see you in a bit, Marianne. Lots of Tobblers!
Because she told me she loved me, I couldn't admit that I felt the same way. Not to her, not even to myself. It was wrong. I was taught that way. Husband and wife, one man, one woman, unclean and pure. I prayed for her and I, for our sins and for our salvation. I wanted to apologize for disregarding her feelings so callously. It must have been like a slap to her face. But life had gotten in the way. Exams, which were trivial in hindsight now, took priority. I had to keep my grades up and to keep my scholarship from my father. I told myself I would apologize to her when those were over, that I needed to focus first and not let things distract me. It had been easy when she avoided me like the plague. She was upset. I get that. I thought I had time to make things right, but...
At 7 in the morning, students found a 5th-year dead. Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
They told us it was an accident, and that was the official statement, but I knew better. She was dead because of me.
Maeve had a hook and I kicked the bucket, didn't she? Ding dong, the witch is dead!
She She had, though. She didn't say which Lorraine.
But at least Maeve had the courage to admit how she felt about me.
I didn't even know how long I've been struck here in a trance. In the mirror, Lorraine smiles at me. She's as beautiful as I remember, but then I feel bile rise in my throat as her clean image warps into how she looked when they found her dead lying on the cold, hard ground. Good Saint Dimna, great wonder worker in every affection of mind, body, help me. I'm seeing things, hearing things. Am I completely insane? Looking everywhere but at her, I hope and pray that it's enough to will whatever this is to go away. It doesn't even immediately register in my mind, in my head, that I can just leave.
You, on the other hand, can't even look me in the eye.
This isn't real. You're not.
I know.
You're dead!
I'm dead. Because of you. And you won't even look at me. Look at me.
My breathing quickens and I can feel my heart being torn apart by her words.
I'm so sorry, Lorraine.
Look at me!
I can't take it because she's right, it wasn't my fault. The least I can do is look at what I've done. Lorraine, broken, bleeding, looking at me with such hate-filled eyes. An unnatural smile stretches across her face and I can only see malice in it. Then she lunges as the mirror ripples around her phone, the glass parting like the water surface from her. She grips my shoulders and I can feel her nails digging deep, sharp, even through the fabric of my clothes. There you are.
There you are.
Oh my gosh. Wait a minute! Wait, oh God. Oh God. Oh God. No! Okay, I didn't know. Continue. Okay, listen to me now.
And how dare you suggest that?
Oh, we about to skip all the way forward. Okay. Yep. All right. Shit. Oh my God. Not even. Okay, hold on. Hell no. All right, come on. These.
How dare you suggest that?
Man, listen to me now. What do I say that? Okay. When I say y'all, I'm trying my best. I am trying my best. It's so awkward because it's the fucking analog or the back buttons, man. Oh my God, I can't do it. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. Maybe. Fuck me, bro. I'm not skipping it.
And how dare you suggest that?
It's so awkward. My hands are not that fast, bro. If it was my thumbs all day. Okay, wait. Maybe if I switch them. Maybe if I switch it. I don't know. What did I do? Oh shit. There we go. Oh my God. Okay.
You're coming with me.
I am not asking for help this time. I'm doing this myself.
And how dare you suggest that?
Okay. I'm gonna have to, hold on. Come on. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I was getting it, y'all. Hold on, man. I was getting it. Hold the fuck on. Nope.
And how dare you suggest that?
Girl, say that one more time. I'm gonna slap you, I swear. Okay, I was getting it, but the fucking controller, it fell. What did I do? Did I skip? No, I don't want to skip. Ah, fuck me. What did I do? Apologies spilled through my... Aw, I skipped it by mistake. Alright. Apologies spilled in my lips as clouds crossed my... Yeah. I'm upset now. I didn't want to skip it, but I won't give in to this madness. With every bit of strength I have left, I struggle to get away from her. Fear grips and threatens to choke me. I endure, I escape, and without turning back, I stumble back out. In my panic, I don't even care where I'm going. With one hand on the wall to steady me, I just wobble as fast as I can away from the study, away from that mirror. Freedom is bittersweet. I'm free from the medicine. Oh, God. If these there, I swear. It seems as running out of the fields to be in pristine condition, but it means I've turned my back on the rain again. I have no plans of stopping, not until I know I'm safe. And if that means walking back to Luxborn, as ridiculous as it is, so be it. Suddenly, someone grabs me. However, fingers dig into my shoulder, and my heart nearly stops. My body seizes, and I nearly scream.
Marianne, you look awful. I mean,
did
not awful, but
skip.
Did something happen? Are you all right? Mrs. Wright,
I would have got that, y'all. I would have got that. Oh my. Without thinking, I saw comfort seeing it wasn't her. Watch the girl. It's a sudden impulse thing to do, and I had been in a better condition. I wouldn't even dare do such a thing, but I didn't know what else to do. Though I knew I shouldn't have want her scent, they grounded me. She is intoxicating.
Marianne, what's going on? Oh, you're shaking like a leaf.
Tremors run through my body as soon as my mind realized I'm no longer in danger. I wanted to cry and scream at what I had seen, but like a scared child, I couldn't control myself. My mind couldn't reconcile with what I had seen. I should just write it off as a figment of my imagination, yet I can still feel her nails cutting into my skin.
Are you sick? Should I call for a doctor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wright. Just feeling a little woozy and lightheaded is all.
Let's get you somewhere to sit down then. Come on, don't worry, I have you.
A lie, but a whole lot less complicated than telling her I was attacked by a dead girl. When the feeling of ease passes, I feel nothing but shame for my actions. I quickly back away as I clear my throat and nod my head thanks.
I think I've had enough looking around. If it's all right with you and Mr. Wright, I'll meet you outside.
If you're sure, I'll have the car started. Do you need assistance heading downstairs?
I'm all right, ma'am. Just go on ahead and I'll be right there.
It seems to placate her words, though only for a brief second. Before she heads down, I don't miss the concerned a glance she shoots my way, hidden under another smile. I won't begrudge her for it, that worry. The look on my face must have been a strange enough sight of its own. Even I am still reeling from whatever that was. Her voice still whispers in my ears. After all these years, she's still... No, Marianne. Shaking my head at the thoughts, I drag a deep breath and follow shortly after Mrs. Wright. Whatever has happened in the past is long gone, only memories now. And those are things I can no longer bring back. It's already dark as we make our way out of the mansion. With no lights, we are only illuminated by the headlamps of the Rice's car and the stars up above. Oh, I know that is a beautiful sight. Let me go. The sight of them helped me compose myself much more than several minutes being alone did. The car's engine is running, yet the two still stand out on the lawn. Mrs. Wright is busy, eyes up to the stars, and Mr. Wright's arm crosses his arm down to the ground. It is the crunch of the grass under my heels that brings their attention to me.
About time. What took you so long?
Hey, yo.
A minute longer and I'd think the house swallowed you all up.
Oh, hush, dear. I'm sure she has her reasons. Marianne doesn't seem the sort to idle.
Sorry, I was just checking on something important.
See, business is business and they take time, love. You should know that better than anyone. So, Marianne, what do you think? Are you the woman for the job? I know we already signed papers hiring you, but I want to be 100% sure that you are committed.
I glanced back towards the mansion, knowing what I had seen there, or rather who I thought I saw there, because there is just no way. Not to mention how I acted toward Mrs. Wright, for goodness sake. I should feel the slightest bit hesitant. I was lucky. I've seen enough films to know what happens when a promiscuous woman enters a haunted house. This is my chance to turn it down, make excuses, say that I'm not up for the task, that I need to take care of my old sick father, just pay the fine, which is probably outrageous for a contract like this, and let it go. I should turn it down, but for some obstinate reason, I can't. In the same manner, I haven't let go of her, of the regret that has shadowed me since that day, much as I hate to admit it, even to myself. Seeing her again, the mischievous glint in her eyes, the loose tendrils of hair curled around her forehead, for something I've terribly missed, and now that it's here almost within arm's reach, my father would tell me sometimes you just simply have to go through with it, consequences be damned. And well, I don't really have any logical reason to say no, at least not something a client like the Rice would want to hear from a professional designer.
It's certainly an interesting project. You can be sure I'm seeing it through the end.
Such dedication! Oh, I do love the determination.
You were always determined like that, weren't you?
Lorianne, shut up. Hearing her voice again sends a chill running down my back. I can't wait for this day to be over, girl. You and me both. From the mansion and through Allison, I rode with them in silence. But as soon as we hit city proper, I asked to be dropped off and bid them good night. I thought it'd be best if I didn't stay too long in confined spaces with either Mrs. or Mr. Wright. Did I say Mr. or Mr.? You know what I'm trying to say. Both seem to cause me serious trouble, and if the project has any less interesting or grand, I would have dropped it without a second thought. Would have, shouldn't have, won't. I assure them that my place isn't that far off, and I have to fight the urge to roll off my eyes and groan when Whiskey throws me a little smirk. You ninja. But even in my own house feels elusive as I sleep. I lie awake thinking of what I saw in that mansion, of who I saw. If I so much as hear a single whisper from her, if I so much see a wisp of her hair, I'm afraid I'll go mad. But none of that happens, and it makes me feel hollow. For 2 nights I've had trouble sleeping, but it's only one morning that that fatigues me. Fatigue has already let me rest. Then I'm reminded of what terrifies me so. In my restless dreams, I see that mirror, the one in the study, and in it I see her. I see them. Hey yo, Lorraine and Hannah and Lorraine. Oh, poor pathetic.
Poor pathetic Marianne. Work. She'll work herself to death.
See, she doesn't listen. That's all she did. Look at what happened to me.
They talk amongst themselves, the cruel smiles and venomous tongues, or rather to themselves. 2 heads, 1 body. A horrible mockery of these women as if they were the one and the same. More's
the pity. Life goes on and goes out, and she doesn't even see it.
Rude, first of all.
Do you think she'll even realize when she's kicked the bucket herself?
When they say a person has a hard time telling when they're in a dream, it's true enough. Often true enough, sorry. Even with a bizarre sight, even with the obvious implications that this isn't real, I can't help but feel distressed.
Likely. Is that any way to live at all? She might as well be dead.
Cruel fate that she's alive and I'm, well.
Though they speak into each other's ear, tones low and hushed, I can still hear them clear as day. Their whispers pervade, the air heavy and oppressive. They bury and dig into my head like a tiny maggot worming their way into my skull. It's only then that they take notice of my presence. Eyes turn towards me and I can only feel small, under their scrutiny. What is this? Caricature. Smiles etched on their face, caricature, like cartoons. Smiles on their face, mimicking each other grotesquely.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Have you been looking at us? Spying? How scandalous. Such a naughty girl.
I'm sure you were just waiting for something lewd to happen, weren't you?
You know she will not admit it. She thinks it wrong. You've said it so yourself.
Yes. She thought me wrong, impure, abnormal, because I loved her.
My breath hitches and I open my mouth to protest, but they both stop me screeching. The mirror that holds them cracks, lines spidering across its surface.
Do not lie! We know the gluttonous thoughts you try to deny, girl. All those desires you bury beneath that sickening guilt. You act the martyr when you turn the bed you lie in into your own hedonistic hell. You are nothing but a tainted soul with filth-stained flesh held together by falsehood and pride.
They look livid, and when it looks like they would lunge, I wake feeling like the wind had been knocked out of me. With a groan, I squint and find a certain fluff ball sitting on my chest looking as pleased as Punch. She is the overlady of the cats, queen of despair and destruction of nice furniture, though I can't stay mad at Her Majesty because it feels like she did something good this time. I was having a nightmare, but I can't even remember what it was about. Trying to recall leaves a terrible pit in my stomach. Maybe it's probably better that I don't remember.
Good morning, Baruthiel. Who's the good kitty? Are you hungry? Is that why you woke me up?
A content purr comes from my sweet dear before she jumps off the bed and trots towards the kitchen. On the other hand, it takes me a bit more before I roll out of bed and start my day. Mornings before work is always quite an affair. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Shower first, then a mug of coffee and a bowl of oats. Sometimes I do stretches, and I always check my work email. The rice will be moving in the mansion today. I don't think the paperwork is officially done yet, but it isn't too far-fetched to think that were allowed to move their start. Were allowed to start their move despite that. Rich people like them will always find a way to get what they want after all.
I'll be leaving you again today, Beth. So you behave and make sure not to shred up my new covers, okay? And don't worry, I didn't forget tomorrow is Black Cat Day, so I'll throw you a party.
Oh my gosh. That's cute.
But only if you behave like a proper lady.
She barely gives me a glance as I say that before going back to her own food. Cats. Still better than humans most of the time. Too bad I have to work with humans. The place is already busy as soon as I get here. The foreman, one that I've recommended to the right for his work ethic, is early as usual already. He's instructing men here and there with the bigger loads. I have no chance to talk to him as Mrs. Wright appears and greets me with a smile.
Mrs. Wright, I hope everything has been to your liking thus far.
Good morning, Marianne. It has been delightful, and these men have been very helpful. Look at all this. It's so busy here. I'm getting tired just looking at them go.
No complications so far with the movers or the previous owners of the mansion, I hope?
If anything, the only one being problematic is Luke, if I'm to be honest. He can be such a diva, but I do like that about him.
She stops, looking up at the upper landing where Mr. Wright comes through with 2 other movers and the mirror from the study.
Oh, do be careful with that mirror. We wouldn't want anyone getting hurt because of broken glass. Why are you even having it carried around?
Oh? You did say you didn't want the mirror, and I keep getting distracted by it.
Oh, Lord.
If I'm going to turn the study into my office, I'd rather not have it there.
You know what?
Where can we put this?
Well, you are not putting it in our room. Why don't you go, I don't know, put it in the wine cellar for now? We can figure out if we'll store it in the attic or somewhere else later, yes?
You heard her, boys. To the cellar it goes. Mush!
The movers bring down the mirror one step at a time, no matter how much the men tell them to hurry. An unsettling feeling grows in my stomach as I see our reflection in the bloody thing, and I look away, not wishing to risk anything. If I see Lorraine's image in the mirror now, I wouldn't know what to do. I don't have the luxury of privacy right now, and I'm not going to break down in front of all these people. As soon as they go into the kitchen, I realize I'm holding my breath. I let out a sigh of relief. Excuse me. Lord. When no one is looking and I go back to the task at hand. It'll be a terribly busy day, and there's no need for me to even think of anything else. I talk to the foreman and fill him in on which room is which. It seems I'm doomed not to get any significant work done without being interrupted when it comes to these particular clients, however.
Marianne, dear, have you had breakfast yet? Well, I do believe it would be considered brunch at this hour.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Wright.
You must join me. Johans has already been breaking in the kitchen, as they say. I do not see the others settling down for a meal anytime soon. Someone might as well enjoy the food while it's hot. And that someone might as well be us.
I should say no. I really must say no. But the way she smiles at me makes it difficult to do so. Look at how ridiculous I'm being, acting like a silly nervous schoolgirl with a crush. It's just brunch, and who am I to say no to a client? It would be impolite to do so. It's not like I'm going to agree because of anything other than propriety. Wait, no. Propriety. Yes. Excuse me. I'm not agreeing because she batted her pretty eyelashes at me.
If you insist.
It really isn't any of those. But it's something about her eyes, rather. She looks like she needed a good talk, a friend. And although I'm not supposed to be chummy with my client, there's no harm in pretending, right? Of course, I've been wrong on many occasions before. Maybe there have been plenty harm in pretending that I care. Because pretending I care might lead to actually caring. Being alone in the same room as the missus leaves me reeling as I find myself paying too much attention to her. It seems so borderline unhealthy how much I'm getting obsessed, even if it's just by looking. And it's the little insignificant things that I notice, the way she plays with her hair or how she smooths down her dress.
Up, higher, come on now.
Whiskey's annoying voice in the other room helps pull me back to the ground. I'm just looking, aren't I? I know that someone like her wouldn't even look at someone like me. Still, there's some time to turn around this bad decision.
I'd really like to thank you for inviting me to breakfast, Mrs. Wright. But I already ate, so I should really go back to work.
Nonsense! You arrived so early. You must not have gotten a proper meal. Sit. Sit! I'd situate us in the dining hall, but it is a mess right now.
Her concern is sweet, as is her smile, but I'm really not here for idle chit-chat, something I keep forgetting. We're both distracted when the food arrives, and it's enough for me to stay at least until the meal is over. No more, no less, just to be polite. Thankfully, the conversation steers into a topic I'm comfortable with, work. This goes on for a bit, and I can't be more relieved. Most people don't understand calling me a workaholic, but I choose to work in a field I'm enthusiastic about. So what if my career is also my hobby?
But no, really, how have you liked it so far?
Come on.
Oh, it has been wonderful, believe me. Everything is going smoothly, too? It has been a long time since I've worked on something on this grand a scale. Nowadays, everyone is about condos and flats, living in the city where every room is an identical box. Believe me, this is very refreshing.
We lived in a condo before this, Marianne.
I didn't mean any insult.
It's fine, sweetie. Look at you, all frazzled. I was just pulling your leg. Luke wanted that penthouse when we got married, and you can thank him for purchasing this place as well.
Wait, doesn't she own the house? I'm pretty sure. I have no business with it, though. That's theirs to hash out. But apparently the momentary confusion had been visible on my face.
Don't be fooled. I'm just the treasury. I wouldn't be able to make a purchase this grand without his seal of approval.
I see.
That's it. That's all you have to say.
Yes, what else is there to? Without warning, this nicely French had devolved into something horrible, something sad.
But I really don't know what to say, Mrs. Wright. We were talking of no topic in particular, and...
Luke. We were talking about Luke.
About him not eating breakfast with you?
About him treating me as if I were some treasury.
Despite my general dislike with the upper class, I sometimes feel pity for them. They may have all the money in the world where material things aren't a problem, but they don't even see what they've become, where they've ended up, or what they've done most of the time. They're shut in by their own traps, forced to play along with society's expectations and do anything to stay where they are and to keep what they have. A world where even people feel or are treated like they are more mere possessions. Shit. I've been reading for 5 hours, y'all. Damn near 6. Leave me alone. When someone is at the top, the only way for them to go is down. I've worked with many Hannahs and Lukes and Whiskeys, but I've never been one of them. I don't pretend to understand their world any deeper than that. I merely know what I've witnessed before. She looks lost, speechless at how she betrayed herself. My pity for the likes of her returns. Nothing but pity moves as I speak before she can say anything else that might ruin or break her.
I won't speak a word, Mrs. Wright. Not only am I contractually obliged to, it would also go against my principles.
Okay.
This is no one else's business but your own, and it should be kept between the two of you. And whoever you wish to seek counsel from.
Please, Marianne. You have to understand these sort of affairs. If anyone were to know this, they could just twist it and we'll be ruined. All I ask for is your silence on the matter.
The way she practically begs me to keep quiet about it is disheartening. I have no plans for speaking about anything I hear, especially if it is about their private affairs. But the way she looks at me, the way she just expects some sort of fallout because of this, makes my heart clench.
Well, I'm keeping that information confidential as well.
5 hours late. Thank you. I'm gonna get a bowl of something to eat. BRB. Gotcha. It better be that shrimp and Alfredo. Let me see. It's not like I have any other choice, do I?
Thank you.
When was the last time food and drink is gone? Wait. When the last of the food and drink is gone, the door opens as if on cue. Oh, good lord.
Madam, the photographer from Luxury Living is here.
This was a wonderful meal, Marianne. You're free to return to your duties. I must excuse myself.
It was my pleasure. And thank you for the food as well.
She stands to up and leave, and all I want to do is to reassure her again, to prove that I am someone she can trust. So when she looks back my way, I don't fight the smile that's found its way on my face. I feel giddy, but the feeling dies down after as I sober up. Oh well, back to work. Okay, soon enough, wait, we're in the kitchen now. Alright, and then now, what's that girl's name? The one that just left. The lady of the house. She heard somebody crying in that damn wine cellar, that door that's on the floor, and I chose not to look down there. And we found out that it was locked, so of course the crying is the ghost. The ghosts, okay? Just let y'all know. Soon enough, I found myself drawn to the kitchen where the right bowler has returned to. He's already claimed the space and telling movers to back off, and none dares to question his proclamation either.
My kitchen. No kinder allowed. Little men running around with knives especially. We do not want any accidents to happen now, do we? Good? Good.
I mean, it is a knife-wielding German standing there. I don't think anybody would be insane enough to refuse his request.
I hope I meet the age restriction, or at least the height restriction, because I'm asking to be let in here.
You are allowed inside, McCulloch, but not the little ones.
A shake of my head and a roll of my eyes is all I give him. It's not like I'm going to be any trouble to him. I just need to look around, get my bearings. The breakfast had been distraction enough. I don't even want to think of what we just talked about. I just need to get my head straight and get back to work. The movers work efficiently even though they're left alone, and they do quick work of their responsibilities. The head foreman comes standing in the door to consult with me on this and that, and I have to go help out every now and then. But they pretty much have everything up to standards. They skip lunch entirely, not even realizing when they do so. Nevertheless, all is well as the butler gets heating up the leftover bubbling squeak from breakfast and make a generous batch of fish and chips for them. Most likely simple in comparison to what he serves at the rice, but well done nonetheless.
That smells good. Want to wrap up some for me to go?
In an idle conversation more than anything, my thoughts as they are preoccupy me.
If there are any left. One can't go wrong with fish and chips. Everyone loves them. Even my husband. And he's American.
I really do hate getting up so close in person with my clients. It's a distraction. It is obvious to me that I've gotten my priorities all wrong when I can't help but think about what I heard, what I learned about the right couple. These things have been a way of creeping up on a person's thoughts, ideas, whether they are fact or fiction. They creep up and fester, crawl and writhe in a way that twists. I hear giggling, delighted, and mocking. They creep up, and the sensation of fingers ghosting briefly on my arms caused me to freeze and hiss.
Don't!
I half expect her to be there.
Whoa, no need to scream bloody murder!
Well, don't fucking touch me!
It's just me. Quiet down before you break glass.
But it's just whiskey.
Don't do that again. Ever.
Good Lord. I don't like being scared, though I don't believe in the likes of spooks. Being startled is not on the top of my list of things Marianne liked. Lucky for him, I have nothing within reach, or he would have gotten on friendly terms with something like a rolling pin.
What was with that reaction? Were you really scared? Has Johann's been telling you ghost stories? He just loves to scare people. Isn't that right, Brother Gurium?
The butler's expression is unreadable. I hardly see any emotion on his face to begin with since I started working with the rice, aside from vague amusement. There must have been something there, though, judging from Mr. Wright's own content look. The expression on Wright's face is almost cruel, and neither of them spoke, even as Johann leaves the room to serve the workers their late lunch.
So, now that we're alone, Marianne, what are you so jumpy for?
Because I got a nigga touching me. Excuse me, I'm sorry, let me stop.
I was just thinking about all the urban legends the movers have been telling me about this place.
Don't tell me you believe in that tosh. They're nothing but tales made up to scare children. Timmy, Billy, don't you dare go up to that big mansion and get in trouble there. The ghosts are going to get you.
That's a boring way to look at it, but that's usually what it is anyway, no? Like I said, I was just thinking.
It would be a relief, actually, if those rumors of this place being haunted is true. That just means I'm not going bonkers. Hearing, let alone seeing a dead person isn't exactly the symptom of a healthy mind. Sure, it means that there will be such a thing as ghouls and goblins, but at least I'd be sane. On the other hand, there would actually be a dead girl walking. 5 hours, y'all. Give me a break.
If you could excuse the inane question, Mr. Wright, you haven't noticed anything weird here?
A simple enough question on the surface, yet I've noticed this man stiffens at the question and leaves in my mouth. I wouldn't have noticed it if I wasn't watching his reaction intently, but in his eyes I see something dangerous. Welcome back.
That depends on your definition of the word weird. Are we still on the topic of this place being haunted?
Sure.
Because no, things have not started to fly around and we have yet to require an exorcism. I don't think my head would like to do the whole 180-degree turn thing.
Well, maybe that, but no strange...
Aside from my usually weird butler and all the weird men traipsing around touching my things? No, not really. Why do you ask? Have you noticed anyone strange while you were here? Because you must report it to Johans and he'll have security handle it. But these reports better not be about ghosts and things that go bump in the night. I don't want to waste manpower on the boogeyman or senseless witch hunts.
I'll keep that in mind, Mr. Wright. But no, it's nothing like that. I guess the mansion is just strange for me. It's a unique project.
No strange men or women lurking about then?
A dead teenager would technically qualify as strange. But yeah, the whole I see dead people thing isn't going to go over well.
None that I know of. But I'll inform Johans immediately if something comes up.
I'm serious, Mint. You see anything, anyone suspicious, and you report it. Immediately.
I think that goes without saying.
The concern he has on the talk of security is quickly gone. His arrogant, smug smile returns, if a bit subdued. Whatever smarmy remark or innuendo he has at the ready never comes, though. A voice in the dining hall rings out.
So, is this a full-time job for you then?
Nah, I just freelance mostly for magazines, newspapers, and events. So you can't really call it a full-time job. It's fun and it puts food on the table, but it's not what I really want to do. At least not all the time.
That would be the magazine photographer, Jesus, I presume. As always, Mrs. Wright talks in such a kind and cheery fashion no matter who she's talking to. It certainly puts people at ease around her. It sounds like it's working on the photographer too. Hearing them, though, seems to put Mr. Wright in a sour mood, at least if his scowl is anything to go by. Oh, fuck. Alright, is he jealous? Try to lighten the mood, ask if he's alright. I'm asking if he's alright. I don't care if he's pissed off. Shit.
Hey, are you alright there, Whiskey? You're looking like you need a serious drink.
What is it that you want to do then?
Film. Documentaries mostly. But cinematography is a lot more difficult than photography, right? I was working on the thing, actually.
I'm fine. Just a bit winded from all that moving about. It's been a long day.
And the day's not over yet. So if you can excuse the bluntness, you either shape up to help or ship out back to your room and let us do the rest of the work.
Damn, girl. Alright. He hesitates, eyes locked firmly on the door that led to the dining hall. Even now, we can still hear Mrs. Wright and the photographer chit-chat between shots.
It's not my place to say this, but she really does seem to care a lot about you, you know?
There's no need to remind me of that.
A strange smile appears on his face before he shuts his eyes and sighs.
Tell the workers that you're all dismissed early.
That's nice and all, Whiskey, but we really shouldn't just take off. Delays aren't a good thing when it comes to big projects like these. The sooner we tackle certain issues, the better.
And I trust you can take care of these issues another day.
Here we go. Here we go.
Don't make me ask again, Mint.
Bruh.
Just tell the others they can go home early. And to not worry, they'll still get paid the remaining hours.
I don't care about that. I ain't trying to be in this. Let me stop. I don't know what prompted this. With the air he's putting on, though, I know it's better than the middle of prod further. Besides.
Fine. You're the boss.
Walking out of the kitchen, I just accept the fact that whatever he says will go well under his roof. I don't know. Hey, there they go. Mrs. Wright and photographer are still far too busy conversation to notice me even as I make my way through the dining hall. Besides, I didn't want to ruin their fun. Did I click it by mistake? Whoops.
People didn't like Blue Fonzie very much.
People don't like a film about colors. I suppose they would have liked Blue Bibby a lot more.
Going to the foyer has me stumble upon the family butler once more, who raises a brow at my presence.
And where are you off to in a hurry, Miss McCulloch? The foreman is looking for you.
The Bratwurst wants us off the clock. He's dismissing us early because of... Oh, I don't know. He just wants us out of here.
I'll go and call a cab for you then. It would be for the best that you leave when he asks you to.
I don't doubt it. My ride back to the city doesn't take too long to get there. Granted, there are some difficulties at first because the driver didn't know where the Emerald God Mansion is. He tried to have us hand over our GPS coordinates from our smartphones or some other techno babble I didn't care about, and the butler didn't understand. But as soon as we told him it's the haunted mansion over at Ansem Village, he knew just the place. Look at this shit. And finally headed over, albeit with some hesitation. You get paid, bro. All the way back to the city, the driver kept complaining about the place giving him the willies. Bro, if you don't let it go, it gives me the willies too. I would have loved to snap at him, but as soon as the thought occurred to me, another blossoms in the forefront of my mind. One that has somehow bothered me greatly, more than in my hold on. Exacerbation, I think. Exasperation. There you go. Jesus, my words. That's 5 hours, y'all. Over whiskey and this project and wanting it all to stop. All of it to stop. There has been no Lorraine whispering in my ears today. Hey, worse, I find myself searching for it. Searching for her. I don't know what the fuck that is. Loose ends. Fucking bloody loose ends everywhere. I thought I'd already moved past this years ago. And it does nothing to help curb my frustration. If anything, it only ensures that I want a stiff drink. And where else to go to drink? Oh my gosh. And if that fool is there, I'm gonna scream. Tuesdays are karaoke and Wednesdays improv. Usually it's these 4 guys who did Serious Games. The one with Irish drinking songs are always a crowd favorite. Though I love a good laugh, stand-up comedy isn't my thing. And without Cam or Harana or any other distraction, I end up drinking a lot more this time. And when there's several bottles of beer in me, I get really, really embarrassing.
Hey! G! Psst! G, come over here. I need you for something.
It's a good thing that the bartender is a nice fella. I'd probably have been kicked out of other places by now or worse. If push comes to shove, all he would do is give me an easy smile and give me a shake of his head, even when he's attending to other customers, just like now.
Give me a moment, will ya? I gotta go check on her.
He's some Asian guy, and I'm pretty sure I've seen him before a couple times, although he never talks to anyone except G. Excuse me, the girls used to be all over him too, but he's always turned them down.
I'll be here. You go do that before she falls over.
All right, all right. What is it? Do you need someone to help you get home?
Bartender, pour the wine.
I think that's enough alcohol for you, little missy. I'm cutting you off.
A whine comes from the back of my throat as he pulls my bottle away. I have no hope in getting them back once they're behind the counter. Even in my drunken mind, I don't dare hop over it for them. Because what little sense I have left knows I'd rather take a floor dive than succeed in wresting a bottle from a sober man. But that doesn't stop me from trying to reach out my arms like a stupid idiot anyway. He smiles and shakes his head just like I knew he would before going back to the other guy.
Right now, where were we? How you holding up, boy?
With no drink and no one to really chat with, I would have gone home or gone to sleep right there at the bar. Oh, hold up. Hold on. Sorry. Going to sleep right by the bar right then and there, but I'm not ready to stand and try and trek back home just yet. Same old.
Same old. I'm still on the Luxborn firm case.
Those blokes they talk about being in dark suits, whisking people into the night or some shit and all that. Didn't the media call it some ridiculous name in the morning news?
What is it this time? Wait, don't answer that. They've called it a lot of things. As long as people don't start running around claiming they're the Illuminati. So, what have you got for me this time, G? Anything good?
Okay, good night, Ola.
Slow down there. You haven't even told me what sort of dealing dosh we got. Who are you looking into this time?
Midnight girl, go to sleep. Their talk would have interested me, would have kept my attention if I gave a damn. But in my current state, I can barely give two fucks about the things going on around me. All these words are just buzzing, barely surfacing from the sea of sounds that is the pub. And it would have stayed that way, perhaps even drowned, if I didn't hear his name.
Luke Wright. You know the guy. And don't pretend like you don't, G. It takes a special kind of ignorant not to know who he is.
This is when I try to get it later. When you're streaming. Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. There we go.
That smug blonde who likes throwing around his money. He was just here a few days ago, as a matter of fact. Great tipper, if you think him just dumping a wad of cash on the counter after having too much whiskey counts as tipping. Why are you asking? He dirty?
You have no idea, G. He's probably the worst sort you can imagine.
Luke fucking right. Fucking whiskey. Even without him around, I'm still hearing about the guy. What the absolute fuck? Despite this, I find myself getting up and starting over to join them before I pipe up.
Is this smart talk about Luke fucking Wright I'm hearing, eh?
Why are you so damn loud?
Private conversation here, lady.
We can play. Absolutely. Absolutely. I actually got her texting right now. Oh, I did not. What, the Asian guy starts to look ticked off as hell.
Don't worry, Holmes. She's clean. And she might be able to help you with your, predicament.
Course. A drunk's just stumbled through here with what I need. Get real, G. No offense, lady, but you're smashed.
I know, right? Nothing beats being drunk after a hard day's work.
Thank you. Get some
Especially when you're working for Mr. Luke Wright.
So, she works for the guy? Doesn't that make her, I don't know, suspect?
See, have a little faith in me, why don't ya? I don't have much, and you might as well have something to go off. You're the one who was so desperate to come running to me for business.
Yoo-hoo! Still right here, fellas. 5'11". Can't miss me.
Damn, she's tall. I'm on 5'9".
Unlike Shorty
she got 2
over
on
here.
Me. Oh, I like Shorty. That's all I say.
What's it that
Oh,
mad
wait.
You want to
wait.
dance, boy?
I need
you
to
don't
know.
look like you can bust a groove.
I need to know. Hold on.
Maybe a leg, but with that fancy coat of yours.
Hold on. Profiles. Damn. I don't have the information yet. Damn. Okay. I need to know how tall he is now. Oh man. To add insult to injury, I move directly behind him and use the top of his head as an armrest. But when he shakes me off, I plop into the seat right next to him.
Don't try me. You can hardly stay on your feet. We don't want to ruin your fancy coat, do we?
Ah, children, the both of ya. But you're still standing after all that, are ya? Matt, you see this giantess? She's a legendary regular
whenever
here.
this
Been
chapter
treated like
ends.
there's no tomorrow. I'm a bit jealous. Can't do that anymore or my liver will give out on me. Good with the mic, too. Don't see you much recently, but I guess you're always busy, aren't you? You're some fancy designer or something, if I remember correctly.
Wait, I know you. You were at the open house for the mansion.
Yeah, that's right. Marianne McCulloch. I'm a famous interior designer extraordinaire. Ooh, that rhymes. Anyway, you guys were talking about that weenie Luke Wright, right?
Or something. Can't really talk about it. I don't even know if I can trust you, even if G said you're clean. But anything would be of help.
Well, I don't gossip about my clients, if that's all there is to this.
You wanted to gossip about him a few minutes ago, Marianne.
I mean, that was a cute rhyme. I wanted to gossip about him a moment ago. There you go.
And that was the beer talking, not Marianne.
You won't mind if we ask the beer a few questions then?
Maybe. Depends on who's asking and what they're asking. How dare that sleazy wanker treat me like I'm a piece of furniture?
And by wanker, you mean Luke Wright.
Yes, Luke Wright. I just said that. Iskultona Kranthe. Completely different from his pretty wife. And Annie? Hannah? Anna! I wouldn't be surprised if he's doing something dirty behind her back. Even bought him a mansion. Lucky bastard.
So it was the wife who bought the place.
Are you going to repeat everything I say? Yes, it was the pretty one. The one with the long hair. She bought the place. So
With how drunk you are, I don't even know if you're aware or sure of what you're saying.
Excuse you? I am at least 350,000% sure that I know what I am saying. I am a professional. I'm totally sure of what I'm saying. Do you think just because I'm drunk I don't remember facts?
I know. Alright, hun.
I remember everything. I remember every little thing as if it only happened yesterday. I bet you don't remember young McGurn's full name. Of course you don't. Here we go. John William, pure mad, mental inte, your body, Simpson Clay, Gimel Chip, the Bam, Rib Racker, no real, young rebel, ya best Saint John McGurn.
The actual fuck. What?
See? I have a photographic memory. Or read memory. I don't remember which is which.
Back to the wanker. Nothing off about him or anything? Nothing shady that sets the alarm bells in your head?
Alarm bells, nothing ringing. Maybe someone's mobile is. I'm getting tired, even enough for me to press my cheek against the cool counter with my eyes shut tight, eventually cracking one eye open just in case they thought I fell asleep. I grinned at Holmes.
Aside from being a sleazy piece of shit, he did get all in a tizzy whenever something about security came up.
Makes sense. I don't blame the guy. Place that big, you'll need a couple dozen people stationed around if you want to make sure nobody you don't want gets in. And the guy seems like the type that doesn't like too many people.
Oh, but he does like the ladies. I don't think his mummy hugged him enough or anything.
These are serious questions, Marianne. Lives might just be at stake here.
What do you expect? She's smashed.
Why am I even doing this? This is getting me nowhere, G. She's not a reliable source. The chief, let alone the courts, aren't going to take the word of a drunk. This'll be dismissed, and I might be in trouble if they try to argue that I coerced a testimony out of her. This is a fucking train wreck.
You're a fucking train wreck now, if you ask me. Maybe it's about time you apply the brakes and stop for a bit.
Shit, I'm sorry. If feeling had a taste, I'd be bitter than a beer I'm full of. And it gets me thinking, though thinking doesn't get me far with too much shite in my system.
You know that's not an option. Thanks for being patient, McCullough. Good luck with your work on that mansion.
Speaking of that mansion, there's something going on in that place. Something. As ocht day! No wonder Mr. Wright likes it so much. It's as fishy as he is. Rotten bloke. Maybe that Santos girl is really onto something, eh? Suspicious shite, I'm telling you. Explains why she's so reluctant.
What do you mean that Santos girl is onto something?
Before I get another word out, there's hands on my shoulder and everything starts to spin. I quickly slap his hands away the best I can and send the foulest look I can muster.
Take your hands off me, pipsqueak. I'm not a lady who's shaken or stirred unless you want me up chucking on your pretty hair. But it's just like I said. Are you sure you aren't brain damaged or deaf? Santos girl from VRC showed us this creepy letter. You know, just like those spam stuff you get in your emails. And we thought it was some joke or that the girl was just a bit too green to handle a big sale like that. You should have seen the look on their faces when they saw it. Whiskey, that's Luke fucking right, you get me? And the missus didn't look too happy either. I should have taken a picture and posted it everywhere. When rich snobs give you that face, no wonder the Santos girl went all mental on us. Working with them does that, you know? I think I'm about to. I'm not mental yet, am I? Anyway, just like I said, in that man... Hey, you okay? Holmes? You're looking a bit shaky yourself there.
And he really is pale, paler than before at least. I can see the gears turning around his head on overtime. Suddenly he shoves a card in my hand. Hey, police department, I see you. But he has second thoughts as he grabs it from me and slips it into my pocket. He's like, you're not about to lose this.
You're cute, pretty boy. But I prefer blondies.
Well, you're not exactly my type either, lady. But listen to me. If something comes up, don't do anything rash. If you think you're in danger or if you see anything suspicious, call me and the authorities as soon as possible. You understand me? That's 99...
I know what the damn emergency number is.
Right, 999. Good. Anyway, I have to run. See you, G.
Okay, the guy's quick on his feet, already up and at him as soon as the numbers leave his lips. Watching him as he maneuvers through the crowd of the pub goers is enough to tire me out. Fast as he can, he's at the door and throws a smile. That's all we get before he's gone, just like that.
Oi, what about your drink, boy? I'll go put it on your tab then.
Holmes boy always like that, G?
Pretty much. But what about you? I suppose I'll put your drinks on your tab too. Don't want you to spill your wallets when you look like you're close to spilling yourself.
Yeah, and if it's fine by you, I think I'll go take a bit of a cat nap here. Just for a sec or two.
Go right ahead. I'll wake you when I close up shop.
Mumbling a sleepy face, I doze off on the spot, face pressed to the counter. Jesus. Already I dread the pain I'll have from sleeping in such a position. But when I gotta go, when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Oh, Marianne! How long have you been standing there, dearie?
Come join us, Marianne. We won't bite. Unless you ask, that is.
Not that I can get much sleep to begin with. Okay, we're on the 28th. What happens on the 28th? Hold up, journal, shut up all that. Alright, the 28th. What happens? Okay, this is the party. Hannah and Marianne are seen discussing the mansion's Hannah. Okay. Before the housewarming party, on a whim, Hannah asked if Marianne's opinion about certain couple having marital problems, and a former was asking about, yeah. So that's when they're gonna have their chat, and then that's when the party where she slapped the fuck out of him. See those? However, what was supposed to be a day of merriment turned sour when Rochelle Lee, the chief inspector's wife, accused Luke Wright of fathering her unborn baby. I'm telling y'all, it's getting juicy. Okay, so do people ever have the feeling that they're working on something they really enjoy, but still it's effectively tires them out? Because honestly, I've been feeling like this.
You have certainly exceeded expectations, Marianne. Everything looks so marvelous, and in such a short time, too.
Though moments like these make all the hard work worth it. Definitely.
Well, I can't take all of the credit. People have certainly been enthusiastic about the idea of working on the right mansion. There won't be any more problems unless Mr. Wright has any more objections about the second bedroom.
Oh, no. We proceed with that room as planned. I already agreed to him having his greenhouse and his vineyard and his stables. He may as well let me have this one thing.
We're only about halfway done, but the unsatisfaction on the client's face is enough for me to push through. Let's face it, in between my exasperation at Mr. Wright's antics and her, I've been burning the candle at both ends. I can't even close my eyes without seeing a dead girl's face. Dead girl, dead. She's dead. I have to keep reminding myself that, burying my feelings as deep as they buried her body 6 feet under. I shouldn't waste so much time on someone who's supposed to be gone. I've wasted so many years thinking about her already. There should be no need to bother myself with the dead when I should be bothering myself with the living. Too bad the living are usually as complicated, if not more, than the ghosts of the past.
But don't you have a party?
Yes. But Luke's just being a sweetie, you see. That friend he's visiting. He's having marital problems and he's just trying to cheer him up.
It's even more complicated when the living in question is a pair of rich and famous socialites way past their honeymoon phase. And I've been somehow roped into being a relationship counselor.
They've been married for a long time and they've hit a... how do they say it? A rough patch. His wife has a drinking problem and can be very neglectful. The poor thing really does his best to be a good husband. But it's never enough for her. Sometimes I think it's the years. Maybe it's been so long that they've lost that. What do you think?
If I'm going to be completely honest, I need to ask. This is about you and Mr. Wright, isn't it?
Suppose it is. What would you tell me?
Then, I tell you it's none of my business. I tell you that I don't want to meddle. But, if the troubled husband with the neglectful wife asked me for my honest opinion, I'd say that he shouldn't base his happiness and his self-worth on someone else. Maybe he should try being independent for a while. See what it's like when he isn't trying to please someone else and doing things for himself. Everyone's supposed to be their own man or woman, right? A bit of breathing room never hurt anyone. We shouldn't let our fear control our lives.
Why she thinks a single woman like me would be the best source of relationship advice is beyond me. Still, I talk and answer to the best of my abilities. Without realizing, I already point out a part of me that I had thought were long gone. I'd like to believe my words will be some help to Mrs. Wright. If I'm honest, though, they are some help to me, like some weight has been taken off my shoulders. Lorraine.
I really should handle what's left of the work.
You won't be attending the party? Oh, you really must, Marianne.
The weight of what happened to her hasn't left me yet, did it? Maybe.
I'll try to stay in chat. Maybe grab a few bites and a drink, but I can't be around for the entirety of the event. My apologies. Busy, busy, busy.
You must stay a while. I'd love for you to meet some of my friends, and they're ever so excited to meet you. You need to say hello to the Lees, at least. If it wasn't for them, I'd never even heard of you.
Maybe it's about time I changed that.
We'll see. So, if Foy can be excused?
Certainly. You'll have to excuse me as well. I must attend to the party before any early birds arrive. Because, believe me, they will throw a fuss if things aren't ready, even when they're not supposed to be here until an hour later.
Though I shouldn't dwell on the dead, I shouldn't just callously forget about them too. Saying that I have work to do is as easy enough excuse to make. I know how other people see me. Oh yeah, she was just here, yeah, but it's like midnight for her. They see someone so obsessed with her craft that she would easily miss things like a party for it. Outside the parlor, people hurry about here and there in preparation for the Wrights' grand house opening party. Warming party. God, I'm tired. None spare me a glance as I slip past them, each working on their own appointed roles and not daring to slack off while they work for what is probably the most important couple in Luxembourg. I make it into the kitchen with ease, the wine cellar being my final destination. But when it is a great task ever simple? Probably never. And this is a great task, isn't it? My greatest one yet that is worth of being called a quest. I'm not acting as Marianne McCullough, the professional interior designer, when I chose to lie about being too busy for a party. I married Marianne McCullough, a lawfully neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma. Just thinking of it makes me a little cheesy. I don't know, I can't say it, I'm getting tired. But it helps with the fear. It helps overcome this insane thought that I'm actively seeking out something that has been plaguing me for years. I might face my worst nightmare, or I might see nothing and find my self-imagined grand quest fall flat. And who would have thought that the great keeper to my final quest would be someone I thought would be a valuable ally?
Schnell! Hurry up, you snails! We are on a deadline and you are wasting my time!
The brother comes from the cellar into the kitchen, tailed by a couple of others, people who I assume are most likely chefs and bartenders. He raises a brow, seeing me just standing there by the hatch, by the trap door. It's almost like he's going to throw me out for being in the kitchen without permission. But then he motions for the others to disperse and familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Meanwhile, he continues to stand there, preventing entry into the dark beyond.
What are you doing here, Fraulein? This is not the place for guests or in an architect right now.
Oh, that's how you say it? Okay. I'm sorry.
I request you leave.
And I deny that request.
I was just looking around for any last-minute things, yes?
Yes, you have been doing that a lot. Looking around,
Hey, yo.
snooping about.
Hey, yo.
Now is not the time for such things. If you're not careful, people might think you are up to something.
The look he gives me as he says this is almost chilling. If life was a game book, he'd probably be the true neutral warlock guarding the treasure room. A difficult opponent to beat with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in dexterity.
Well, I'm not done yet. I actually need to go into the wine cellar. Just need a quick go at the place. So, just don't mind me. I'll be out of your hair soon enough.
Go outside, enjoy the party. Bask in the praise and adulation they will no doubt shower you with when the madam speaks highly of you. Surely you've had enough of this stuffy old kitchen by now. You do not want to cause trouble. Both the Bratwurst and Hannah want this to be perfect. It would be a disservice and disrespect to toe out of line and risk it being anything otherwise. And more importantly, I will be blamed for any failure that happens
Sure
tonight.
will. His intervention almost turns me away. Maybe this is a sign I'm not meant to seek Lorraine out, but...
Please, it's really important.
15 minutes. 9, 10 minutes. Any longer and I'll pull you out of there myself. The Bratwurst will be furious if he thinks anyone is touching his precious wine without his permission.
Thank you. This seriously means a lot.
He steps aside begrudgingly. At this point, it looks like there's no turning back. Finally, we get to see in this damn cellar. I ain't gonna lie to you, I've been waiting. The cellar greets me ominously as I descend. The space feels smaller with a lot more bottles lining the walls compared to before, and knowing what might be waiting for me here makes things worse. The mirror that has... Oh my God, calm down. The mirror that had been moved from the study is my goal. I do not return to it with my initial discovery, but the thought of Lorraine, how much I want to see her again, even if it's just for one more time. Jesus, I am tired. Keeps coming back to my mind. As I walk to the cellar, I have to stop when I feel something crunch beneath my feet. Oh! Whatever few bottles were left here are now nothing more than glass under my heels, perhaps dropped by one of the many chefs and bartenders the butler had escorted through here before, and it made a downright mess with red slick pulling from the remnants of a good drink. With how dark this place is, a person with a dark enough imagination can easily mistake it for blood. But I can't help but think it is, despite the easy logical explanation that had come to my mind only because of what I'm about to do. It's merely a momentary distraction as I continue to the end of the cellar where the mirror stands. Popped up in the faraway gleams innocently while pretending to be a simple and ordinary mirror. How morbid to think that this thing can show a person their deepest, most desperate desires and then twist its image so dark. That's what I had seen that day. Though I heard Lorraine many times, I had only seen her here within its frames. I wonder if people had discovered it before. How many were wasted away in front of it, enamored, and how many were frightened away from what they saw. By what they saw. Let me see. Yet I stand before it now and nothing. I can barely see my own reflection in its darkness.
How does this even work? Mirror, mirror on the wall?
Not you saying mirror, mirror on the wall.
Something
Anything?
Nothing. Touching its surface doesn't make it magically activate or anything like that. There is no sudden surge of power, and I'm not suddenly granted sight. It stays what it is, a mirror. Was Lorraine's appearance in the mirror also some sort of fever dream? Am I really that burdened with guilt and despair that my mind would eat itself in stress and have me hallucinate such things? Either way, just going here on some crazy obsession for a girl long gone must warrant me a trip to a doctor. Already I feel ill. After a few minutes, in the hopes of something would change, I turn around and leave. I can just go back upstairs like nothing had happened. Perhaps drop by the party for some hors d'oeuvres, then go home and collect myself. Besides, Mrs. Wright expected me, and I'm
Going to leave me again then, are you?
I stop in my tracks, but I don't turn back. As much as it pains me, I don't look back. If I'm just hearing her again, desperately delusional, and I look back and see nothing, I don't want to give myself false hope. But when I feel fingers around my wrist to pull me, I look back in shock. The first thought is, how in God's name is this possible? And the second is Lorraine. Her hands are cold.
Are you that mad at me that you're just going to ignore me, Marianne?
I don't know what to say, and I can only stare at her in wonder. She stands there in the mirror with only her arm extended out toward for my sake. I look at the hand still holding my wrist. When she sees me looking at it, it moves so that our hands are intertwined, fingers weave together. Seeing her there and feeling her touch meant I'm not crazy, though, however impossible and unexplainable this is all to me right now. It just takes my breath away. Pulling her out from there is tempting. I can imagine doing so with ease. We can be together again, Lorraine and Marianne, like nothing ever happened, babe. She's gone. But that would be all a great lie, wouldn't it?
What? Tack out your tongue? Don't just look at me like that. Say something.
Even if this thing were some magic portal that could bring back the dead, that doesn't erase anything. Just looking at her now, still a young teenager, while I'm already a grown woman, it serves no other reason than to break the illusion that binds me. I have seen her twice now, always behind the mirror. If this is real, if this isn't some delusion, then why can't she only exist behind glass?
Yeah. You have no idea how happy I am to see you. It's been so long.
You don't look happy.
I really am happy. But at the same time, I can't help but think about what happened to you.
And what does that mean? What are you saying?
She gives me this peculiar look, and before my eyes she moves to step out of the mirror. In turn, I wrench my hand from her and take a step back, almost as if I'm afraid. I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't know how this is possible. But whatever this is, it isn't real. You can't be real.
I'm right here, aren't I? What other proof do you need?
No, I see you. I hear you. I feel you. But even with all that, you can't be real. You just can't. I saw your body. I helped bury you. You're dead.
A deep hurt crosses her face and it breaks my heart in two seeing her wear that expression.
Burying me wasn't the only thing you did. Don't you dare lie. But I'm going to be the bigger woman, aren't I? Let bygones be bygones. I'll forgive you, as long as you stay with me, Marianne. That's why you came down here, right? To find me?
That was the plan. I came down here looking for her for closure. But this isn't just closure, this is something else entirely. I didn't think I would be forced to make such a choice. I need to move on. I need to say, baby girl, move on! Okay, wait, let me save, because I kind of want to know. Hold on. Alright, let me... oh, I got two. How do I... Aha! Alright, there we go. Alright, I need to move on. I want to stay. Let's just see what happens. We can go back. I really want to stay. Let's see. With her. I'm getting tired of pretending, of lying to myself. The fact that I'm admitting this to myself now of all time only brings to light how Lorraine was right about me all along. I should have listened to her.
But, Lorraine, you're dead.
How can we even stay together?
I know. And it's your fault, isn't it? You tore us apart. But now, you can put us back together again.
Hold on, yeah. I always forget to kind of do the do not disturb. There we go. Alright, but now you can put us back together again. And now that I have the choice to fix what I had done to us, then who am I to do otherwise?
I'm so sorry. I must look like a right mess.
I'm here, Em. I'm here now, don't you worry. Come here.
It takes everything I have not to tear up at the sight of her. She reaches out and slips her fingers through mine before pulling me away from the tunnel and towards the mirror. Our reflection, a grown woman and a teenager barely past her prime, lends a bizarre light to the whole scene.
I can't imagine how you've been so alone all these years. I left you, Lorraine. I didn't mean to, but that's what I did. I don't even know if you can ever forgive me.
Don't cry, it doesn't suit
Don't
your pretty
cry.
face.
Doesn't suit your pretty. Besides, I don't have to be alone anymore, do I? You're here for me, aren't you? You'll never leave me again, will you?
My mouth goes dry as she looks at me. This isn't the plan. This isn't closure. Yet her hand in mine makes me believe that this is real. She's real, and that's all that matters. Nothing else.
Yes, of course. I wouldn't dare leave you.
You swear you won't leave me?
I swear to God, I won't, Lorraine.
Though her smile remains, I can only describe her expression as sad. She walks around until she stands just behind me and wraps her arms around my waist. I nearly crumble at how I am in her arms once more, and then she puts her chin on the crook of my neck, and I feel her hot breath on my neck. I'm filled with both joy and grief, I think it is. The scent of chocolate, almonds, honey, and beer surround me. My first taste of love, the love that I denied. It was so bittersweet.
God's not the only one you're making promises to, Marianne. Swear it to me. Or, even better, prove it to me.
I'll stay forever with you, Lorraine. I swear it to you. How do I even prove it to you?
Simple.
She presses something in my hand, a large glass shower from the wine bottle, cold and sharp.
You join me.
I knew it. I knew it. Is she suggesting that hell yeah? What you expect?
Die for me.
Lorraine, that's...
Lorraine!
Oh, I'm sorry.
How can I?
How can I even do such a thing?
There's no need to be scared. I'll be here for you until the end, Marianne. Even if you hadn't done the same for me. But that's the only way I can forgive you. The only way we can be together again.
She got my hand raised in the galaxy. My hands are weak, as is my will, and I can only bare my neck to do with as she wishes. Oh my gosh. There is no reason, no self-preservation, as I mindlessly welcome my own death, as it lead me to my salvation. Andrea! Oh my gosh. I feel nothing at first, and then the glass touches my skin like a caress until a stinging sensation blooms from my neck. The pain sears, burns like nothing I felt before, and every breath intensifies feeling. Even if I wanted to cry out and scream, I can only cough as a slick metallic coats my tongue. Oh my Lord. The most I can do beyond this is rasp out calling her name.
Lorraine.
Cold and weak, I grow worse by the second. I cough with each ragged breath, expelling the blood that I'm inhaling through the slit thing.
Shush now. It'll be over soon.
Look at her.
Really soon.
There was a moment of doubt as I remember the devil was once the most beautiful angel in heaven, that I shouldn't be received by such beauty. But in my final moments, all that is soon forgotten. My mouth twitches. I can't muster even the slightest of smiles anymore. But I'll be with Lorraine. Oh my, absolutely fucking not. We're loading. Absolutely not. Absolutely the fuck not. Let me go ahead and skip through all of this shit. Okay. I need to move the fuck on, girl. Alright. Closure. That's what I came here for. Whatever this is, it might as well just be a devil's trick. And I might as well make some use of it, right? I say nothing at first for fear of angering whatever phantom this is. I take Lorraine's hand and bring it to my lips, press and kiss to her knuckles. She takes it as some sort of invitation to pull me along, to help. To step back into the mirror until only her arm is extended again.
I should have been more honest back then, both to you and myself.
Oh my gosh. Let me see.
I know it's too late. I'm sorry. But
the thought of being with the dead did not agree with me, not one bit.
I can't stay with you.
So what? You're going to leave me for some old trophy wife?
Hey, yo!
That's it, isn't it? You're going to leave poor Amy Lorraine and go after the next rich, pretty blonde that you see.
This is a mistake.
All these years, guilt has been my driving force. I felt so guilty for what I did, what I didn't do.
She thinks she can get me into becoming complacent, but she realizes otherwise as I pull my hand from her, and going by the look of anger on her face, an anger that runs cold. She did not like the fact that I'm not some puppet on a string. Had she chosen her words carefully, I would have accepted whatever punishment Lorraine chooses to give me. Guilt had ran my life, and it might have well ended it. Very well ended it. Because I deserved it.
But what I did to me. The blood in my hands is mine, not yours.
Whoever or whatever the shadow is, my gut tells me she's not Lorraine. Yet I keep talking as if she is.
I broke your heart.
Not your neck.
Not
there
your
you
neck.
go, girl.
Don't you dare deny it! It was your fault!
No, it was not.
Because I loved you more than I dared to admit? Yes, that was my fault. But I never meant to hurt you like that.
Despite my words, no matter how sincere they are, she appears angry, enraged, in fact. It's been years since I saw that last face, and even now the memory of it is still etched deeply in my mind. The hurt, the tears, the hate spilling from her eyes that day, the moment I rejected her. Rejected myself for who I am. And I definitely will hate what I am about to do next. Excuse me. To my left, a wine rack. And from there, I'll take a bottle and pray to all the saints I can remember, for all my sins, for every hurt words I've uttered, for what I have driven her to do that day, what I forced her into.
What are you doing?
I do it without thinking twice. Quickly, before I can hesitate, I grab the vial, sending it straight for the... Oh! Shards of the bottle and the mirror are sent flying everywhere as Lorraine's screams echo into the cellar. Bitter. Ooh. Searing. Like every wounding accusation she hurled at me. They've never left me. I doubt they ever will. But with this, I can move away from them, from her, live my life as I should, free from the burden, her burden. Because the Lorraine I know, the real one, the person I love, will never want me carrying this to my death. As the screaming dies down, I can't help but mutter weakly, "It's done."
It's done.
It's
done. Oh, Lorraine. Forgive me, Lorraine.
I can take some time to compose myself, breathing in and out, stepping down. The tremors still... Oh, you done broke their mirror though, girl. That's coming out your paycheck. On the tremors still raking my hand, straightening out my jacket and fixing my hair. All a weak attempt of returning myself to someone resembling my normal self. This would probably be easier to do so with a mirror, but likely I won't be able to stand looking at one for a long time.
Well now, I should probably go back up there. Party to attend, rich socialites to do business with, and food to eat. Mrs. Wright will be happy if I make some time for it anyway.
Yet one last time the shattered glass beneath my feet.
I'm sorry, Lorraine. May you see God's light on the path.
Turning around to leave, and for good this time, the uneasy smile on my face falls as I see Lorraine whole and well.
Come on, Mac. You really didn't think it would be that easy, did you? You get bonus points for trying. but you should know innate charisma is not enough to turn undead.
She advanced towards me, backing me against the wall. I can't even reach for another wine bottle without putting myself within her reach. Despite my earlier bravado, I didn't think she'll be able to exist at all without the mirror. Can you blame me, though? It's not like I'm an expert in the supernatural.
That's not... You shouldn't be...
What? After the mirror? Did you think just moving on will erase what you did to me? You're nothing but a murderer, Marianne. A murderer!
Stay back. You're not real. Leave me alone. Stop! I'm trying to move on with my life, so why won't you let me? Please! Just get out of my head and leave me be!
I try to find an exit when there's a click. The next thing I know, I'm falling back into the darkness. I fall on my back and the door slams shut behind me. In a daze, I look around warily and find myself in another room entirely. On the other side of the wall, some sort of secret passage, perhaps an underground tunnel that have... An underground tunnel that has me weary and frightened. It also proves that the oddities in the... I'm so tired. Oddities in the mansion's floor plan are a lot more than just a little discrepancies. I'm telling you, I don't trust that damn house. I expect Lorien to jump out at me from the darkness at any time. A breeze blowing through the tunnel has me relieved, though, at the idea that there is still a way to escape. Something like that. There is a way better than being trapped underground with only God knows what that was. A funny thought comes to mind as I start walking to where the exit might be. I think about how Mrs. Wright would be so disappointed if I didn't show up to the party. I imagine how furious Mr. Wright would be for sneaking out one of his wine bottles. Even Johann's reaction comes to mind, though I didn't really know with that guy. One thing's for sure is that I will be calling Cam and Hearn for a drink as soon as I get out of here. That noise has me weary. Oh, here she go. A ghastly thing, a corpse of a woman leans on the wall. Her arms and limbs, almost every inch of her lithe body, is covered with wounds and rotting flesh. And it is then that the putrid smell of blood and gore hits me, making it so that I don't even question how I missed it in the first place. How long has this been here?
How long has this been here? Ugh, that smell. Oh, you're a nasty one, aren't you?
I flinch as the thing twitches. Shit. And as soon as it opens its eyes and looks at me with a smile, there's nothing on my mind but horror. I break into a run. I try to keep on running no matter how much my legs and feet scream at me to stop. I keep going, I keep going even when I look back and see nothing of her anymore because I can still hear her. The scampering of her feet, the words she tries to form with the bloodied mouth, and the painful sounds of bones grinding against each other as she moves closer and closer to me.
How long are these damn tunnels?
There's a split second where I know that thing is right behind me, a strange sensation creeping over my limbs when her presence looms over me. And then suddenly, I can't even do anything before I'm yanked by the hair and pulled back. Girl, don't go down. That's fighting right there. Let me see. I still struggle until I'm thrown to the side like some rag doll. I hit the ground on my side, and the musty smell of old hay that reaches me is my only indication that I'm still alive.
Please don't hurt me.
My body is hurt, and I keep my eyes shut tight, afraid of what might happen next.
What's wrong, Marianne? Are you really afraid of little old me?
Bitch, if you don't get over this, look. There's only dread seeing how she followed me even here. She looms over me, backs me further into the cell that I was thrown in.
Please, it's so cold. I don't want to be alone, Marianne. Why won't you stay with me? Why would you leave me? Why?
What are you?
Lorien turns and shifts into that thing from before, and with the same gruesome grin, it takes me a step towards the cell, towards me. I barely scramble to my knees when the door of the cell slams shut, and it just stands there staring. Okay? But none of them are coming from me. I'm paralyzed and shocked by what is happening. My throat tightens at being fooled by the image of Lorraine, at the thought of being trapped down here. And then where? What the fuck is that?
Help me!
this on camera, Carl. Yeah, but are you going sure this is a good idea? We're breaking and entering here. Don't worry, the owners of this place haven't been here in a long time. Look at this thing, though. It has writing in blood like some cheesy 80s horror prop. Wait, I have an idea. Oh man, that's genius!
What kind of butthead would even take this thing seriously? Maybe we can stick this in Rowan's backpack. That's Juarez kid.
Rowan, you mean the one that was taking photos? Okay.
What? Spit it out! Behind you!
There in the back of the cell, a digital camera comes flickering to life and a video has played back on the screen. It is hard to even consider paying any attention to it when my life is on the line. But when the ghost doesn't move and the teenagers mocking shouts of help me for the cell, I just had to watch. And what I had seen students judging by their Sangaretta uniforms, they were holding that letter.
That letter?
Let me see. And that thing, the woman, she... Not even. Are we going to another person? So she is trapped down there. Did I see her at the party? I don't even remember. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hey, yo. Okay, so let me save. Because now we own Rebecca. Let me go back. Because I think I had one space. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright, y'all. We at Rebecca. Where's the relationships? Oh, wrong one. Oh, okay, we at Rebecca. Now, this is Rebecca. Alright. She is a teacher. She apparently is sick. I'm not sure. We haven't had a lot of time with her. But, yeah. So, this is the main character, Isabel. She was the one that's trying to sell the house. She sold the house. She found the letter. She had everybody look at the letter. Even if it was against her will, because somebody, like, snatched it out her hand. Either way, that's Hannah. That's the wife. She's this little sweetheart as she is. Zachary is my dude. Marianne, she is trapped in that damn, I'm gonna say closet, that thing. And now we on Rebecca. So we only got 2 more chapters. Praise God. Okay. So, I'm about to end the stream here. Me and Andrea. Andrea, what are we playing? I don't even know. I'm about to text you if you are. Okay. So, all right, everybody. Oh, there you go. We were supposed to choose. I choose you. You choose what we're supposed to play. Because every time I pick something, you said DVD or Uno. I don't know. What should we play? Since you didn't, what? I don't want to pick, because every time I pick, something goes wrong. Didn't get marked. I ain't gonna lie to you, I kind of forgot. Did I buy it, or did I? What was I supposed to buy? Which one? You sent it to me. Wait a minute. Let me see. There we go. Okay. Okay, which one? Let's see. Okay, Mario. If I buy it on like the actual Nintendo, like Nintendo, would that work or no? Or do I have to get like the actual game like through Amazon? How long have I been streaming for? 7 hours. Let me stop this damn stream. You said don't do it. It takes a lot of space. Better to get the physical. Okay. You know what? Because I know me. I'm going to forget. Let me buy it right now. Right now. Let me see. Hold on. I'm getting it now. Because I know me. I will forget again. Let me see. America 8 Deluxe. Jesus. Mario Kart got some motherfucking nerve to be this damn expensive. I'm just saying. They have some unadulterated nerve. Do you hear me? I can't believe I've been streaming for 7 hours. Well, you know, it's part 2 and 3, so technically that's like 3.5 hours for each, which is warranted, cause yeah, but it was 2 chapters. It was good. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad I saved her. I saved the black guy. I saved her. I've saved everybody except the wife, and I'm so upset because if I would have known that one of my decisions made her die, I would have went back, but I didn't know that until like it was too late. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Cult Classic and never going on sale, bitches. Ugh. Let me see. Tell me why this guy, he was like, so you game? I was like, yeah. He was like, well, do you play like, I don't know, Mario Kart? I was like, you are so cute. He was like, that's pretty much the only game I remember. I was like, okay. Let's see. Choose. Let me get it right now. Next. Alright. Okay, so I should get it on Friday. When's our next day? Because I know I'm off on Saturday right now. Okay. There. Got it, bought it. Done. Now, okay, so let's I'm gonna stop this stream, and then when me and Andrew figure out what the hell I'm gonna play, we'll be back. Alright, y'all know how it is wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful morning, afternoon, night, self-love, self-care, and all that good gingerbread, and I'll see you in about 10,